Na, 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 na. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and keep you happy. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna love you and make you love me. You can't run away from this love I got, oh baby. Hey baby, 'cause I got a lot. Anywhere you go, my whole heart's gonna know, baby. Hey baby, you can't hide from love. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and keep you happy. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna love you and make you love me. Anywhere you go, my whole heart's gonna know, baby. Hey, baby, you can't hide from love. Ready or not. Hello, everyone. Just thought I'd serenade for a while. It's been quite a Sunday. Kind of busy at work earlier. Finally got to unwind after dining with my lovely wife back over at Denny's. I have with me the Trooper FN 2525,
Yo,
the
sup,
man,
my
the myth.
fellas? Yup.
Oh man, how's your day, man?
Uh, gosh, it's been pretty interesting. I gotta say, I've had a very interesting weekend. A few developments, obviously, in terms of pop
Yeah.
culture. I think the one thing that we do need to celebrate the most is probably the the fine inevitably, and I'll officially say it, the official death of Marvel. I think it's been a long time coming. It's a very good thing. I don't want people to get their hopes down, or oh, he's poo pooing on the MCU. No, I mean, this has been a long time coming.
Mhm.
I mean, we started seeing symptoms of it, early on. Just in small inconsistencies, and then in terms of the people that we're bringing on, in terms of writers, and as far as directors that are being swapped out. This was also something very symptomatic that was happening over on the Lucasfilm side too. When we look at Disney as a whole, and you look at the division, between Marvel and Lucasfilm, now we're starting to see the Marvel side of it literally be suffering from the same symptoms that Disney actually started with. So
Mhm.
um, definitely, with the release of Black Widow, I think that was the final nail in the coffin. To be sure, there were a lot of, I don't want to say missteps to get here, but it. The problem with stuff like this is once you become very successful, and once you've already met the bar of expectation, what can happen is once you're the top dog, there's no one else to basically hold you accountable. I think you, me, and Leia were talking about you know older generations more or less having their own MCU in the late '70s. I don't think we really talked about it on a live stream. I think we were talking in the back room of how going back as far as '77, like all those people that were of the movie going age to remember, it's like you had, Star Wars come out. Soon thereafter came, Superman, and then after that you had Indiana Jones, Star Trek. I don't remember the exact order, but I can tell you that having these movie companies literally come out with larger than life productions were pushing those same companies to go ahead and be bigger, better, push the technology that was available at the time to do what they needed to do, or at least find ways around it.
Mhm.
I think we've gotten to a point now, in terms of like movie action film where there's nowhere to go. Like this is it. Like we've been at the top of the hill for a while now, and what else is there to do when there's no one else? You know, it feels very comfortable to sit at the top of the mountain and have no one else hold a bar of expectation above your head. Um, I was watching a discussion or an interview with Feige, and you know, it's very apparent he definitely came across as being very oblivious to what's going on. And it was very apparent that he was not the quote mastermind behind this whole franchise thing that everyone thought he was. So I just thought it was very interesting. Um, but you know, it was a good run, I think, in terms of
Yeah,
in terms of the MCU. I mean, the final nail in the coffin, essentially will be Hawkeye, but it's not going to be on the screen. It's going to be done in D plus television style format. So who's going to be tuning into that? I have no idea. I know I'm not. I can tell you, Black Widow was the first MCU film that I have not attended, which actually says a lot. It says a lot in terms of you
I have
know
not attended any MCU movie since Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah, see, and that was like shortly thereafter. What wasn't that shortly thereafter Endgame? Like I tend to put that
I
like
didn't even try to even go after Far From Home.
I actually saw Far From Home. For
I know
me,
some people did, but I avoid that
well,
like it was
the only reason I
possessed
did,
or infected.
well, again, and this is where I get so anal about this stuff. Like you've got Marvel, and then you have Sony. So,
See it, Melissa.
hey, see, Melissa. You have Marvel and you have Sony, two very distinct studios. So the whole idea is to kind of give you the immersion effect that it's one big cohesive story. Um, Obviously, Sony owning like one sole piece of an IP, I mean, it makes them more vested in making sure their IP does not necessarily start losing
Hey, Elise.
quality or hey, Eloise, or start losing that type of let me put it to you this way: Sony is not in the business to fail. MCU Disney proper is definitely in the business to fail several times, and still have money left over to fail some more. Is the best way to put it. So that's why I saw Far From Home. It's actually a good film. People reamed it for a few things that it did, but it to me, it's like it's a movie. It's like again, you're putting all your eggs in this one basket that they're going to do it in such a way that the way you've seen it done in comic books. I'm like, it's a film. It's once you take an adaptation onto the film screen, all bets are off. It's not going to go the way you wanted. They used Mysterio differently, which I thought was very clever because again, it's a live action
That's
film.
what had me interested. I wanted to really see what they were going to do with Mysterio this time around instead of just him being just a surviving. You know, just being his traditional Marvel interpretation. So I was
Well,
really
it was a different spin on Mysterio. I'll
I
say
was
that
hoping he would stay a good. The thing is,
it was a
I was
very
hoping he would stay
creative
the good
spin.
guy.
And I was actually very surprised with them selecting Jake Gyllenhaal. I actually, after the film, I thought that was actually a very uh,
Hmm.
cool casting choice because I would not have made that choice. Like if someone had made it, and then after putting the film together and then seeing it as a whole entire piece, I
Maybe
I I would have definitely given kudos to the casting manager because I would not have made that decision. Like
maybe Rainn Wilson.
Um, I always, I don't know,
Or
I always,
maybe Rainn Wilson as the new Doc Ock.
yeah, yeah. There's plenty of actors you can go with.
I
Like I
could
wouldn't
kind of
know.
see him being the new Doc. I wouldn't ask him to put on a fat suit or put on some pounds either, but I would
Well,
definitely see him as MCU Doc Ock.
my only critique that I had of that film is that they tried tying it into the MCU a bit further with using characters from Captain Marvel. That was my
Yeah,
biggest critique because then everyone's like, "Oh, are we doing Secret Invasion?" I'm like, "No, we're glossing over all that. There's no Secret Invasion. That's as much
Would
Secret
love to
Invasion as
have
we're gonna
Secret
get.
Invasion.
Well, um, from what my understanding is they're looking to move more towards the, like I said before, the cosmic MCU. So they're moving more towards a celestial arc, which to me, you know, after after studying that interview and then hearing some of the comments that I heard, like they're not looking to do uh multi-million dollar film projects. Like they're not looking to do films that are tied into each other. So like say if you hire someone, you're not going to hire them for like three, what's a good example? What's a Okay, you're not gonna hire them for like three Moon Knight films. You're gonna hire them
Hmm.
for a standalone. I see where they're going with it. Where they're going with it is they don't want the responsibility of having to maintain the canon and having to tie movies into each other, like making it very cohesive, where you have references of other films and other films, where whether it be like
Just to
a news panel or
just to recap what I said in the private chat on MeWe, I said I was all for that, so long as we get some really good stories out of it. I
well, yeah.
at this look, I'm not looking for the next tie-in to whatever movie. Just write a good story. That's all I'm asking. That
Well,
shouldn't
and
really
here's the
be
thing.
that hard to ask, but these
Well,
days it seems to be.
it is because remember, like all the way up to Avengers Assemble, and that's what the script name was in the UK. It was called Marvel's Avengers Assemble. So for anyone who's gonna critique the first Avengers film, that's the name on the script. So anyway, look at how they had to craft it. They had, or rather, the way they did it was they released each character. Um,
Hmm.
prior to the actual Avengers film, because I mean if you just release the Avengers film, it's like, well, I haven't seen this guy, oh he's okay. I mean they went a little further and they built some backstory before we actually got to Avengers, with the exception of maybe Hawkeye and Black Widow, which were always going to be like B characters in any canon. So I mean they were just B characters in some other main
Eloise,
characters
do
film.
us a solid. Can you share this stream real fast? Just like what we do with Ishi streams, because this is impromptu. If you can, thank you.
Yeah, this is just us hanging out and talking about stuff. And since we were
I
going
can
to be
share it as
discussing
much as
it,
I
just
can.
like,
It can stretch as long as it can, but you know it can go so far. So if you can, like I said, much appreciated. And
like,
if you can't, then it's fine. No harm, no foul.
well, it's one of those things where we were going to discuss this stuff anyway. It's its own thing, and then it's
Yeah,
just going to become its, it's going to become its own like
and it was gonna bleed
eternal.
into many other streams, future
Yeah,
streams.
it's gonna bleed into other topics regardless. I just figured it'd
That's
be
usually how we roll, anyways. We always bleed topics in,
yeah,
even
I just figured honestly, if we knock this out today, then we don't have to keep, going on about it like a broken record for the next few
right.
streams. Like we already know like the death of Marvel like already arrived. Like it's gonna take a while for these, people in the casual audience to kind of figure that out. But no, going back to, how they crafted these Avengers films, they're no longer looking to do that. So
Hmm.
the model's gonna be more of, if you think of it almost like mini ensemble films. So rather than building up to the Eternals, where you have all these like, I have an Eternal for every race, color, gender, whatnot.
The
This is
tokens, as I like to call them.
yeah, it's just gonna be one film, and then they're just gonna move on to the next film and the next film. So they're not gonna really make sense in terms of every something that happens in one film. How relevant is it to the next film? Well, it's not. So they're doing standalone films because now they have the type of revenue where they no longer have to
Yeah,
do overreaching arcs. I mean, it's not complicated to do stuff like that. I mean, basically you do just one generic outline, and then from there you just kind of take it apart and then figure out how you're going to tell the story across a few films. I think they're more in tune of, well, let's do what comics were doing in 2015. Like What If was definitely like right out of 2015. um mind you, the what ifs that came out were slightly different. One of those what ifs was, what if Thanos was
I do
Captain
the Rise of
America,
Man jingle, Neo, but I'm tipped out, dude.
right?
I had to deal with kids today
That
at
blows.
work. You know, had to
Well,
had to
well,
had to had to talk information to people here and there, and
yeah.
like I said, I would do the Rise of Man theme song, but I'm like I said, I'm just reserved right now. I'm not.
I am too, man. I am too. Like I was telling you in the back room, I was just like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Al.
Don't feel
Are you?"
sorry for him.
Well, he had to sit through the glowing orange red jizz. Like it made no
Oh my
sense.
goodness, I forgot about the red
The
jizz.
glowing red jizz had no purpose,
Jinker mentioned that.
like other than the fact that it deprograms you. Okay, so is it like a red jizz pheromone?
I
Like
thought.
you know,
Look, I thought it was like a reference to
no,
the
no.
reality stone, the
Honestly,
ether.
when it comes to these big table YouTubers at the big boy table, honestly, I think the best review probably, actually no, the best review came out of Drinker, uh,
Hmm.
because not like he went all out his way to spoil the film. He literally gave you the whole entire body of work without having to spoil it. So it's kind of like you get a grocery list, but you don't know that the ingredients are for chicken soup. You just come to that conclusion yourself because everything on the list seems like they would be ingredients for chicken soup. I know Az kind of rambled on for about a half hour. I was like, dude, Drinker covered that in 12 minutes. Um, but what I ended up doing prior to that is I tried to watch as many non-spoiler critiques because this was like one of the films that I was not going to specifically attend. Like I told you, I was like, I'm tapped out. There's no way. It's not about battered wife syndrome at all. It's about, at this point, it no longer holds any entertainment value because, you make these types of streams and literally it's all about, you know, oh, you're being too generous. That it's a 4. It's honestly a 4. It's probably only getting a 5 or a 6 because it's kind of nice seeing Scarlett Johansson on
Nah,
screen.
Neil, I
But
love
here's
doing
the
them
thing.
though.
Here's
I
the
do
thing.
love doing them.
Here's the thing. Like that chick, and I can't think of her name right now, and I'm not gonna look up her name. The
Florence Pooh.
terrible director with 4
Oh,
films. Well, this would be her fourth
her.
film. Like
Oh, you talking the director, right?
yeah,
Not the actresses.
yeah, the independent director who's only directed up to 3 films to this point, this one being her fourth film. It came out in another interview that Scarlett Johansson actually called this chick up twice to try to convince her to do this film. This is how bad it is now. Whenever we try to sell a project, and when I say we, I mean, you know, content creators, blah 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 blah. Like now, suddenly there has to be a pitch to everything. So, and it's just like Loki, where you see Tom Hiddleston having an executive producer tag or credit. What that does is, or even like Chris Pratt in Tomorrow War, he's also had a credit in there. You're tying an actor to a project in
Direct
selling.
answer, no. The
We haven't
trailer
even.
didn't even make
I,
the trailer
I,
didn't even make Taskmaster look
I
at
will
all
violate you.
intimidating.
I'll make sure I violate you with no Vaseline. I'll get to that part. Don't worry about that. So you tie these big stars to these projects as a selling point to get more money because you have to find a producer. Someone has to be like, all right, I'll pay for it. Cool, whatever. It's a cool pitch. I'll make my money back. Um, but in doing that, you know, there's this distinction between being a content creator and being a performer, right? So
Hmm.
when you start having these performers now suddenly also take on the hat of content creators, that's where it blurs that line because granted, yes, they've been in front of the camera for almost 10 years and yeah, they kind of get the ins and outs, in terms of, okay, I've done this many movies, I know this character. But at the same time, you have to have someone literally steering that ship saying, no, I'm like, we're not going to go this pro feminist route. We're not going to do this. We're going to go ahead and we're going to have to try to figure out some triumphant send off or at least leave it open enough to where it gives the appearance that, hey, you might come back.
That
So,
movie didn't even piss me off enough to even do a rewrite of Black Widow,
well, look at well,
let
look at
alone
what happened with
do an outline of
look
what would do.
well, look at what happened with Loki. Loki took about maybe 5 or 6 episodes before people were like, "Oh my gosh, this is actually somewhat good." When we get to the point where suddenly somewhat good is now the measure of what we hold entertainment to, that's a problem.
Yep.
So yeah, so I mean, this chick definitely had her hand in it, and it just kind of ties everything together with the weird interviews in terms of discouraging, the audience from seeing it because it tells me that she was not
Laughing
confident
Man
in her body of her
from
work.
Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Laughing Man.
Yeah. So I mean, it tells me the lead actress in this film was not confident in her own body of work. There was also another interview where Feige was not very comfortable releasing the film in its current form, and it makes sense because it won't. Yeah, it starts off very dark and gritty, and it goes nowhere. There's a lot of unanswered questions that quote you're not privy to knowing because you would not get it, and then it goes right into the typical Marvel sequence, which borrows too heavily from Civil War, which tells me there was little or no content in that film to begin with. So when you're having to heavily borrow from another successful film to try to fill in your own film, that's an even bigger problem. And then towards the end of the film, you get to this gratuitous CG, which, after 10 years of doing CG, you figure they would have this down. So
Hmm.
a lot of the critique that it got was more of the cinematography. I mean, there's no point in calling it woke at this point. I mean, it's not implied, it's in your face now. So there's no point of using woke or woke juice or he got infected with the woke. I hate hearing that stuff because it literally gives them the implication that this is something that's just a fairly new occurrence. I'm like,
You're
no, this has
making
been going.
excuses for him at this point.
Yeah, yeah, and we've all done it. We've all done it. We've all used those words. But personally, I think we need to move past that. We already know what it
Hmm.
is. It's more propaganda for younger culture to more or less feel victimized or to feel empowered to feel others make uh, the assertion that I'm victimized, therefore you must, cater to me. But moving from that, on the cinematography side, a lot of the critiques that were coming in were that the shots were too tight. Um, Even with the stunts that were being performed, while they were good, solid stunts, because a lot of these people have worked on these films for a long while now. You couldn't get anything out of it because the angle was too tight, or it was too close. You couldn't see the full effect, or it was too dark. Uh, no, it definitely is. I mean, I don't even want to use that word anymore. Again, I'm tired of using the pop culturisms to refer to socialism and to refer to
Just call it
elements.
for what it is, propaganda.
It's propaganda. It's very divisive. It's meant to stir up an opinion that is a very nasty opinion when we talk about feminist theory, queer theory, or whatnot. But anyway, yeah. So, and well, for me, I never had any skin in the game when it came to Taskmaster. It's in terms of Taskmaster, I've come across Taskmaster before, in Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man and other cartoons, and also some of the apps I used to play, like, Avengers Academy and stuff like that. So yeah, Taskmaster is pretty cool, but not to break anyone's heart or anything, but at the very end, the big reveal is that Taskmaster is Taskmistress. So they're
Hmm.
they're again, pushing more of the feminist theory. So now feminists can't go up against straight white males in films. The MacGuffin is that the straight white male was the MacGuffin, and the arch nemesis is a strong white female with plot armor. Like all these characters had plot armor. Like no character had any real nothing that was going to happen to them in the film was going to affect them in any way. In terms of they come back in another film, or some iteration, whether it be on a D plus stream, that they're going to be transformed because of what happened in the events of Black Widow, the film. So, it might as well have been called, Black Widow, a Yelena Belova story, or it might have well have been called, Black Widow: A Task Mistress story. I didn't even know Olga Kurilenko was in it because I hadn't even I hadn't even looked at the all the information in IMDb. You know how a lot of times when we
When the
actually
last time
talk
she's
about these
ever been in
films,
a movie?
it's been a very long time because like last time I really remember Kurilenko doing anything is she was a Bond girl, and if you remember that,
Yeah,
that's been a very long time. But like when we talk on these streams and we do our homework, we do our research, we
and she
obviously
was
use
in
different websites.
Oblivion.
Yeah, IMDb just happens to be one of those where you can literally pull up the names. Okay, cool. Do I know this person? Yes. Do I know this person? No. All right. What has this person done? Okay, they've done this stuff. Okay, I kind of have an idea what's going on. But yeah. So I didn't know the big reveal was going to be Korolenko, and the makeup on her was terrible. I mean, we're talking about a
I bet.
beautiful woman. Yeah, we're talking about a beautiful woman that more or less was given makeup to make her look disfigured. So I mean, she looks like an old non-binary dude is the only way I can explain it. So I mean, I mean they've gone all out of their way to literally kind of strip any type of MCU feel to
I'm
this
gonna
film.
admit that I was hoping that was gonna be some straight white dude or some Indian dude because
Well,
those guys,
it is
those
in the
guys are
Black
in
Widow
too,
porn.
right?
It is in the Black Widow porn. The arch nemesis is a dude in Axel Braun's Black Widow. So
Well, the thing, where I'm going with this
there's
is
a
that
plug.
these days sometimes too, even the guys that are getting the shit kicked out of
Yep.
are these British Indian dudes too,
Yep. Well,
or at
you
least
won't be able to do
they
that soon either, because again, giving plot armor to a feminist, it's like, okay, so who's the arch nemesis? There is no arch nemesis. The arch nemesis is the establishment. So the only person they can go up against is some disembodied, robot or automaton that's the embodiment of the uh, of the establishment, which is what Korolenko's character was, because basically Korolenko's character had a chip in her head, so she was basically programmed. So she might as well have just been a meatbag or
I kind of
a,
figured she was
a,
also programmed too.
yeah, a flesh and blood android. It's the easiest way for me to for me to actually be able to articulate it. But yeah, I mean, you look at some of the credits of the directors that were on this film, and it's like one was literally on one of the writers of WandaVision, and you saw how that went towards the end of the series. So you had another writer who literally was just a collaborative person. I mean, I'm sure the most they did was literally probably took the story and took out all the grammatical errors, if you will. So that dude was on Ragnarok. But I mean, they had what, three writers on that, and you can't tell me he was the
Why do
lead
they need
writer.
that many writers
Well,
these days?
well, you know what? Let's tie that into what we were
That's a
talking about
rhetorical
earlier.
question, Trooper.
Well, no, I was gonna say let's tie it back to what we were talking about earlier about like Star Wars and Superman and stuff like that. I mean, you look at Superman. I mean, it had what, one writer, one director,
Hmm.
and it was based off of characters off of thus and such. And it's like now you need a whole
Two
entire
is my
writing.
limit.
Yeah, like now they need an entire
Two
writing
is my
team
limit.
to figure out what's going on in this film. Like like the consensus is that this film did not know what it wanted to be, and I definitely agree. They had nowhere to go. Um, and when I say they had nowhere to go, is creatively, you're given a project like this, and it's also leaked out that it's about a $200 million budget. So far above Captain Marvel, far above Ant-Man, but yet it's still getting compared to Ant-Man, which was like $160 million budget. So like I guess the telling numbers are going to be next week. So I mean, if attendance drops well over 50%, you'll know it's a commercial flop. Like if you've noticed, I haven't seen any real articles coming out or any other reviews, saying, "Hey, this is great, blah blah blah, you got to see it." Like the only things I've really seen are from the big YouTube shill channels, and they're not like, oh, you should go see it. It's more like, oh, the reveals that we got in phase 4 and blah 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 blah, and Madam Hydra, tied into the TVA. Like one of my major critiques with Disney literally profiteering off of their MCU content and literally turning it, having a streaming division versus a movie division, is that they should technically be separate. I thought one of the smart moves that I didn't like at the time was literally uh, the arrangement they had with Netflix, where um, in order for it to be on Netflix, Netflix came to the agreement of, okay, well, it has to be our original content, so I can say Netflix Daredevil, or Netflix is Jessica Jones, or Netflix original, presents Luke Cage, and not, that literally that border, that boundary, literally kept it from getting too off the rails. So, mind you, they've been able to pick up a lot of those actors back. Uh, and actually, was I think it's Charlie Cox that's actually coming back to reprise his role of Daredevil in She-Hulk. But who's going to be watching She-Hulk? I don't think. Well, obviously the casual audience is going to be watching She-Hulk. I don't think anybody else is. But a lot of the people that watch that stuff, they're not digesting it. They're literally just kind of like tuning out and just watching all the action. I mean, that's literally what this has turned into. It's turned into low IQ entertainment. There's no reason to put any story into it
A
because we
poorly
already know.
handled, a very poorly handled action demo reel too, if you ask me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I agree. So
That's what I'm seeing. Most of these movies and shows, and I haven't even seen them. I seen like only like a few clips here and there due to the to what the YouTubers are allowed to show when they do their
yeah,
review. It's poorly handled demo reels of action beats.
yeah, yeah. It's all it is. That's all it is. There's like no real content
No, it's
in it.
compared to Winter Soldier.
They started off with the whole human trafficking thing, which clearly right now that seems to be a problem in this country. So let's go ahead and put it on film. It's not shining a light on actual, illegal human smuggling that's happening here within the U.S. But oh, let's put it in now because
Dude,
quote, it's relevant.
remember when I shed some light about the Marvel What If animated?
Yeah,
It's cell shaded 3D art, and apparently there's a What If segment, and obviously it's basically an anthology series akin to Heavy Metal, right?
yeah, yeah. It's exactly what they're doing. They're ripping off heavy
But
metal.
what's very constant is that there's this idea that the that Killmonger is a good guy, or at least a sort of anomaly,
Well,
if you
it's like
will.
what we've talked about before, where
But what
you
I'm saying is there's a scene where,
glorifying the villain. Like the villain isn't
yeah,
really a villain. Yeah, I know. It's a part where
you
Tony
saw the
Stark is
trailer,
hiding
haven't
a
you?
rock. Yeah, it's that part where Tony Stark is hiding behind a rock, and then you see the Tony Stark, missile, akin to almost
Yeah,
like a hat tip in WandaVision, right? And then
yeah.
you could see it being pulled out of the ground, like raw, and then it's not Black Panther. No, no, it's Killmonger. He was always a good guy. It's like I'm like, this is such trash writing. Like I don't understand it. And
Oh, he totally did everything right. He was totally
uh,
doing everything right
Well, it's the
in
same thing.
Black Panther's
It's
own
the same thing
movie.
they did with Black Panther swapping out Star Lord. I'm like, we really had to do a racial swap there. Like, was that necessary?
Yeah, that
Like,
was stupid.
and and I don't even know if
I don't think they know what if really does.
no,
Like
they
I don't
don't.
think they
They don't.
ever understand what's the purpose of what if. Marvel
Well,
what if I mean.
Marvel What If in 2015, right after, right in the middle of Secret Wars, it was meant to tell stories that you couldn't normally tell and kind of like propel you into this different.
Not messing with canon either, or
No, not
messing with.
Muslim Ken at all. It was a pretty neat way of being able to tell a story that you never would have gotten any other way. So, like one of the what ifs, uh, one of the issues was Green Goblin gets the gauntlet. I wouldn't be doing anything with Marvel at all at this point. I mean,
The
at this point,
Abomination is in Shang-Chi.
I mean, like, bro, you need to stick it in the grave and leave it there. Like, I mean, that's how I feel about that. It's like at this point,
There's your first clue, Neil Star. The Abomination is in Shang-Chi.
like they're literally having to pull from a Universal run film, if not the first Universal run film. I mean, that's how far back they're having to dig deep for relevant characters they can
And he's a
literally.
different looking character altogether.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, they changed his appearance
They
altogether.
Oh,
Uh,
that's technically not the the
oh, it's
Incredible
not the
Hulk's
one. Yeah, it's not the one. So we don't have to
because he looks
necessarily
so different.
we don't have to pay royalties to the original creators by changing the appearance slightly. Yeah, I already it's all the same BS.
Oh,
So
he's gonna be just randomly put there like Block was in Apocalypse
so
with
yeah,
Angel.
so like long story short, Green Goblin ends up with the gauntlet, kind of
Yeah,
like how Nebula ended up with the gauntlet. And Green Goblin goes through getting everything he wants and inadvertently takes himself out of existence. That was a very good story. I mean, he got too greedy. He got too greedy. So,
he basically
uh,
got Indiana Jones.
what he did was he took Spider-Man out of existence. But in taking
Oh
Spider-Man
yeah,
out of existence, he took himself out of existence because he was inadvertently, because of the events in Spider-Man, therefore came the Green Goblin. It wasn't, Green Goblin, came first. So, and then
I just
another
thought
really,
I just I just interpret that as Spider-Man was his purpose in life. So once he took away Spider-Man, he took away his purpose, and that therefore he can't
well, yeah,
exist
you could look at
anymore.
it. You could look at that allegory too in that respect because yeah, it's like
But I
when
like
someone
yours better.
when someone takes your sole purpose away, then you have no more purpose. It's like, so what is my purpose? You're literally
Hmm.
stuck trying to figure that out. You can spend a good decade trying to figure out what your purpose is. And another what if, one of my favorite ones was Thanos becoming a super soldier and reluctantly having to become Captain America, if you will.
Yeah.
I thought that was actually very cool. I thought that was a very cool one, because you're taking a character that would not necessarily want to
Or
save.
everybody's favorite, well, Gwen Stacy lived.
Yeah, that was actually a very good one. So I mean, we got Spider Gwen from that, so that was a cool that was a cool thing.
Hmm. Hmm.
My
Definitely.
favorite run of Spider Gwen is still the first run, from Jason Latour. Was it Most Wanted? It was only like 5 issues, but it was fun because I got to see characters that I wouldn't have seen any other way. Like there's literally one Gwen Stacy throughout the entire multiverse. Like in every other multiverse, she dies. So, for in order for all these Gwens to die, there has to be like one that lives. Like the
Hmm.
anomaly in the grid, if you will. So, which makes her very unique, and that's why I kind of gravitated towards that female superhero because she's cool. It literally
That's then
told
she'll
me a
say.
bunch of story.
Then she'll say no, and they'll hold up her hand, and bullets will stop right in front of her.
Well, and here's the thing, like gradually they started sticking, some agenda into it, and then it's
Hmm.
I haven't kept up with it since. Like
Frank
once,
Cho did some joke art of that
you know,
with her involved.
but
There's some pictures of that.
but yeah,
Go
with
ahead.
I think my biggest problem is once these actors start becoming executive producers on these projects, like I said, like it's either you can either use it to sell a project, to try to get the money and the funding for it, or you use a portion of your own money. So, you've already made X amount of money. You put in, let's say, you're a millionaire. So let's say you put in 1 million. You put in 1 million. So, um, bro, have you not watched? Well, I don't think you've watched the trailer. Don't watch the trailer. Neo, just kind of save yourself. Just save yourself the headache. They shoehorned him in there. So, he's going up against Wong in that surprise teaser. Here's the thing: it's not a surprise teaser if you put it in the teaser, right? So
Hmm.
so yeah, it's
Wong from Doctor Strange.
yeah, yeah, like they're gonna try to, just because there's Asians in Doctor Strange doesn't necessarily mean you have to tie those Asians into an Asian-led film. But apparently, this is what Marvel thinks. They're very myopic when it comes to this stuff. It's Yeah, but it's the bigotry that's coming out of Marvel and the prejudice that's coming out of Marvel because you know that the people that are actually, holding the reins are pretty much
For
deciding this is what they
once, I
want to
would have
do.
agreed with Anthony Mackie on his statement about Marvel being so racist. But
Mm.
since he's the sellout, I
Oh well,
still
yeah.
I still I still hang on to his words, but he's still dead to me.
Well, yeah. I mean, now he's pushing vehicles and car commercials. I mean, where's the integrity in that? I mean, to be able to take
Good
things very
job, Kunta.
personally, well, it's like being taking these characters and putting them in car commercials to me is baffling.
Good job, Kunta. Great job, Kunta.
Like I could have seen it maybe with Wanda in the way that WandaVision kind of develops. Like whenever there's an anomaly in the grid, like Wanda shuts off the program and it goes straight to
Hmm.
commercial. I could kind of see that in that. Oh, you're putting Wanda in a car commercial. That would be kind of a little cool little egg to do. Oh, okay, WandaVision. Okay, there's something going on. But people wouldn't get it, and it's too abstract. And to be honest,
People would have gotten it.
the only way people would get it was if there was a real demand. Um, I think progressively as these D plus shows went on, they just progressively got worse. I think people are holding out for the content to be better because I mean I look at some of these reviews and I look at some of these comments in terms of maybe like Loki, and then when we talk about Winter Soldier, when we talk about also Falcon, in a lot of the comments that you see are, oh no, it's cool, oh it's great, oh it made me get the feels, but you don't really see the type of commentary that you would get in terms of critique of films of, oh, that was a very well told story, I liked the pacing, or I thought the action shots were very well presented and displayed in such a way that it emphasized the stunts and added to the action. So I mean, it tells me in terms of film. I mean, right now, I mean, there's no competitor out there. When we talk about Disney, like Disney can pretty much do whatever it wants right now. So,
Hmm.
I mean, it tells me they can do sloppy writing, sloppy cinematography, sloppy stunts. They can pretty much hire any low budget writer or low budget director, and these people are just going to mindlessly turn out and give their money out. You know, now our group being the exception in terms of maybe one or two do have to kind of go see the movie so they can kind of talk about it, but at the same time the thing with that is if that's really a thing, it's, if YouTube is your business, that's a business expense, you're not directly paying for it, the business is. So like just like some of these YouTubers at Anime Matsuri that claim YouTube as an LLC, like they claim it as a business
See ya, Neil
expense.
Star.
All right, Neil, they claim it as a business expense, so hence the business pays for it. You're not paying for it, so I mean, you're
Nope.
technically going to see it for free. But yeah, no, that was one of the things I definitely wanted to kind of start the discussion off with, was just the inevitable conclusion of 10 years of the MCU. Like here we are, and seeing stuff like Star Wars Visions and seeing stuff like Marvel's What If. I think the casual moviegoer is probably in for some enjoyment, but it it's always going to come down to, all right, I'm just going to go pull out a Blu-ray and watch Winter Soldier, or I'm going to go ahead and pull out a DVD and watch Doctor Strange. Like like as far as like this company now goes, like a lot of it's going to be held together by the fact that all these films have already been produced. So in the mind of these casual moviegoers, if they want more content, they're just going to go ahead and pull out the old content and watch it on a screen at home. So I mean, it's a very good marketing ploy, but in terms of new projects, the new projects that are coming out are not strong. And one of the mistakes Black Widow does in terms of the film, like it ties itself to a D plus show. So it implies that it's tied to a D plus show, especially since we got Julia Marie Dreyfus making an appearance onto onto Black Widow from the Loki show. So now we're tying D plus into these films. So that in and of itself becomes problematic because now anytime that you make an error, it's all tied together. I mean, you know, when in terms of talking about maybe like the DC cinematic universe, like I got behind Patty Jenkins 100% when she said she didn't want her body of work tied to anything.
Hmm.
So that first Wonder Woman film it wasn't directly tied to Man of Steel, wasn't directly tied to Aquaman or Shazam. It was its own film, but it felt cohesive. It literally told a story from point A to point B, which, mind you, it was more of a second wave, third wave feminist film. So it was still enjoyable, but it wasn't like a fourth wave film like this one is. This is like completely fourth wave feminism, which does not make any sense in the sense of you have to desexualize all your female characters. All your female characters are basically male characters being played by female actors. Any actual male characters can't have any relevant parts in the films. They're just there for comedic relief, or they're there to be a MacGuffin
Waste of
for something
space.
else. Yeah, yeah, they're there to be a MacGuffin because Dracoff you only see for about maybe 15 minutes. So this whole little line that they took from Avengers, where Black Widow's like, I have a little red in my ledger. They literally took that and expanded that into a film, and literally the whole time it's like, she's feeling the guilt that she like ended up causing the death of a small child, and ends up being that small child as the taskmistress. So again, no redemptive qualities to any of these characters. Um, you know, no need to fear guilt. We brought this person back from the dead, and she wasn't really dead. She's the taskmistress, and it was really poor CG. Also, when they put Korolenko's head on that male stunt double's body, it was pretty bad. It's
They CGI her head on the body.
Yeah. Yeah, well, dude, it's a male stunt actor. That's what kills me. It's a male stunt actor throughout the entire run of the film. So they had to add Kirilenko.
Wow.
It's pretty, dude. I'm telling you, Kirilenko is like this, like amazing, like amazingly gorgeous. Like, you know, uh,
Possibly acrobatic
yeah, you know what I mean. It's like she's
or,
this
or,
gorgeous
or
actress.
formerly acrobatic.
You mean to tell me that the big bad couldn't be another widow? Like, I honestly thought it was probably going to be Rachel Weisz's character, and it wasn't, and we were talking about this in back room. It's like they kept a lot of this film very hush hush, and it gives me the idea. Yeah, in a way it was, but I'm talking, Sam. But I'm talking about the movie itself. Like the movie itself didn't make any references to Superman or Batman. Now, mind you, yeah, Wonder Woman. Like, honestly, the only reason to watch BVS is for the last 20 minutes. Which, trust me, I fell asleep throughout the entire film. So no credit to Zack Snyder there. Like, I literally woke up right before Doomsday shows up.
He's very
So
good at putting people to sleep, isn't he?
yeah. So I mean, from what I was like, I woke up. I'm like, what I missed? I was upset because I was sure I missed a really good film. Right? My brother's like, you didn't miss anything. It's been a whole bunch of posturing till now. I was like, oh my.
Ah, I
I
love
was
your
like,
brother already.
I was like, I guess. And then yeah, and then out of nowhere, Wonder Woman comes in. But that's what I'm saying. Like the movie itself, Wonder Woman. Yeah, and then I told my brother, I'm like, when did this turn into 300? Because like, I have exactly like he made a success off of turning 300 from a comic book into a film, and then he's been telling the same story ever since. He dressed it up as Watchmen, which I called watching paint dry. Like, I watched Watchmen and I couldn't get into it, bro. I really couldn't. So when all these people were fapping for the Snyder cut,
Pretty
I was like,
much. That's pretty
yeah,
much Task Mistress.
that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. They Abby they Abby smashed Black Widow more or less. Oh yeah, so now they're gonna have Yelena Belova literally try to go take out Hawkeye, and Hawkeye is kind of like Joe, if you will. Like, do you want to know who killed your sister? you know, pan to a picture of a really bad picture, mind you. Like Jeremy Renner did not come in to do a solo photo. It's literally like taken right. It's almost like what they did with Jane Foster, like in that Avengers film, where they literally took a frame from one of the previous movies and turned it into a picture frame. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
now, so now you have this butt hurts.
Jane's better.
Yeah, now,
But
now
Jane's
you have
better.
was it Florence Pugh? Yeah, you have this like butthurt Florence Pugh who wants privacy to visit the grave of her air quotes sister in Ohio. I don't know how they got the body from Vormir all the way to Ohio. Don't ask me that one. Or as you'll see
They
in
got her
those
body there.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. A lot of this movie doesn't make sense. Like, so the last teaser, right? Yelena Belova gets out of a truck with her dog, and she's visiting, quote unquote, her sister's grave in Ohio. Okay, we're not on Vormir. I distinctly
Maybe
remember
maybe
Black.
maybe a bodiless grave.
Maybe we'll never know. We'll never know. Because subsequently, as of this point, we don't have Scarlett Johansson contracted to do any appearances again. So, yeah, so she's going up to the grave, and Julie Marie Dreyfus, the wackadoo she is, shows up, and she's like, "Do you want to know who killed your sister?" And then we pan to that photo of Hawkeye as Ronin. I'm like, you literally took that from Endgame. I'm like, that's terrible. I was like, oh my
Hmm.
god. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is this? I'm like, can I stab my eye out now? It's like that would be preferable. I've gotten injections in my neck. I've gotten injections in my finger. I've gotten injections in the heel of my foot. I would rather get I would rather get an injection in my eye than sit through that teaser ever again. Like, I mean, that's how bad it was. So now it's all it's doing is it's introducing the MCU, if you will. Um,
Hmm.
we already know Florence Pugh is going to be in the Hawkeye series, so it's honestly what it's going to be is it's going to be Hawkeye v Widow. So it's going to be Kate Bishop v Yelena Belova. So you're getting another Batman v Superman. So it's going to be a lot of yeah, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of freaking posturing. I'm like, do people not? I don't expect them to write material. I don't expect them to write material. I just expect them to actually know the difference between good and bad comics.
Your little kill,
Oh my god, dude. Oh my
Wanda. Why'd you say that name? Why'd you say that name?
god. Right? Your mom is my mom's name too. It's like Jesus. I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's the death of Marvel. It died with Black Widow. Because you can't really count Hawkeye. That happens on a streaming service. Not many people are going to sit there and throw money at D Plus. We already know it's trash content, and anyone that actually has D Plus has it through a free Verizon promo because and Verizon's still doing it, man. They're still doing it.
No, this is one I want you to answer.
uh, Bits and pieces is all I will say. Bits and pieces. So yes, I know about the glowing red jizz. Yes, I know about the. I know about this. Make believe spy family. I know that they tried tying this movie into Endgame using that green vest, which I thought was the dumbest thing they could have done. But okay, sure, whatever. Um.
Only clip I saw was the explosion scene, that awkward explosion. That just
Oh, I.
that somehow she does a quick dismount like she's dismounting a horse.
Oh, dudes would love that. But but
Yeah, they would.
like
Yeah, they would.
okay, so basically, it starts off in the 90s. They're having this quote fake idyllic life or whatever in that first part of the film, and then they get called back to Russia, and then there's like this big old flashback of human trafficking, and you get that whole Black Widows being trafficked. So those bits and pieces that you saw in those previous films of Black Widow's flashbacks, yeah, those aren't in it. Forget it. Just take it out. Like, all these actors are too old. Like, that's this is the other problem, is that you can tell a big difference now between Scarlett Johansson 2021 and Scarlett Johansson
Hmm.
Iron Man 2. Who are you gonna smash? I'm gonna
She
smash
looks like a
Iron
kid.
Man
She looks like a kid Iron Man too.
like when she comes in that ring and dude, the makeup on her and the friggin' the eye makeup. Hell yeah! I mean,
Hmm.
there's enough hair to grab for days, but that's not the point. The point being is that one of the other biggest critiques is that people waited too long, and they did. They honestly did. A Black Widow film would have been a great follow up to Winter Soldier. It could have happened uh, right before Age of Ultron or right after Age of Ultron. Wouldn't have made a difference. It just needed to happen before we got into that last phase going into Infinity War. Um, People want to say, oh, well, now in retrospect, it makes more sense to put it between Infinity War and Endgame. I would have said no because of the type of film that it was supposed to be, which this literally feels like a what's a misogynistic way of saying this? It felt like an
Why you have to
ovarian,
find a? I have to name it that way.
this is like an ovarian Mission Impossible done very badly by a band of vaginas that don't know how to write. Is the easiest way for me to put it. like like they're it's so sapphic in its overtones that this is definitely not a dude's movie. Like, you're not meant to have fun. You're meant to, quote, feel uncomfortable, and you don't feel uncomfortable. You feel bored. You feel bored
Hmm.
because there's nothing going on the entire time. It's almost like it's
Yeah.
almost like
Wait,
when I
wait.
was
Let's
talking to
double
you.
back real quick. Let's double back real quick. Why do they always fixate on making the audience feel uncomfortable? Why is that? I never. Why would you want your audience to feel uncomfortable, especially your male audience? Why
Well,
would you want that?
because as a person like you and me or whatever, we're raised not to say ill of people, right?
Hmm.
So you can make those people feel uncomfortable getting your agenda across, and the first thing you're going to do when you talk to someone else, oh, did you see the movie? What'd you think about it? Oh, it was good, even though it's a heaping pile of trash, and the Kotex strings are hanging from it,
I
and
never said that around my mom when she asked me what I thought about Rise of Skywalker. I said that shit was crap.
yeah, exactly. But it's your mom. So it's like that's someone that you share an intimate relationship with. It's someone that you can tell your 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 most private thoughts to, because she's, for a very long time she was your caretaker. She made sure you were okay. She made sure you were clothed, you were
Hey,
fed.
Dominic, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, yeah. It's we're just kind of covering the death of Marvel, like, or whatnot. Switch side. Yeah, and that was the other critique too, is that that should have been that film, because we got so many references to it, in different areas of the timeline, in terms of Hawkeye and Scarlet, not Scarlett Johansson. Well, yeah, Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow. We could have at least seen it from her perspective, if you will. Like, and here's the thing, to me, it was always a relationship that was never going to end out well. And so they do end up being really good friends in the very end. But at the very end, to me, when she sacrifices herself, because I tend to be more of a misogynist, like, I always saw it as, deep down, she always really did have feelings for this dude. Like, she really wanted to go ahead and just let that flourish. But they weren't going to be able to have the type of family that Clint wanted. Like, at the very end of the
Yeah,
day, Clint wanted a normal life, but as a spy, you
she
don't
pretty much
get that.
sold to being the godmother.
Yeah, yeah.
The godparent in case basically where her position in that, especially what I gleaned from Age of Ultron, was that she was their secondary caretaker in case anything happened to Clint.
Yeah,
She will be the
yeah,
godmother
yeah.
if
Because
anything happened to Clint's wife too. In
yeah,
fact,
yeah.
she'll be
That's
the
how I saw it.
she'll she'll raise the children, or at least if they lost both of them, the children lost both parents. She'll be the new mother, and that's
Yeah,
probably why
yeah.
she was so close to them like that. Like this is
And
like
she
even
was
though
okay with that. Yeah,
she was basically artificially sterilized. This was her
yeah,
way of having that family that she wanted. Like you can say she's living vicariously through that family, and that tends to be totally wrong and messed
yeah,
up
yeah,
sometimes.
yeah,
But this was showing it in a more positive light, where she's not really trying to replace the parents, or fill the role of the father, or fill the role of the mother. She's more there as the auntie. She's living through a family that she never had.
yeah. She's living vicariously
As
through Clint's family. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. That and
or at
that's and
least
that's
as somebody would like to call it, your jewelry family. I think they're called.
yeah, or your surrogate family, if you will, because we all
Yeah.
make familial, like, relationships throughout our adult lives, like we all do.
Yep.
So yeah, so I mean, that to me made sense in terms of Endgame. Why she would want to sacrifice herself, because at the very end of the day, like, those kids need their father, or his wife needs her husband. She, for lack of a better explanation, she's expendable. Clint is not as expendable, if you will. So while her decision could be seen as selfish, in terms of her self-interest, the self-interest was that at least he would be happy to an extent. Since they both could not be happy, one of them could be happy. So, and all that just gets taken away in this film because it doesn't really focus on any of that. Like yeah, like it's a bunch of spies that technically see themselves as family or whatnot, but all the it's not a messy film in terms of there's there's storylines within storylines, which makes it complicated. No, it's very C spot run. It's very cutter Marvel, which we've come to know. Like, you have Red Guardian, and uh, you know, you have Rachel Weisz's character more or less tied to Dreykov in one way or another. So, I mean, if she ever wanted to go take this dude down, she could have at any time. Didn't have to happen in his prequel. So, I mean, so there is a problem. And then you literally have a fight sequence literally ripped out of Kill Bill, like the fight
Hmm.
scene,
Yeah, yeah.
not frame for frame, but that fight scene between Beatrix and Bernita Green. That was literally lifted from Kill Bill 1. That literally takes place with Black Widow and Yelena Belova, like when they first meet.
Hmm.
I was like, my whole thing is like, why are we
Funny enough, I
revisiting?
don't even.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though.
I
Here's the
never
thing,
would
though.
have put that connection in
Vivica
until you
Fox
brought
did it
that up.
better. Vivica
Yep.
Fox did it
Yep.
better, and she had to work hard to get those like up close scenes with that knife because you couldn't sell it any other way. Like, I mean, yeah, there's a stunt woman involved too.
Hmm.
Uh, when
Zoe Bell was
Bernita Green gets tossed onto that coffee table and stuff like that. But like for those up close scenes, like when you see that knife coming down, and that's her. I mean, she worked
hmm
very hard at that. So I mean, that's what sold that scene. And so you literally have this fight scene going on for what feels like 20 minutes, and it's like, well, there's a consensus of
Nah, they they pretty much they didn't Thor
you
Lebowski
don't get
him.
to find out anything. You don't get to find out anything other than from Red Guardian, other than what these Mike Zero content creators are putting out right now. Did Red Guardian ever fight Captain America? Tune in and find out. Share and subscribe. And I'm like, nah, pass, bro. If it's not in the
Hmm.
movie, it didn't happen. So yeah, you're getting that. So there was no substance to Red Guardian. He's a fat dude in prison. Um,
Yep.
from the trailers, you already see they call him fat ass. Which, sure, if you have a surrogate dad, cool, whatever. You take digs at each other. But it was very blatant that the men in this film were not meant to support the female characters, if you will. They
Nope.
were made to they were made to look bumbling and slow, and you have these agile women, and oh, we can take care of ourselves, and we're widows, and it's like, I'm like,
Family back together. Yeah,
I'm
right.
I'm, I'm
Every
like,
time I saw that trailer, that first trailer, when he kept saying that, I was like, bullshit.
it just reminds me of Destiny's Child, Independent Women, the music video. This is literally one big long music video with like
Then
martial
it
arts
devolved into bills.
martial arts set pieces. All the women who independent. It's like,
Then it devolved to, can you pay all my bills? Can you take
all
care of
the
my
women
bills
who
and bills, bills? I
I
don't
mean, I
think
mean, yeah.
you do.
All
So
they
you
literally had to
and me are through.
all they literally had to do was stick Beyonce and the other two girls in front of a table and do a reboot of that music video. That would have been better. That would have been absolutely better. But I mean, this is the dire state of Marvel now. Like, Marvel doesn't have anyone holding their feet to the fire. They're literally
Tell you what
looking
you
at
think about me. I'm not thinking about you.
now. All right. And so, yeah, there's no one to hold their feet to the fire, and that's where independent creators like yourself come into play. Like, that's where independent content is what's literally going to hold their
Tell you
feet
what
to the
you going
fire.
down like that. Charles and his girls will be down like that. I'm not down with any of you guys.
So
Do 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 do. Lucy Lou. with my girl Drew. I'm actually, you know what? I'm looking at the white women more than I'm looking at you chocolates. I'm looking at
Right?
marshmallows right now. I'm ready to roast some marshmallows, not make some milk chocolate fudge.
Right. Well, the two girls had to tan to make Beyonce look a little lighter. I mean, that's known. I mean, that's a known trade secret. But but
All
yeah,
I'm saying is Kelly Rowland is still my dark chocolate. I can have her at any given time, but I don't know where she at now because nowadays she looking like coal.
yeah. So like,
Sadly.
there's a missed opportunity in that we know that she's not coming back from wherever she's going because suddenly a Quinjet just happens to know where she is. And this black Chad, you and I have talked about the black Chad. They stuck a black Chad in this film, so
Mm.
because now they all got to look like Black Jimmy Olsen. They all got to be like this effeminate, you know, uh, like non aggressive, non threatening black dude. So, and even characters like Carlton from Fresh
You know,
Prince,
this
both come
lie
across
is
as
gonna get
masculine.
some people hurt and killed
Yeah,
because they're not the real world. The real world is this. There are still majority of black men that can throw down and get up all in your face. And if you think that these guys are harmless, that you can get into their face and really think that they're gonna really be like these foppish, effeminate little black boys that you keep seeing on this TV, you are in for a world of hurt
yeah, yeah, and yeah,
completely.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like even characters like Carlton, right? They were still very masculine, right? So we're now getting away from that. Like now we can't have masculine men in these fourth wave feminist films because quote that's considered toxic. So what type of men do you have in these films? Do you have subservient men? Do you have men with no substance? Do you have men that are just
Yes, queen, slay queen.
yeah, yeah. So what? Now we have LGBTQ shield agents now, like in wig
Oh
and
goodness.
eyelashes.
Imagine the promotionals.
Oh my god, dude! Like this is literally where we're at in terms of pop culture. Like when the king of the hill is freaking MCU and no one's holding their feet to the fire, and this is the direction they decide to go. Like we're in for a terrible decade. Like viewers within our community and our group probably will not be very faithful to the franchise. But the
Oh
casual
shit.
moviegoer, I mean, oh, it's Marvel, it's great, yeah, let's do it. And the problem that I'm finding with that, knowing that, is that these people are still going to keep giving these companies money. Like they're going to complain about the content, and they're still going to give them their money. Like uh, I finally got to watch that trailer of Star Wars Visions. That's not Star Wars. Like,
No, it's not.
I mean, it could be.
Dude, I
It
tuned
could
out of
be,
that
but it's
shit
not
like,
Star Wars, dude. Like,
dude,
but
I
like,
tuned out of that shit like the moment they opened their freaking mouths.
yeah. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, in terms of Lucasfilm, in terms of Marvel, like Lucasfilm is like I want to say they've always been a few steps ahead because I mean, Star Wars literally was 6 films, 3 really. I mean, if you want to add the prequels, hey, knock yourself out. But the whole franchise is literally 3 films. So there's really not a lot of
Hmm.
legwork. You can go ahead and start inserting stuff right then and there. MCU, you have over 10 years of films. Like, I can pull up my box and I can count them and I can tell you, oh, I have at least 20 discs. So, like, they're slightly behind on this stuff. So when I saw Star Wars Visions, I'm like, dude, I'm like, this is they're trying to cash in on manga money. It's like they want the manga
Hmm.
money and they want the anime money. And it doesn't matter that it's not Star Wars. They can just put him in a robe and give him a glowing lightsaber. Oh, it's Star Wars. But we
Yep.
are we are closely approaching that with MCU. We are closely approaching that. I mean, the version is What If, but I mean, it's not that far off. Like I told you, I saw the trailers for What If, and I'm thinking to myself, this doesn't entertain me. There's no story
It's
value.
horrible
Oh,
animation
bro,
to start.
yeah, like I don't know what I don't. I know it's trying to be heavy metal in the in the terms of it's supposed to be a
Dude,
pop
it's
film that's transformative.
terrible.
So
I, I, I'm surprised, bruh. I couldn't even get through 2 minutes of that trailer, especially seeing
it was hard,
Peggy,
dude. It was
especially
hard.
Peggy Carter, just like doing what she's doing as a super soldier. I was like,
Yeah, she's a dude. She's a dude. She's literally a dude. Captain Carter. I'm like, all right. Well, hopefully you tucked
call me
today.
Captain Carter.
I'm like, hopefully you tucked. So it's like, I, I don't know. Like, going back to that Feige interview, like
She barely
the
even
dude
looked
loves
like Peggy.
he loves smelling his own farts. Like I left that in there. I think, I think it was on the Marvel YouTube channel. I think it was like a part one, and it had to do with like Phase Four or whatnot. And I put a comment in there. I was like, "Must be nice to smell your own farts when you have no one else holding a bar of expectations to you." And the thing is this, like, DC is not in any way, shape, or form to really offer any types of any competition. Like Discovery Media is a whole new animal. So I mean, they're going to be literally, cutting up Warner into bits and pieces for a while. So I mean, don't plan on getting any good DC content. That's kind of why I was actually focusing on the animated universe films, like how I was talking to you a while ago about all the films that I missed, and how
Mm.
Spooner said, "Oh, I stopped watching after Flashpoint Paradox," and I said, "Well, that's actually where I ended up starting." Like, watching the DC animated universe. That's when I got interested in it. So there have been a few films I've missed out on, but subsequently I have most of that content. To me, I loved it because, um, and I know it's not a very popular take with a lot of people, that the consensus is that these characters try to be too modern, but then I look at this content and I'm like, well, you know what, it's fun content. I'm not holding it up to a rigid standard of, oh, that's not Batman. Um, it is a version of Batman, and I know that certain people, uh, in terms of when we talk about character archetypes, sometimes you have to expand the characters if you're going to tell a story, especially with a particular character. If not, you got to sub it with another character. But I mean, if the story works better with Batman than it does with Superman, you're gonna take a little bit of wiggle room in there, but you're not gonna have Batman hold a gun. I mean, Batman doesn't use weapons like that. So, but that's why I'm still somewhat vested in the DC animated universe. I mean, that's why I still want to, get my hands on Hush. I want to look at Justice Society, um, all that stuff. That to me, now, yeah, it tries to be a little too trendy and edgy, but coming off of the Joss Whedon content, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and all that stuff, it kind of falls in that category for me. So it's for me, it's more entertainment. But slowly, this entertainment is going to start transforming into something that's dull, because again, like it's like the King of the Mountain has no competition. Um,
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of who else can get there. There really is no other competition. I mean, once you get to Warner, that all they have is DC. And when you look at all the other movie studios, what other movie studios are there that aren't owned by freaking Disney? So, um, I mean, we could look at Netflix, but again, Netflix is behind a paywall, and we've seen what their content's turning into. Uh, they're not churning out any real good content. Um, Although I have to say, December 17th, Witcher season 2 comes out. I'm very curious about that. I know WitcherCon had content on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw the teaser of season 2 of Witcher.
It was just very strange watching that, because I know a lot of the actors are British, right? Actually,
Hmm.
almost the entire cast is British. So it's very awkward seeing these actors literally be in chairs 6 feet apart. I'm like, you're not gonna die. So that to me was very weird. So I mean, this is all small pieces of the bigger picture, but like in terms of other distributors and people that churn out content, Hulu's Disney, so don't count on Hulu giving you any content. HBO Max, Warner Media, don't count on anything there. Um, right now, the surprise entry to me still is Tomorrow War, which is very weird. It's very weird, and Chris Pratt's
You
also.
want to do a rewatch of that? Because I got my copy.
Oh, did you watch Tomorrow War already?
Not yet, but I acquired the booty.
Nice, nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whenever, man. Whenever. Like, if you want to do a first
I
reaction, I'm cool with
I
that.
want to
I've already
I want
watched
to
it
do a
a few times.
I want to do an Ant-Man rewatch just to stick it to age, because he really stung me when he try to levy you know Ant-Man's criminal history as a reason Cap should not be running around with him in Civil War. I'm like, dude, that was an ex-career criminal trying to make good with his life, and you're still treating him like he's still a career criminal.
Uh, see,
What if
it- just like in one of Sam's comments, what if Marvel got woke before
2017? Oh my goodness, bro! Like, man, like 2015, I was still like, what's going on, man? This is starting to get weird. Like, we heard about Jane Foster being Thor. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, yeah, all right, it's different. I'm cool with that. I mean, the design looks pretty all right. I mean, it's a little too, a little too butchy for me or whatnot, but
No, the thing is, I was really open to any of these ideas that we're going with. The fact of the
yeah,
matter is that we all know it's disingenuous. It's completely
yeah,
disingenuous.
yeah,
The
yeah,
thing is, the designs are nice to look at. Majority of them, especially X-23 as Wolverine with her Wolverine suit, that was a nice look. But it's disingenuous, and then they tied her up with Honey Badger, which I don't really give a shit about Honey Badger. I don't know where
yeah,
she came from. I don't know what's her temperament is, but it seems like she's too wild and unpredictable. Basically, a mini version of X-23.
yeah.
And I'm thinking like what the fuck is this? Is this their
Or
supposed to be their
or your
Xena and Gabrielle
yeah,
dynamic?
or your manga wild girl, because there's always one. So,
Yep.
because I mean,
I'm like, what is?
the
I'm just
wild
saying
girl
like,
with her
what
new
is
healer was
this?
the furry. I mean, taking it literal, wild girl as in a wild species. But yeah, no,
Mm-hmm.
and the other problem that they're having that these Puritans are having is, we still refer to X-23 as X-23, right? But
Mm-hmm.
they want us to refer to her as Wolverine, and I'm like, well, that's not Wolverine.
No.
She is Wolverine. I'm like, no, she's
No.
X-23 wearing the Wolverine suit. Maybe she's Wolver, she's Zhao, but she's not Wolverine. It's like it's kind of like when Adult Swim was starting to shoehorn these characters into pop culture, like Shizao. It was, yeah, it's a cool little
She's always Discovery
cartoon.
Kids though, or the Hub Network,
Yeah,
as it's now
it's,
called.
well, yeah, it's like, but
And
for
I
Shizao, it's
kind of
like
like the charm to
I wouldn't have a
Shizao.
kid watch that. I wouldn't have a kid watch that. I was like, all right, that's kind of like maybe a cool adult cartoon, but not for a kid. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
Dan
not gonna have
versus
a kid.
even.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm not gonna have a kid watch another kid cross dress. That's just disgusting. That goes against my better judgment.
Hmm.
So, I mean, this is going back to that. I mean,
I'm
we
I'm
were
just saying
always going
Shizao
down.
was a nice concept.
It
It
was a
just needed
funny
to be
concept.
placed.
Yeah,
It's a better concept than Johnny Test, which is his sisters are just basically fucking up
yeah,
his genes,
yep,
his DNA and everything. But like Shizao was like, it was a nice genre that not necessarily deconstruct, but it's a genre that turned itself on its head and poked fun at everything in that genre,
yeah,
especially the fact that that guy is not really gay coded per se. He's
yeah,
not. Is basically just a drag queen, unintentional drag queen,
yeah,
which is drag queens are not really coded gay. They're just people that that dress like women.
Yeah. And it's really funny that we were talking about that. What was it last night?
Well, at least that's what I used to thought back in the days.
Well, that's
Now
what it
they
was
made
back in the day before they, again,
they
you give
decided
them
to
an
make it
inch,
an
want
identity out of
another
it
inch, then they want
and
another
gay
inch,
Yep, yep, yep.
and it's
It's
yeah,
like the like they're dudes, they're normal regular dudes that that are in touch with their feminine side. They dress to really shine, if you will,
mhm,
that feminine side of theirs.
right,
And at the end of the day, when they take the costume off, they're regular dudes.
yep,
They're regular everyday dudes. At least that's what they used to be. Now they're polluted with these fakers. A lot of these
yeah,
fakers,
yep,
like Glow had a cross dresser on the show that was actually the traditional drag queen that they knew that he plays a persona, you know, but at the end of the day he leaves and he's a whole different character. Now granted, the character in question was in fact also homosexual, even having a lover too. But like at the end of the day, he was a regular dude. He enjoyed he enjoyed doing what he did. He played most of the times the drag queens tend to play famous women too, like a male dressing as a Marilyn Monroe and playing a persona of that, a parody of that, or a dude playing I don't know Foxy Brown and being a parody of that too. But at the end of the day, they're having fun
yeah.
always.
Well, and that's the thing. We were talking the other night about uh, the types of relationships that exist outside of a male female relationship. When you
Hmm.
have brother
The
and sister bonds and stuff
bromance,
like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that
brothers in
too, because
arms,
like especially if you're
blood
like a
brothers.
yeah, you grow up in a suburban neighborhood or whatnot. Like you're gonna grow up with a friend that you go and do everything with.
Hmm.
Whether you go lizard hunting, freaking getting into trouble and all that stuff. But in
Hey,
2021, you can't
child,
even do that.
will you tell Leia to get her butt up in here? Leave the geezers alone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No one wants to see that. No one wants to see that
We're ha-
mess,
just have fun here. Like hang out with the cool kids.
right?
Disobey
Yeah,
your parents for one night.
yeah, right. So yeah, so
Tell,
it's
tell,
like
tell her that. Tell her I said the Wolf Commander says disobey your parents for one night.
yeah, so you can't really have any heteronormative relationship now without it, having to be queer coded in some way. So it's I just that baffles me because then I came across an article that argued, okay, uh, do men have friends in 2021? And the weirdest thing is that number is dropping. Like the number of men that actually have like male best friends or extended friends that are male and that kind of that number is dropping. And the same thing is going on with women. Like the number of female friends that women have is starting to drop too. So it's like
Hmm.
people are now starting to kind of alienate themselves. Um, Koof
It's like the good old
definitely,
days.
yeah, Koof definitely kind of pushed that a little bit.
Like the good old
Pushed,
days where you know we're showing our concern.
yep.
What are you gay? Now it's a reverse angle of that. Oh, they must be gay.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Can we
y'all gotta explore that. Y'all gotta explore that. I'm like,
see where that goes?
like, wow, it's
It's
some
like
crazy stuff, man. It's some
it's like
crazy
there's
stuff.
no out now. There's
No,
completely
there
no
really isn't.
out
There isn't. Like
at this point.
they want forced yaoi is what they want.
It's like they trying to write your life in their slash
Oh my
fic.
god. I'm like, when did this turn into forced hentai? I don't understand this. Like
Like real life force hentai, and now hentai happens,
oh my goodness. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
and then they banged.
Yeah,
That's what they
right.
say in their head. They must be
Yeah,
banging. They must
they
be
must be
banging.
banging.
Let's
You know,
enjoy the poking fun at this for a little bit more. I really
yeah,
want to poke fun at this today. I'm already energized. This energy drink is finally kicking me up
Yeah,
a bit,
I just finally got a hold of mine. I left mine in the other room, so
and I'm mixing it with water, so I'm trying to balance myself out, so my heart won't explode. Kidding, kidding.
right.
I kid. Not to sound morbid, but I kid.
Nah, I did that one day. I literally had a day where I went on, I think, three or four energy drinks. I want to say it was more three. I don't remember if it was four. I think there was a fourth, but I don't remember it.
You sound like a
And
damn drunk when you saying that.
yeah, and it was one of those things where I like laid down and then I woke up because my heart was still like pumping, like I was like freaking jogging.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh man, and I'm like, I'm tired too, because like I said before, like whenever you drink this stuff, like it messes with your adrenals, but you
Mm-hmm.
become so accustomed to it that it's almost diminishing returns. Like your body is up, but in at the same time, it's like you're worn out. Like the effect that you would get of being like effervescent, it goes away a lot sooner every time you do it. So, I mean, they don't advise that you do like energy drinks all the time. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't have one every other occasion. Just don't do it every day or turn it into a daily ritual. So,
Mm-hmm.
but
Like me.
yeah, no. So I mean, it was definitely cool talking about Black Widow because it's something that needs to be talked about, and subsequently other content creators
Oh,
are
you
going to talk
leaving me
about it.
now?
No, no, no. It's one of these.
Kidding, kidding.
What I was gonna say is like a lot of these content creators, they're gonna churn out a lot of MCU hate content, like
Mm-hmm.
you know problems with Black Widow, blah 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 blah, blah, and they're gonna turn it into a 45-minute stream. Nah, it's good to talk about the death of the MCU because if no one talks about it, then this thing is gonna be lying around like a half dead horse for another 5-10 years. So yeah, 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 exactly. And that's what we're talking about, Flower, like in the back room, like last night. That this is literally where, in terms of writing and in terms of real life, because somehow real life now has to mirror pop culture. Like you can't separate.
She's
You
asking
can't.
about Black Widow, by the way.
Oh, Black Wahado. Well, like real life can't be real life anymore. It's like now it's one of these things where it's like you're
I bet you there's
blurring
gonna
the
be some
line.
incest pictures between her and Yelena.
Yeah, you got to blur the line between entertainment and real life, and it's like, no, entertainment's still entertainment, and then real life is real life. Just like
Might
how,
look into that.
when you go to work, you go to work, and when you come home, you come home, right? It's not like you bring home
Mm-hmm.
with you, or rather bring work with you. But
No.
yeah, no, in terms of Black Widow, it's a hard pass. People keep giving it a 6, probably because they're still nostalgic about MCU. They keep saying it's an okay film. It's not an okay
Yep.
film.
Much like that.
Yep, pretty much.
Much in the same way as that, even though they're not blood sister technically.
Yep, yep. So yeah, like I would give it a 4, and that's being very generous because
Mm-hmm.
at the very end of the day, like the fact that one of your uh one of the characters you've
Well, they're
more
technically not sisters, but we still see them as sisters, even if it's not by blood related. That bond and connection will make you blood related completely.
well,
It's like that whole. See, I blame. You know where I think they got that from?
hmm,
I think I have one idea. One idea. They got that shit from Jennifer's body.
hmm,
I think that's where that shit came from. Where you seen Jennifer's body?
no, no. I mean,
So you do remember what it was about, right?
no, but I mean, if it's anything like Gia, maybe.
No, not Gia.
No.
Gia was about a model. Jennifer's body was about toxic friendship that really just that people took it as something else, which it
Yeah.
kind of was. The movie confirms it,
Hmm.
but everybody took that move. I think that those who have seen that movie took it completely as gospel in the way how it presented itself. Because
Well,
hang on, let me explain.
okay.
Let me explain. Because in that movie, you got a pre uh preface Amanda Seyfried and a pre
Mhm.
love hate Megan Fox in that
Right.
movie. And in the movie, Megan Fox dies in the beginning of the movie.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm spoiling the shit out of this movie. I don't care. Nobody likes it anyways.
Right.
People said it was the greatest thing, but then over time people start hating it. But whatever. She comes back as as a succubus, but she's not the succubus in that literal sense because apparently I don't know what Dakota Diablo Cody's idea of a succubus was. That's not really a
Mhm.
succubus because all she does is eat people. Like she uses her sexuality to lure men in,
Mhm.
but she devours them. She don't really sleeps with them to drain their energy. You know,
Mhm.
like a succubus do. But they say she's a succubus, so we'll roll with it, right?
Okay.
But I know you don't care. That's why I say I don't care if I spoil it because it's an old ass movie and nobody likes it anyways. After a while, it's
Right.
a it's a hipster movie made for hipsters. Let's just say that.
Mhm.
But just much like Juno, Juno's a hipster
Oh,
movie
okay.
made for
Okay. Okay.
hipster.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
made by the screenwriter for Juno made this movie. It was her directorial debut. But to speed up a little bit, the monster side of Jennifer being Megan Fox's character.
Yep.
The monster side basically reawakens some deep seated feelings, if you will,
Mhm.
within her, and it turns out that it seemed like she harbored a sort of a pseudo secret lesbian crush on her childhood friend.
No. Oh.
But the problem with Jennifer's body is the fact that it showed it showed how much of a toxic friend she really was. Because even when Evie Cypher's
Mhm.
character was already dating some guy, so already she's like trying to assert her dominance over her friend, and her boyfriend is literally pointing that out to her, whereas Evie is basically just making excuses for her. So obvious, so that's really a number one sign of a toxic friendship right there.
Mhm.
But the movie is presenting is the fact that if a friend's super close to you, even though they're toxic, they harbor gay feelings towards you. And I think that's where that shit started from because they took that movie as gospel,
Yeah.
and nowadays they think whoever has intense feelings towards or reacted strong feelings towards, they think that they're harboring some sort of same sex crush on somebody, which is not entirely true. I really do think that stuff, but that I really do believe that stuff started with Jennifer's body.
It might have.
And
What I will say.
now, mind you, these days too, they even look at old romance movies and try to queer code certain characters. Like for example, they probably look at the Breakfast Club,
Mhm.
and they'll probably call that one homophobic because they queer baited because of two girls, the only two girls in that room with the detentees, as I like to call them.
Mhm.
They probably shared a makeout session somewhere off screen, and I'm like, yeah, that's not how that works. Or the scene where she's putting makeup on the basket case, as they like to call as they labeled her,
Mhm.
and that's a sign of that there could have been a lesbian connection between those two. And I'm like, no, that is traditional girls bonding
Were
through
they
makeup.
trimming trees?
Oh, they harvest some
Oh,
bisexual
goodness.
tendencies, but
Uh, uh,
they end up with two dudes.
it's
Ew.
I learned that term from a from a yeah.
Trim trees.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can
Uh,
have Jane braid your hair.
I learned that from a non-hetero female. Apparently, that's slang for whatever it is they do.
Mm-hmm.
without
Mm-hmm.
having to
Scissor,
use it.
scissor.
Yeah, thank you. I was like, what does that mean? And then she kind of had to explain it to me because I'm not like the sharpest pencil in the box sometimes. And I was like, oh, oh, okay. Oh, very
Child of
cool.
Fire
Very cool.
says no. I was yeah no. I would say this started in 1940 when Alfred Hitchcock adapted. Yeah, but I don't think nobody ever watched Hitchcock that much. I think you know what. Now that you bring that up, child, I think the Diablo might have been a Hitchcock fan too, and probably referenced Hitchcock with that with June with not Juno Jennifer's Body.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause she didn't,
So,
cause she didn't direct Juno. I mean, yeah, she didn't direct Juno. Again, she wrote and direct
yeah.
Jennifer's Body. And what has she done since then? Not a
Nah,
damn
not
thing.
a dang. All right. So I had three articles for you. I went ahead
Uh,
and I sent you the first one just because I wanted you to see the headline in
oh,
terms
it's
of
from Comic Book Resources of all places.
it.
Backstory is basically Stranger Things. No, the fuck it
They're
ain't.
literally trying to tie this thing to another franchise at this point. Like,
It's
they're
basically this. It's basically that. No, it's not.
she's basically 11. You got to feel for her. There's a reason why she comes
MCU was
across
way
as
before
being a.
Stranger Things. How could this be anywhere top? How could if that's just if that's the case, then Stranger Things copied Marvel then. Because
Well,
Age of Ultron came way before Stranger Things. Last time I checked.
so the article we're talking about is from Ronaldo Matadine. It just popped out about 2 hours ago. It basically says Natasha's backstory is basically Stranger Things. Now, what this article is meant to do is it's meant to tie the nostalgia of Stranger Things to Black Widow. And you read this article, it's literally meant to tie you to something else. You're like, oh yeah, I could see her tortured past. I'm like, no, this has nothing to do with 11. 11 was something completely different.
I would believe it more if they said it was basically Red Sparrow, but
Yeah,
without
yeah,
all the dirty naughty stuff that
yeah,
happened.
yeah, yeah. Or Mother.
Because that's a very bleak movie, Red Sparrow. And I haven't even watched Red Sparrow.
Well, that was basically Black Widow. I mean, that was because, like, I mean, back in the day, like, Elizabeth and freaking Scarlett got offered a movie deal,
Windows. Do you
and I
mean
don't
Widows or Windows?
on which one.
Child.
Also, check out Windows. Had a lot of because, but not done in a negative way. Well, you know,
Windows. Okay.
okay,
I thought you were
who?
talking about Widows. I thought that was a typo. Forgive me
well,
for thinking that was a typo.
Well, here's the thing. Like all your shill tubers are going to tell you how great this movie is and how you got to go see it and how it's so relevant to Phase 4. Okay, well that's fine. But how is it relevant to the movie integrated into the first 10 years? It's not. It's shoehorned. They're shoehorning in Yelena Belova to go ahead and set her up to be on Hawkeye, which if that was the case, then that's where she needed to make her first appearance. Um, as far as Scarlett Johansson's character, and the farewell, a total missed opportunity because I mean, at the very end of the film, you see the blonde hair, and like I said, too much time has come in between these films. So her appearance in in Infinity War, versus Endgame versus now has changed. I mean, time has passed. I mean, this woman has not kept relatively the same. I'm not saying she's hit the wall, but you can tell there's been some time in between. So I mean, it breaks that fourth wall, from a cinematic standpoint. I mean, if you want to throw CG at it, by all means, man, by all means. You had all the time in the world to freaking, you know, take a scene out of Infinity War and just kind of shoehorn it in by changing out the background. I mean, they did it with Thor Ragnarok when Hela breaks Mjolnir. I mean, we saw what the trailer looked like versus the actual film. So
Dude,
I mean,
I'm just mad at the fact that they didn't do it in a back alleyway.
yeah,
I really, I, and I really wish they would have kept that scene where it's just Thor and Hela, and he tries to attack Hela by himself, and it shatters right in front of him. That was a
Well,
good shot.
that that was the beauty of those trailers and that film because
Yeah,
in terms of like trailers and films, I mean that harkens back to a time when trailers were specifically made to get you to go see the film and didn't use actual film footage. Like you actually used footage, you know, like you
like Hulk
created.
when he was in that bathroom, and he transforms into that into the Hulk in front of that mirror.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like it was trailer footage literally made for the trailer, like to get you to go watch the film, and you watch the
Hmm.
film, and you're not thinking, "Hey, where didn't I see that?" Because you're already associating the trailer with the film. So I mean, essentially, you've already watched it. But it's one of
Hmm.
those like once you see the film, you're like, "Oh yeah, it was a great film," and you don't think till afterwards, "I'm like, yeah, I didn't see hardly any of that." So
It's okay. It's okay. A lot of people even point out in the X3's teaser that Magneto's manipulation of those trucks was totally different than what was
mhm,
shown in the movie. And yeah, you're right. It was one was literally levitated, flipping it in one spot until it hits another truck, which was a cool shot too.
yeah,
Whereas in the actual movie, he picks them up, crushes them, and just basically flips the truck over, and that's it.
yep,
Which is
yep,
still a cool. It's still a cool shot.
yeah,
Very very
yeah.
dark when you really think about the inside carnage
Hmm.
of it all. Like what happened to those humans inside those tin cans.
But yeah, so I mean, we could go through this article. I mean, I don't want to belabor it, but yeah, like they're already trying to tie it to that. And then the other one that I had actually had to do with Task Mistress also. So here, I'll send it to you right now. Um, and just read that one. Read that one. Like after everything I've told you, read the headline on that
When you
one.
really think about it, with Child's comment there,
Yeah,
you hardly ever you hardly ever see him.
according to
You hardly ever.
Gary, yeah, it was changed because it's sexist for Thor to hit Hela. Um, it's Gary. Gary says he has sources. I don't know who his sources are. Have not vetted his sources. So I mean, if he says that's what it was, I will take it with a grain of salt.
Drinker speculates that it might have been,
Well, I mean,
but he says that that's still open. That's still open for interpretation up in the
yeah,
air, which is why I respect Drinker there, because
yeah.
he doesn't really just go out of his way to just jump that in. He also still leaves room for put the potential to be wrong,
Oh yeah. I
which
mean
he's
that.
okay. Which he's okay with. He's okay with being wrong.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that's what's really cool about a lot of that particular type of content. When we're talking about toxic masculinity again. If you're a guy, one of the big things you have to be okay with is you have to be okay with being wrong sometimes.
Hmm.
It's a sign of being a real dude, like in terms of being able to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong as long as you fix it and then
I'm
move
just glad that the Baywatch movie allowed a guy to blow up a girl in that movie.
on. Then you're gonna
Same
have
thing,
fun.
dude.
You're gonna
Dude,
have fun with
same thing
tomorrow.
with the man from Uncle.
Yeah,
I'm so glad they allowed a dude to blow up a woman in that one.
yeah. Mm-mm.
I,
Well,
look, look. If that's, all I'm
bro,
saying is,
bro, then you're gonna love the show.
if that's the
Like I don't
way
want I don't want
how
to
a
ruin it,
dude
but
look,
you'll
if
love it.
that's the way how a dude defeats a woman, just like Sean Connery blows up that one woman that one James Bond movie, I'm all for it because
I love that stuff, dude. It's like I mean, it's that whole thing. I'm a woman, blast. So it's
boom.
like,
It's gonna be a boom instead, not a blast. Boom,
right, boom.
boom. We
So
gotta
yeah,
really
and
work on we gotta really work on the time delay on these detonators.
yeah. So I mean, the article just goes on about how she has a tragic past, just like 11, and yada yada yada. It's y- when you have
I'm
the
just so
comparison.
sick and tired of these tragic backstories. Look, I was more lenient. Look, I'm willing to be more lenient with Ghost. Okay,
Yeah.
because
Well,
at
Ghost
least
is a good story. I mean, I mean, it's the one. Okay, like we're talking
she's a
about
victim
Ghost.
of circumstance.
Yeah. So I mean, like I think like the one scene in that whole film that kind of like made your like hair like kind of stand up on end, or it made your ears get like red or warm or hot, like mine, like whenever I would see something that would make me uncomfortable as a kid, my ears would get like hot. So
Hmm.
like you have Demi Moore, right? And then you see Whoopi Goldberg's hands, like,
Oh, I was talking about MCU Ghost.
well, I was talking about oh my
I
love.
know you. I know. I know. I know. But
But
I
I
was talking
mean,
about. I'm saying since
okay, let's think, yeah, yeah, yeah,
since
let's
we're
take it
talking
back to
about
Ghost.
villains with tragic backstories, like I said,
Yeah,
I was more when it came to Ant Man and the Wasp, I was more lenient with Ghost because that was basically a victim of circumstance
it wasn't
situation,
a bad script. I mean,
and
Fishburne
it
was
wasn't a
Fishburne.
bad backstory. I mean,
Yeah,
it's really it's not really that original, but it's
yeah,
still usable for a tragic villain.
yeah.
And in her case, she was a tragic villain, not so much Killmonger per
Well,
se.
to me, it felt like, to me, the only way I could resolve that I would call it a plot hole is that she
Mm,
wasn't really a villain. She was a mercenary.
yeah.
That's how it came across to me, that she wasn't a villain like we all thought she was going to be a villain, right? To me, I'm
Hmm.
like, oh, she's a mercenary. So like she's made to do all these things because she's being blackmailed into, um best way to put it. She's
And
being
that's why I kind
blackmailed
of
so that
defend
she can,
her.
yeah, like she's literally being blackmailed so she can have a foothold on reality without disappearing into the quantum realm and being ripped apart. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool twist. Like I thought she was going to be a villain. She's not really a villain. She's a merc, if you will,
But did
because
that made you mad that she's not a villain?
uh I thought it was pretty messed up, because I was like even if that was my own kid and my kid was like having
Yeah,
these like problems, like as far as the foothold on the in the real
lost
world
her parents
being
too in
torn
that
apart.
explosion.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Waking up to the fact that she's having trouble recombinating herself in our world.
yeah,
Or
yeah, and being blackmailed into doing terrible things so that she can stay whole. I mean, I was like, okay, that's I'm like, that's a pretty messed up story, but you know what? It's cool. It's different. I haven't seen that in a while. Like that's something that you might see over a television series over a few seasons, because you have more time to tell the story and you can add more backdrop to it. But um,
and the
yeah,
most heartbreaking, I call bullshit. Ghost had the more heartbreaking backstory,
yep,
not Taskmistress.
not Taskmistress. you, you've seen that article too. Black Widow's villain twist is the MCU's biggest and most heartbreaking. I'm like, no, it's not. You know what's heartbreaking is the fact that you used Kurilenko CG'd on a man's body and made her
Hmm.
look as non-binary as possible. That's the
Hmm.
best.
Yeah, now that we have the technology, we can make everybody trans in movies. They-
It was pretty bad. It was pretty
oh
bad.
my goodness, the trans movie movement are in danger of being forever scrutinized because of whack jobs that are really trying to speak for their ilk.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We already had a woman like really causing up a storm about some dude going into the Lay's changing room and fucking around in there.
Yeah.
And then there's that one music video with all those gay dudes. I haven't seen the song, but I guess the title is called "We're Coming for Your Children."
Hmm.
I'm like, motherfuckers, that better be a fucking parody.
Uh, I think
Cause
that
if that
that
because
was
if
that was something that blew up in their face, that they probably intended to be a parody, but essentially it's not. It really isn't, because
I don't think it is either. I think they
it's not.
really meant that shit.
Hmm.
Cause if that really is what they say it is, then you need to stay away from my fucking niece
Yeah, because it's socialism
and my
constructed in
nephews.
a way that it is going to come after your children, because if they're not quote unquote
You really call
gaining
you
acceptance
are
for
reigniting the
themselves,
gay scare of the
they're going to go
'90s.
after kids to make it acceptable, and they're going to show them that it's acceptable, and they're going to expose them to things that don't allow them to stay kids. And that to me
Hmm.
is a violation of childhood. So
Yeah, but
I
what I'm
had a big
saying
problem with
was,
that too. Like I
what I'm
saw that
saying
I was
is, yeah, I'm like, you guys are really trying to reignite the gay scare from the
they really are.
'90s.
They really are. I mean, it took a very long
I
time, and
spent years defending you motherfuckers. Okay,
right, right,
I used to be, I'll even admit, I was a bit, kind of cautious around them too.
yeah,
But I went out for, I would, when stuck, I tend to stick my neck out for you guys because I have a friend who's gay. I don't want
yeah, yeah, yeah.
nobody to look at him, like the gay scare of old. I don't want to look people looking at him thinking that he's a pedophile. The man has AIDS. Okay,
Yeah. I mean,
not to blow his, uh, there are women blowing his
let's put
business
it this
out
way.
there like that.
Let's put it this way. There was a time in the day that if you were that or whatnot, like if someone knew about it, like you could get beat up. Like there was no like there, it's we talk about hate crimes now. It's like you hardly ever hear about them. I mean, they still happen, but not in the veracity that they happened before. So I mean, we've gone from being this like melting pot, being held together by a strong ideology of exceptionalism and independence and free thinking and being a society that respects each other, to literally like tearing each other apart and going back into our groups, if you will. It's like, and it's being perpetrated and also being enabled by pop culture. Like they're absolutely enabling it. I mean, with all these like feminist films, they're alienating women from men. You have all these,
Oh, don't even get me started to. Sorry, don't get me started on the fact that women are now being silenced
yeah,
again,
yeah, 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 yeah.
and I watched a few of Benjamin Boyce's stream videos
Oh,
with
those are good
people.
videos. Those are good videos.
Yeah, yeah. I recently caught up on some of the stuff that he the people he's bringing up, especially
Mm.
like that female coach. And I'm
Yeah, yeah,
like, she has a point. They are reintroducing the patriarchy, or at least
they are.
the the legendary patriarchy that had been holding women down. And it's like, yeah, like these guys found a way to, hey, it's
They
Leia.
are the new authoritarians. They are. Hey,
Hey,
Leia.
Leia.
Hey,
Finally
fellas.
snatched it away from the geezers.
Yeah,
Actually,
did you get a text from Flower?
yes, I did. And
Nice,
at
nice.
first,
Thank you, Flower. Thank you, Flower.
ha ha ha, very, very funny. So
What did it
humorous.
She's
read?
like, she's like,
It
What
girl,
did
you
makes
it,
you
just get on
laugh.
there and they get mad. So,
wait, trooper, hang on.
mm.
What did the text read?
The
Oh no,
text said, Wolf, that you said that I should disobey my parents for one night.
You do? Now, in my defense, I was referring to the geeky geezers.
I know. That's what I was thinking. But see, here's the thing. I wasn't over the geeks. I was rather busy tonight. I didn't
Yeah,
too long
ooh,
get back in the house.
yeah.
So
you,
I
you
wasn't there.
you were baking for the captain.
What was that, Trooper?
You were baking for the captain. Be like, you're looking a little skinny. Let me feed you. Let me feed you. Mm.
I don't know what W Beach means, but I second that too.
Hilarious.
Get it,
Oh
and then you
man.
had to get a good one in there. I need to get a good one in there. I wasn't, but when I got the message, I
Yeah.
knew what it was about, and I was laughing to myself. I said, "Aha, these okay, aha, it is to laugh, very funny." Because
You missed quite a lot. You missed quite a lot, but you're here, so
yeah, I got your I saw you and you sent it over if you want to, but at that time I was busy and I couldn't respond. So
right.
yeah.
I wasn't gonna rush you either.
Oh.
You know that. I'm not
No.
the type to rush anybody for a reply.
Right.
Oh, well, that was good because I couldn't get back to her because say can't right now out um, running some errands and taking care of a lot of things and it ran over. So I said I'll see
Who
if
you running errands with? I'm running errands with my mom. Running, running, running.
I.
I'm running errands with my mom. Running, running,
Captain,
running. With who?
Captain, my
My
captain.
mom. With who? My mom.
Oh, very funny, Trooper. I can laugh. Very funny. Then you couldn't help
We,
yourself.
no one ever said the Leia Val is not without her humorous side,
Right.
but we
And
love to expose it. We
Yeah.
love to expose it.
now you
And
I didn't know you
uh,
were doing anything
well,
today.
well, if
we
you check by the me, we Trooper was the one that initiated. I said, y'all gotta wait because I'm gonna be eating Danes with my wife first.
yeah, it was a long session at Denny's. I was looking at my watch. I'm like, they must be having 8 course meal at this point.
No, that was a quick lunch. I just
Yeah.
had took more extra hours to work before I left,
No, I
and
told
then
you. The one time I did some water fasting, like all I could think of was freaking Denny's, and I don't eat at Denny's, but that's the only thing I wanted. Like I had to turn in blood work, so I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna turn this into a water fast. So I'm like, cool, whatever. And I'm a little bit fat adapted, from doing keto and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've told you guys that I have to try to keep my sugar levels a little bit on the low end because they naturally run high.
I haven't seen it yet.
I don't really watch a lot of his stuff, but I did see the label on his last vid, something that goes, I think it's along the lines of "They're not gay, you're just obsessed."
Yeah,
Hmm.
actually, that was a very interesting
He's getting pretty
topic.
big.
A very
He's getting
interesting
pretty big.
topic.
I'm excited.
I was
I'm
there
excited.
briefly.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I was
excited.
there for Friday night because it was an interesting topic, and I wanted to hear the discussion, and
Yeah.
it was a very interesting discussion, a very truthful
Non-binary
discussion.
doesn't exist.
Well,
No.
it already got 3,000 views.
I don't care whether God's got anything to do with it, but biology states that non-binary doesn't exist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There
So
are only two genders,
I
and
mean,
there are.
Professor is really getting that message out, which is really good. I mean, 3,000 views is 3,000 views because you figure that person talks to at least 7 people, and those 7 people talk to other 7 people. So, I mean, the
Damn it! Why don't I get that kind of headway? I just straight up said non-binary doesn't exist, and I don't even get that much freaking mouth off.
well,
I said it deliberately.
he's I don't know, he's monetized. So, like, what the
I
algorithm
guess
will
that's
do
what
is
it takes, huh?
well,
Capitalization.
it'll pump a monetized channel at certain times. So, depending on the type of like,
So if I get monetized and I shout,
well,
non-binary doesn't
honestly,
exist, they'll become
honestly, if
coming
you
like the
literally put,
floodgates.
I think I've mentioned this before. Okay, so we normally do like about a 4 hour roundtable, just shooting the shiz and all that. Like if you literally take snippets and create videos from those snippets, whether they be like 5 or 8 minute segments, and
Hmm.
go from having one 4 hour video to having a 4 hour video, and so like maybe 5 or 6 8-minute videos or whatever, you start adding the number of videos to your YouTube account. And what YouTube will do is the more videos you have, the more apt it's willing to push it. So I think I said this before, when I was busy watching all these popular YouTubers pumping me with all this nonsense and all this useless information, I finally got tired of it. Like I was, I told you guys, literary arts
Hmm.
student, and needed my brain stimulated. I didn't need to be told how to think or what to think. So I was like, I can't watch this stuff anymore. So I started looking for stuff, and then that's how I ended up with Professor, and his vein of thinking is more along the lines of mine. Like, and his archetype videos are really gravitated me to the community, and then the algorithm started popping in, the geezers, and then Matchstick, and and Fan Man. So like the algorithm knows, like like depending on who's
I
subbing.
wonder if I'm going to get included into that algorithm.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you might get included with a greenie.
Yeah,
Yeah. See, so I mean, the algorithm is kind
and
of funny
Ishii
that way.
mostly.
Yeah, yeah. Like, say if someone finds Ishii, then they'll find you, or if they find you, they'll find Ishii, then Greenie. Like, yeah, like the algorithm groups like people within our
Surprised
community.
y'all taking to Greenie's nickname I gave her.
So, well, it's either that or Green Lion Girl, but Greenie just is more appealing. So,
I don't know how, but that's too bad.
it happens. It happens. It's it's something to be said. It's like an ice water ice cube ice water challenge. It really is, because when you start coming across this stuff and someone tells you what it is, because in the bottom of your heart you're like, this stuff doesn't feel right, and then someone literally puts it into words, you're like, this is what's happening, and you're like, wow, now I see it, someone's put it to words. So now that we're at the top of the second hour, Leia, like that first hour we talked about the death of the MCU, and how Black
Mostly
Widow
him.
was, yeah, was like the final nail in the coffin. Like we can finally put the Avengers to rest. Like we're good to go.
I'm
Like
just a bartender that is listening to him drown in sorrows. But I
no,
drink.
I'm not.
Well,
No, I'm not drowning in my sorrows.
what did you say? The nail in the coffin? Did you said was Black Widow the nail in the coffin for you, or what was the final
Well,
nail in the
for the
coffin?
MCU
Because there's a whole
total.
bunch of them. Yo,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, for the MCU total, because I mean, where do they go now? Like all the original Avengers, like we've moved on. Like there's no more. Like there's maybe one Thor film. Is it going to be around Thor, or is Thor going to be a side character in his own
Oh
film?
no, they'll probably get rid of Thor. They'll probably do that.
Oh
Eventually.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think they're going to do that. Just as you said, it is the end of the MCU. It's the MCU or the M woke you. These Avengers that they these so-called new characters he's creating. First of
Yeah.
all, I think are not popular.
No, no,
They
no.
and they are mostly political puppets
Yes,
because
yes,
of
totally.
Feige going woke. And I do agree with you, Trooper. I think some of the popular YouTubers or main YouTubers are starting to say that we need to come down on Feige
Mhm.
now because he's basically turned into Kathleen Kennedy. He got in bed with Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, not literally, but I just call it that. And
Yeah,
who knows? Got in bed with Kathleen Kennedy, caught something, and now he's basically become her. He's basically become her. I absolutely do agree with you that the disrespect that he's shown to these Avengers characters that we all love, the disrespect that he's shown, which I believe started in Endgame. I know Endgame is mixed reviews for people, but to me, the disrespect started in Endgame.
yeah.
And it's carried on into these Disney Plus shows, which are not very good. They're all garbage trash. Every last one of them. Loki is just as bad. And you know what? I don't think Loki's going to be around much longer.
No, no,
I think
None of these
he's
shows will be.
yeah.
no,
They're
no.
just
And
a means to keep people interested.
it's a me that and I also think it's now become political propaganda. They have
Yeah,
now
exactly.
turned Kevin Feige has turned these characters into political agenda mouthpieces.
Hmm.
As
But Captain
clear
America was always propaganda. Look at him punching Hitler. Yes, that is
Uh,
true. That is true.
well, you know my
But
opinion on
over time, he stepped away from that.
it, but
right, exactly.
the one point I underscored while you were out, shopping with Captain America, I said,
You
Right, that's so
really are
cute.
tempting me to draw that.
right?
Oh,
Let's buy this avocado. This one looks ripe. So,
She thumping it too. Not kidding.
so
She
what I
all
had said, what I had
she all
said
doing this. She's. It's still ripe.
So what I had said was, and I've just been doing a little research over the weekend to kind of be on the same page for when all these weirdos start coming out with all these like hate reviews or the show reviews for Black Widow. I just kind of wanted to know what the playing field was so I could actually have an opinion on it. My consensus on it was, is that the MCU is literally sitting at the top of the mountain. They are literally the king of the mountain. There is no other competition to.
I am king of the mountain.
Yeah, yeah, they're basically Killmonger. Like they're at the top of the mountain. There is no one else to hold them accountable.
My
You know how
teeth are like swords.
you know
My
how
claws like spears. My wings are a hurricane.
rise the man, rise the man. So the bang is starting to kick in. So
Yeah.
like remember the discussion we had in the green room the other day, right before we all kind of went our own ways. I had mentioned that back in the late 70s, you had all these different movie houses pushing each other to get those viewer dollars, and it became almost uh, like the MCU for that 80s, that late 70s, early 80s generation, who was actually the actual moviegoer, like the actual person paying for the ticket, not the kids. I mean, they were like the byproduct. But that was almost like their MCU. And I had said, you had Star Wars, you had Superman, you had Indiana Jones, you had Star Trek, and then you had another Superman film, and then you had another Star Trek film, and then you had Indiana Jones. So you had all these studios literally competing for theater dollars, right?
Hmm.
You no longer have that. Literally, Marvel there. There's no one to compete with Marvel. And mind you, everyone wants to say, oh well, DC is their competitor. Well, guess what? Right now they're in the middle of a restructuring with Discovery being at the helm.
Yeah.
So Warner is going to be out for the count for a good 5-10 years. Um, Only real competition, and it can't really be competition. It would almost be like, I would say, like a friendly competition would be Sony, because Sony still owns the rights to Spider-Man. So as of right now, Spider-Man is where we could go, as this MCU content is turning sour.
Hmm.
Uh,
Right.
there's nothing in terms of streaming services that could compete because they own Hulu. They obviously D plus. Netflix is terrible, with the exception of maybe Witcher. Like Witcher season 2, literally is about the only thing right now. But how's that going to compete with the MCU? It's not. Uh,
Mm-mm.
you have HBO
At least we
Max.
still have B stars.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So really, there's only like manga, right? Manga and anime,
Hmm.
but that's a very particular like group of people, and they're
Yep.
already
Yep.
trying to go for that money, with Star Wars Visions, if you will. So there's no other competing studio.
Fuck off, Star Wars.
Yeah, so there's no other competing studios to force these Marvel films to be good. So now they can be subpar films, and people will still go and pay for them, which is the sad part, because you're going to have the casual viewers still paying the money. Oh well, maybe the next one will be better, but oh, I want to go see this because it's Marvel, and then they go, they sit, they tune out. Oh, that was a good movie. Well, what was it about? Oh, I don't remember, but it was a good movie. So
I agree. I agree with you, Trooper. I think all your points are dead on the money. I
yep,
think with Black Widow's box office success this weekend, which I've heard is Black Widow is a massive disappointment, but people are still with some hope, but people are still going to go. In fact, I told people this film will not bomb. It may not make as much money as Marvel's used to, but it's not going to bomb for the very reasons you just explained, which I think is sad because there's you got all these YouTube. I don't want to say any names, but one thing I've noticed, and I'll probably, if I get a chance to, I'll probably post some videos in MeWe that I've just been seeing around YouTube. The YouTubers
yeah,
that that say, we have to stand up against the woke. I'm not going to support Marvel anymore. It's
yeah.
wokeyville, woke. I'm going to talk about it.
And then they're
All
like, oh, I had to go see it to review it.
Yes, yeah, that's what they all said. Well, I'm
Yep.
going to buy a ticket anyway. I'm going to buy a ticket to see it. But I love Scarlett Johansson. I have to see her. I
Yeah.
got to see her. I got to go see this. Or I'm a nerd. It's all I know. Or I'm a geek. What do you expect me to do? I'm a geek. That's what I had to do. That's what all I've been hearing
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the people going to see
Apologetic.
it.
Apologetic. Well, here's the
Yeah.
crazy part. I kind of want I kind of want your opinion on this one. So they offered that director, and I should look up her name. I'm not going to, but they offered the director of the film the movie, and she turned it down. Guess who called her twice to talk her into doing the movie? Guess who talked her into it? And it was not Feige.
Sure
Okay,
hell wasn't.
I was about to say Feige. Is it Kathleen Kennedy?
Nope.
Definitely a woman though.
Definitely a woman
Um, um, um,
who wanted to
is
get her feminist movie.
is it
No, it's not Brie.
okay?
Shocking, shockingly, it's not Brie.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
is it? Oh, her name slips my mind that fast. The Patty Jenkins.
Oh
No.
wow.
Oh
That,
wow. That's out of yeah.
that's
Oh.
one that's one that I would never would have thought either. But
Yeah, I would have been like,
Oh.
oh, so I heard you got offered. No, you should do it. You should do it. I heard you got I heard you got offered that film. You should do it. I believe in you. Nope. Nope.
Because the director of Black Widow is an incompetent, delusional fool. That's
Yes.
why I went with she
Yes.
is yes, who
Yes.
has no talent and has
Yes.
only done 2 projects in her lifetime. So
the
I don't
star of
know.
the show asked her.
ScarJo.
Hmm.
Yup.
ScarJo talked that woman into directing the movie. Does
Yes.
ScarJo know? Okay, does ScarJo know this woman's resume is worth 2 cents?
I don't
Yes.
even think she knows
Yes.
how
No, she
feminine
does.
completely.
That was the crazy part. Like,
Yeah,
like, okay, so the director name is Kate Shortland. So
yeah.
yeah, she called her up, talked to her for about 2 hours, then asked to talk to her daughter, spoke with the daughter, and then got through to the freaking director through the daughter. Oh, you should do this film. For for girl, that whole feminist crap.
Oh, yeah, girl, women power. Yeah.
And that's what I was telling Wolf earlier. Is the problem now that we're having is these actors are becoming executive producers using their own money to fund their own films, and that's why we're getting these weird sour projects. Because Tom
Yes.
Hiddleston is also an executive producer on his project Loki. Um,
Tom Hiddleston is executive producer on Loki. Did he not read the script and
oh yeah,
realize he
well
was
that's
going
the
to
beauty of
be
it. That's the
he
beauty of
was
it. That's the beauty of it. When you put your
because
own money into it, look, there's three different ways of going about being an executive producer. One, you're putting your name on it to sell it to somebody so that they can give you the money to make the project. Um, Two, you're putting in your own money with other people to get a return investment. But in order to get off the ground, you're willing to put in some seed money. That's what I did with my friend's comic book. I literally gave him 30 grand. I'm like, you know what? Do whatever you need to do as far as getting these books printed. You know, as far as I that was like early on, and subsequently I started kind of like getting more involved, and more money was shelled
We
out.
even briefly talked
Well,
about. Um,
I made even either way, but the other way, literally, to be an executive producer is to come up with the script, and then find people that believe in your project.
we
So,
also, speaking of which, just to derail real quick, we also briefly talked about Marvel What If.
oh yeah, we talked about that too.
oh yeah, the what if, which I am not looking for. I'm not gonna watch that thing. The only one
Gobbledygook of animation.
the animation is horrible. You're right. The animation is absolutely horrible. I saw the
It
animation. I'm
looks
like,
so stiff.
It is.
it looks stiff. It looks cheap. It looks like
But you gotta wait for it for the animation to get better. No, if you present something,
No.
it's supposed to be better at first launch. You're supposed if you really want people to get roped in to buy your product, it has to really do good to do that. Think back to Robert Stark's Robert Stark's Tony's dad. Think back
yes.
to Tony's dad selling his flying car, and what happened when he displayed his flying car? It crashed and burned. Does that look like somebody want to buy that?
No.
Let alone do they want do does any nutcase want to buy that and not want to keep their life?
Right.
You do not look. Bottom line is you do not sell a person a flying car that will crash and burn. You just don't do that.
No,
I
you
mean, we do have histories of people selling us faulty cars back in the days, but still, they were hoping that the cars was performing. They came with the idea that the cars were performing properly until the flaws start creeping up, but they don't show the car's flaws at lunch. And if they do, they overhaul it, right? They
Right.
recall it
Yep.
and
Yes.
work out the kinks.
Yep.
Right.
So my final thing on the Black Widow things, to get you caught up, and then
Hmm.
so two of the other writers were on WandaVision, so that tells you more than you need to know.
Yeah, that tells.
And then you had one writer who was like an assistant writer on Thor Ragnarok. So literally all it meant was he went through the script and he made grammatical changes. That's
He
it.
made way for the women.
Yeah, for the women. Yeah. Yep.
So from the very beginning, this thing was doomed to tank. And then like another leak came out that it was a $200 million film. Remember how we were talking about how they have this baked formula, how they do like 160 mil, and they can usually pump out about maybe 600 million and above for any of these MCU films. So they actually spent more money on this film than they spent on Ant-Man or Captain Marvel or even Winter Soldier. And it is not a good look for the film, like in terms of the CG. Like they've done CG forever now, so they should
Hmm.
know how to make convincing CG. It was not convincing. So
No.
so yeah, so there was that part to it. Um, I'm trying to think of what else as far as the film. Um,
Well, yeah, the those for those who have reviewed it and saw it said the CGI was god awful. The script was
yeah,
absolute trash garbage.
yeah,
The men in this movie are treated like buffoons.
yeah.
That seems to be a theme of the MCU. They're treated like they're basically turning them into Homer Simpson.
Dude, in my experience, now that you bring that up, Leia,
Hmm.
we never had the women that incompetent back then. Sure, they were tied up, sitting in a chair. Sure, they were knocked out by a villain and carried off. Sure, they tripped over themselves sometimes, but they were their speech patterns, their way of talking was never suggested they were incompetent, not necessarily entirely incompetent at their job, and they were not specifically there to make the hero look good either.
Right.
They were there as their own entity as well. They were there to assist the hero too at times, but they were not
Right.
necessarily as terrible as their job. Even then, the plucky hero that was like out of his depth, out of his league,
Mm,
whereas the female character that's more the Chuck the Chuck archetype, if you will.
yeah,
If y'all remember that show Chuck,
Yes. Uh-huh.
yeah. The
before
CGI, do.
yeah, before he became more competent and later on in the series, as I saw commercials of him, getting proper training and all that stuff. But you had the Chuck archetype, and you had this one good kick-ass female that's really like competent at her job, trying to make sure he don't, blow a hole in his own foot, if you will. You
Hmm.
know, I'm like, I don't understand where is this aggressive. Again, I like to bring that back up. This is one of the things I mentioned, especially when Trooper mentioned it. I said, why they insist on trying to make their audience, specifically their male audience, feel uncomfortable?
Yeah.
I'm like what deep seated hatred of men that ever made you feel uncomfortable makes you want to make other men uncomfortable?
If
Well,
it,
go ahead, Leia. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know if Trooper touched on this when he answered your question, but I think it is coming from the activists. Hollywood is listening to activists
Oh,
and
we gotta make
trying
them
to
feel
please
uncomfortable. That's where
them.
that's where that's where the message will sink in. I'm like, I
Yes.
don't need to. I don't need to be made feel uncomfortable. If I want to be made feel uncomfortable, I Spit on Your Grave. I watch Goblin Slayer. I watch Berserk. Berserk make me feel uncomfortable in the good right way. You, on the other hand, you're making me feel uncomfortable for the sake of making me feel uncomfortable for a sick satisfaction that you felt good about making me feel uncomfortable.
Exactly. It's I'm going to use this word, but it is a form of hatred. It is a form of prejudice, which is against males because these woke activists were angry that they didn't win Washington. So they turned their attention to Hollywood. And now they are putting the blame on males because they believe, like I said, I don't want to use
You are
politics.
what's wrong with this world.
Yes, that is my theory. You put the orange man in the White House. The orange man was making these comments that we did not like. So they watched CNN and they saw the orange man supporters gather in the millions,
Hey,
and then
hey,
now they
ho,
think,
ho, insert fake hatred
yes.
word has got to go.
Right.
Oh
So base
goodness, my wife was
base
watching. Sorry, Leia.
go ahead.
We're watching the Leia's season of 13 Reasons Why,
Mhm.
and they just going on this bent about rape culture. I'm like, oh goodness.
Goodness.
Oh, you stepped right in it, Commander.
Yeah, you can't do that to the willing.
I
Yeah.
didn't step in. I was just there with her while she was watching it, and I think she gave up halfway through at that point because mostly because she, you know, her being Filipino, not understand where this cultural structure is veering off towards.
Hmm.
She just got bored of it,
Well, yeah. I mean,
completely bored. Like when we got to the finale of that season, she just gave up. I was like, okay, finally. I was like,
dead on the
finally,
flower, dead on with the cough, cough,
because
cough.
I was miserable throughout that whole season, and I already knew what was going on in that season. I
Yeah.
already knew what was going on throughout that season, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, this is just outright disgusting."
Yeah. No. No.
13 reasons why was pretty much the beginning of this stuff really trying to take root
Well, I mean, it was
completely.
happening before.
Yeah,
It just well, my stance has always been that these things don't come out of out of the blue. I mean, they kind of evolve, but
yeah.
regardless of it, it's now we're in a time where the opposing party is now in power, so now they have free reign of the playground. So they're going to push as much as possible as they can before they're out of power.
Right.
If they ever leave, which we pretty much know that what their MO is now, which is they're not playing fair, and we've always known that, but now it's more apparent. So, but yeah, so
But one thing that they've become the very thing that they're fighting.
oh
They
yeah, oh
claim
yeah.
they're against bigotry, homophobia, sexist behavior, but yet they're doing it themselves.
Well, Skinner made a comment on MeWe that he says, well, it's almost like it's a religion, and I told him it's absolutely a religion
I've
because
been calling it a cult.
yeah, yeah, well, yeah,
Yes.
that's the more negative side. You can turn something into a cult. It can start off as a gathering, and then it turns into uh like a religion or a belief, and from there it
Sacrifice your blood for this cult.
yeah, yeah, yeah. At the altar of critical race theory, if you will. But like I
Yes.
was
Hmm.
telling him, you take religion out of you take religion or you take a belief in something out of a construct. You fill it with something else. In this case, it's pronouns. So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is Animal Farm. It really is Animal Farm, which is like the weirdest thing to see playing itself out. So, but yeah, no. So you had these terrible writers, terrible directors, and this is now going to be the MO of the MCU is that they're going to pump big money into it, and
Hmm.
they're going to cheap out on the writers and directors. Like they're not going to pay for Russo quality, movie direction. They're not going to pay
Hmm.
for very solid scripts. They're going to pick up these like people who have done maybe one or two projects, get them at bottom barrel dollar, create these like very flimsy Tom Cruise like story scripts, and then put it to film. Like that's the thing about a Tom Cruise film though. Like Tom Cruise films are enjoyable. I mean, the more you take the story apart, the more holes you find. But that's where we're kind of going to go with the MCU because there's no one to compete with. They pretty much have run to the field. Disney
Yeah.
literally has the entire the playground. So
Yeah. I agree with you. And another thing, first of all, the directors are hiring the female directors. I'm gonna say it. I don't care. I ain't scared of nobody. They're hiring incompetent, no talented, delusional, nutcase females that sat in high school dreaming of being directors when they're not, but because they're the right gender, or maybe they believe the
Oh
same
no,
thing,
Leia.
those will be
They
the
didn't.
directors to hire.
Leia. They didn't go. They didn't start out high school being high school directors. They didn't think that. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what they really thought when they were in high school. They thought that their diaries was their stories, so they
Oh,
bring their diaries to the script.
the
I
Vampire
agree.
Diary group.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Oh
Yep. Pretty
gosh,
much.
that was
Well,
Yep.
the
no.
Twilight group.
Well, more so than that, their personal Dear diary,
Dear
today
Diary.
I had the best sandwich. Who gives a crap?
That's literally
It's
what they
just a
wrote.
sandwich. Who
Literally what they
gives a
wrote.
crap?
And then he looked at me and he ignored me. I'll get back at him.
Yes. Yep.
That's usually how it goes. And I'm like, I did what? Like, I don't remember that.
I
So,
know. I'm like,
so
That's yeah, that's literally I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Dear diary, he wouldn't go out with me because he wanted to date Janice, the supermodel down the street. Well, I'm going to fix this. Shame on him for picking the hot blonde that lived down the hall
hey,
that won the prom, queen of the prom over
oh my
me.
gosh.
Yeah, that's
oh,
yeah.
oh,
Just
I
yeah.
yeah, here we go.
oh.
And now
Hang on.
they
Hang on. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Let me let me look at the lyrics real quick.
Mm-mm.
Shut up.
we got to Wolf is in his groove. When he's in his groove,
Mhm.
we have to let him go. But
Let's see.
I was just gonna say, Trooper, yeah, the that I was gonna agree with him. That's very true. The director, like I said, the YouTube went through her biography to see her credentials, and she has none. She's only directed two. One is I think it was a TV commercial, and one was some episode of something that I don't even remember watching. That shows you how much I remember because I don't remember the show she was on. And Trooper, did you know? And I'll post this video in
The little things, they always hang around. The little things, they try to break me down. The little things, they just won't go away. The little things, they make me who I am today. Go! That's basically how that goes. That's how it usually goes. Oh, oh. Like the
Did you?
time mom went to that institute because she was breaking down. Like the car that we had wouldn't start. We had, oh man, 90s and 2000s music was amazing. Oh, the lip, the freaking just most inconvenient things that you could think of. Oh, this motherfucker had to send me some. What is this? What is this? What is this, trooper? In the private chat. Oh,
What is that? Oh,
he's playing a science treatment for now. He'll be back.
oh. Well, I was
Continue what
going
you're
to
saying,
ask.
Leia.
I was going to ask him or both of you. There was a YouTube video, and I will post it in MeWe later. If I don't, I will post it there. That reveals that there was going to be a different post-credit scene for Black Widow, but they took it out. And I'll explain to you really in a nutshell. Friends, dopey girl who is friends with hot girls, and while she's supposed to be the hero, she's a total. It sounds familiar, child. I think
The
I've seen
Duff.
it. The Duff. Yeah. Yeah.
Designated ugly best, ugly fat friend.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. That's,
Oh my
I
goodness.
think
Did
I
you ever
have.
see the billboard to that? Not
I
necessarily
can't
the billboard,
remember.
but there was a
But the
standing
post.
board for it. Oh
Oh,
my goodness. Look, when that movie was coming out, the standee for that movie was literally the title and a reflective mirror. So,
oh.
so anybody who literally could stand there could probably take a selfie. Basically, if you're standing there, you are the Duff.
I bet you a
Like,
lot of people did it too, knowing this, knowing people, they
like
probably did.
I was so they basically saying that you are the designated ugly fat friend in every group. Do you really relate to that? Do you really think that is that really what connects you to that movie? Like you have been that designated ugly fat friend. Because I can tell you right now, and I don't mean to be taking too much taking too much breathing air here, because I know Leia just got in, and I would like to hear a lot of her thoughts tonight now on my end. And I'm like, sorry, let me turn it down. It's getting a little distracting there. I'm in Ishi stream as a wolf bot. Like everybody recognize me there. Like yeah, but I'm a wolf bot. The commander's still in the stream. But no, what I was gonna say was I was growing up. I wasn't fat. I was skinny. I was a nerd, worthy of scrutiny and bullying. Come middle school, I was kind of like the cool friend that was still skinny, nerdy, still worthy of scrutiny. Come high school, there were times I was like the cool friend that was like cool, not necessarily like skinny that much. I didn't get fatter per se, but I did kind of like get a few pounds. But like my rise to where I am was beginning. I mean, I was still the awkward teenager. You know, there are times I was like the wise sort of older person of the group, but I never really considered myself as the designated ugly fat friend. Now, I wouldn't say I'm a spring chicken either at that time, nor what I say I was the very dashing hot guy that everyone would dream about, you know. But I was like the magnanimous, so to speak, in my mind at the time. I
Mhm.
was I was way more narcissistic than I ever was today. I finally toned that shit down.
That's okay.
Took a long time, but I finally toned it down. Hey, Crunk.
That's okay.
But
We
yeah, like that whole Duff thing. I'm like, where the hell is that? Y'all like this is some made up story from somebody, and it got adapted to a movie.
I think they took, like you said, they took somebody's diary, some girl's diary from high school, or director's diary, whatever, and decided this is gonna be a movie. I
I'm
finally
beginning to
get my
believe
chance
that
to be a star.
majority of these movies that they adapted, aside from your Divergence, your Mockingjays, and your Beautiful Creatures, which I still love that movie above all else. Then
Mhm.
like it was way better than Twilight, which is not a really good bar to really sell on, to really sell on. But like Beautiful Creatures was like that kind of rare movie where it had the unfortunate place of being around where Twilight was still going, and Maze Runner was just now beginning. Oh, we know the book is better, child. We know the book is better. But but the fact that movie actually intrigued me and was so complete. I wouldn't even go as far to call it anti Twilight, but at the time I was like, this is so anti Twilight, so anti Twilight. The male character is, and this is another great story where it has a great nice female lead, a not so incompetent male lead, or even incompetent male characters at all. It's got a good balance of competent women and competent men in Beautiful Creatures. I was like, this is like the best movie I've ever seen thus far in the book adaptation of film genre. As many other adaptations I've seen,
Mhm.
especially sticking around sticking around with the Maze Runner movies and the way how they ended, which not good, not bad. You know that series was just all right. And in the three little bears the Goldilocks and the three bears scale, it was just right. It was just all right. Not just right, just all right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
It could
follow you.
it could strive the last one could strive to be just right. but it was just all right. Especially the way how it ended in the third movie. I was like, okay, okay, you know. I was like, okay, that's fine. That was nice. I mean, it did have an emotional. It had some emotional moments in the third one too. And I'm very glad that the lead actor was able to soldier on despite wrestling with an ankle injury throughout that movie because he was doing majority of the stunts there along with his other crewmates. But props to Dylan O'Brien. Props to him, especially. But like these days, when it comes to an adaptation, I'm like, you know, most of these movies are reading like this one girl's diary that's really married to their diary because they always start with a narration, always.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they trivialize such petty stuff and tiny things completely to a point where it's so overblown that you think like what is like girl pick up a hobby. Oh, but I don't really have a hobby. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Everybody has a hobby. You just don't want to call it a hobby because you want to still feel special. That's the reason why you talk about, well, I don't got no hobby. Yes, you do. You do have a
Mm-hmm.
hobby. Maybe collecting stamps. Maybe writing in your diary is a hobby. That's
Mm-hmm.
but I digress. I'm those are the ones that are trying to be so different that they're married to it, completely married to their whole I'm different from the other girls phase, right?
Yes,
And I'm
I'm
like,
different than everybody else.
I don't blame Daria for this. I blame the girls that took that the new wave of the new generation of girls that looked at Daria and like they saw the opening of Daria. You see her stand out in the volleyball court, right? And
Right.
you see all the girls that are trying to participate, and they all bump into each other, and she just standing there while the ball bounces right next to her, and she just throws her hands out like she's contributing,
Mm-hmm.
and they think that's like something special. Like, no, that's Daria. That's the point of Daria. She just don't care. She don't really care that much, but they think like just not doing anything means you know. Oh wow, child, you never heard of Daria? Oh wow, that's a first. Oh well, moving on. But yeah, like a lot of these sort of it kind of characters like Daria, Ramona Flowers, who's another one? Not Captain Marvels. This is way before Captain Marvel and Ray. Yeah, gamer, yeah, Ramona Flowers. But there's another character that they latched on to that they use as a spirit, that they use as a spirit animal. You know, we'll just stick to those two. They took these as a, oh, I'm not I'm the non-participant. That's what makes me special. I don't participate in these sort of rituals and stuff like that. Like, yeah, but you still got hobbies. You may not have the same hobbies as these extroverted jocks and whores. Now, Elizabeth Swan is actually the participant. She's always participating in everything. She's not the I'm not this person at all. She married a man. She fell in love with a pirate. Now that's what makes her different. But she didn't revel. That's the thing about Elizabeth. She didn't revel in her difference. Like
You
like
mean
like the
Elizabeth Swan from the pirate movies?
yeah.
I see.
Well, at least that's where I glean from Elizabeth. She didn't revel in the fact that she was different from the ladies. She had her eyes sight on Will Turner, right?
Right.
Even though people like to think she had a thing for Jack Sparrow. No, she never did. She never did had eyes for Jack Sparrow. Yeah, she kind of got a little bit of a little nose to her charm here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the
To the charm.
one thing I got to add to all.
Before you do that, Trooper, Len, you want to add anything before that?
Well, I was just going to say it's probably not much I could say because when those book young when the young adult phase of Hollywood, as I have to remind people, before the MCU came along, the young adult novels and books and stories and TV shows and movies were pretty dominant, as you say. By the time the Divergent series came around, I really wasn't reading them. I was getting of age where I was basically aging out of those books. So I don't know that much in that time, except the books that I grew up with. But I was just going to say that Hollywood was pumping those stories out like Divergent, and the people who wrote those books act like or were treated like they were like Jane Austen,
Mhm.
like they were doing something so great. So as far as that portion, there's nothing too much I can say on that part. Too much. I'm aware of the stories in the books, and also from my nephew at the time that was young, or even the Hunger Games. But I just was going to say how those were sort of the dominant genre at the box office. Was That's why I say Things Come and Go was young adult novels turned into films. Maze Runner, Twilight. They saw the success of Twilight. Why, I don't know. And then they just started cranking these things out, one by one, you know. So, but they're not very well written books as far as I'm concerned. But, to a young audience, they think it's Shakespeare. Because Twilight's probably the worst series of books I think I've ever seen. I mean, vampires got to get their dignity back, is what I like to say. They
Mhm.
got to get the dignity back after that crap Stephanie Meyers produced. Oh, good Lord. And I couldn't understand it. I mean, because I was adult at the time it came out, but I always thought it was absolutely just silly, really badly written material. I really thought it was. The characters were empty. There was nothing really to the characters. Uh, um, um, uh, what was the other guy? Jason, whatever his name was, the Wolf Boy. No offense, Wolf, but the guy
Come on,
in
Jacob.
Jacob. Oh my God, so badly written and so badly acted. That guy had no talent, but girls would just ah. But I said that boy has no talent. He cannot act. All I saw was, "I love you, Bella. Be with me. Be with me, Bella. I love you, Bella. Bella, be with me. Why can't you be with me? I love you, Bella. You should be with me." But the writer didn't think of why does he want to be with Bella. All I hear is, "Bella, be with me. Be with me, Bella. Bella, choose me. Bella, why not be with me? Bella, come on." I'd take the Lost Boys over the Twilight books any day. That's a real teen vampire movie. Don't care what nobody's saying. Don't care how old it is. That's how you do it. That's how teen vampires, you gotta do it like Kiefer Sutherland. That's how you have that's what it is. So I never found what was great about them. And they weren't vampires. There's no fangs, no teeth, no nothing. I mean, it's so that's just me. But I mean, they complain about the MCU. I'm like, what would you rather have? The MCU or go back to the Twilight movies? It's your choice. But you tell me which is worse. But there was a time when they were very dominant.
Well, the okay, so
Dread 2012 Death is talking about warm bodies,
well, going
which
I
back
was another
to
one I actually liked too.
like Daria and characters like that. Like one thing that I particularly noticed is that was the counterculture. So if you were a female, you weren't you were more or
Yeah, for a
less.
lack of better, for a shorter term, it was definitely counterculture. Continue, Trooper.
Well, I was gonna say like, okay, so in the '90s, yeah, we women could still be sexualized. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You had movies like Jawbreaker, movies like Clueless, and stuff like this. But the counterculture to that was characters like Daria, where if you're a female, you basically just didn't participate, and you just basically covered yourself up. So you became more of an asexual female. Like there wasn't anything attractive about you because you literally went out of your way to make yourself unattractive by wearing clothes that were too baggy, too dark. You went all out of your way to make yourself look unenticing, if you will.
Hmm.
And then
Not to, not to
and
draw
what ended
attention
up
to yourself.
happening Well, yeah, and then what ends up happening, we get to like the early 2000s, and this kind of explains where we're going and where we are. Like you get to the early 2000s or whatnot, and then you get like these really narcissistic like characters that are being written. So you start getting stuff like Vampire Diaries, you start getting like Gossip Girl, you start getting shows like Ugly Betty. So like these female characters are no
Hey, I
longer,
like Ugly Betty.
yeah, they're no longer like sexual so much as narcissistic. So you can be regular, you know what is it, you can be like regular America Ferrara, and somehow you're still relevant,
Sisterhood of Traveling Pants.
as and portray Betty Suarez, and you can be the it girl if you will. And it's like you don't necessarily have to be attractive to be an it girl, which I find that to
Until
be
they
not
removed
wrong,
her
because to be an it
braces.
girl, you have to be overtly attractive. So now you're saying I need to date unattractive females to be, the it dude. So yeah, and that's kind of how we ended up here, really. I mean, like the counterculture then now turns into like this masculine woman, like where we're at with like Black Widow and all that, where it's like, yeah, you got to avert the male gaze, and we're going back to, oh, you got to cover it up, and it's like, but now they have to be more of a phallic woman, if you will. Like they're not going out of their way to kind of dress down like Daria. Now it's, don't look at me, don't look at me. Like I have curves, but you're not allowed to enjoy those curves. Avert the male gaze. So it's this weird paradigm where now the burden is not on the female to cover herself up, so she's not objectified. Now it's the burden is on the male to not look at the female and not objectify the female. So now it's the fault falls on the dude, because you're a dude. You shouldn't be looking at me like that. Like I'm a woman. I should be able to enjoy my own curves. Okay, find someone. Find someone who will enjoy them. Then who is that? Now we get this like very inoffensive, inobtrusive, less than masculine Chad, if you will, like this uh, milk drinking soy dude, if you will. I mean, that's literally the counterculture here. So, and that's why we're seeing these characters come into these like pop culture films, like um, what's a good one? Well, going back to the animated Superman, I mean, that's why you're getting Black Jimmy Olsen. What does Black Jimmy Olsen look like? He does, you know,
Like
so I
Mhm.
mean,
eggs.
yeah,
He
he does
just
look
looks
like,
like eggs.
yeah, so I mean, that's the crazy part. So, uh, I'm looking at this comment. I'm trying to, yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Mi guarda bella. Yeah. Oh my. Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing when it comes to like cultural standards and what we can and can't do. I mean, it's being pushed in the schools now. So, um,
Wear a potato sack.
yeah, yeah. Basically, be a potato sack. Um,
And that's coming from these
Wear a
insecure,
mask.
low self esteem activists who hate their own lives
mhm.
and want
And their
everybody
own
else
bodies.
in their own bodies. So instead of improving their own lives or even building their own self esteem, they want to tear down everyone else to make themselves feel good. That's all what
Yep.
this is about. It's all what this, the guys wouldn't hit on them at the prom or at the dance or at the clubs. They wouldn't get hit on.
Yeah.
So now they're going after the chicks and now, well, if I can't be gazed at, no one will be gazed at.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And yeah, and that's what all this garbage is coming from, because even with the Kirsten Stewart playing Bella in the movies, Bella has no curves and she wears like these sneakers or something. And I remember when I was a teenager, I was rather curvy, so I was feminine. So um, I don't understand why. a curvy. You can't have a curvy teenage girl. Some girls have curves when they get a certain age, and that's the way that I was. So when I see these films and they have her dressed down like that, I'm like, well, all teenage girls just don't look like that because I didn't look like that,
Don't bother
and
with your hair, so shave it to one side. Shave
yeah.
one side of it. Don't worry about spending hours upon hours on your hair.
Yeah,
At
don't
this
do
point,
that.
shave it off. Save you the trouble. You
They look
know.
they look like 13-year-old junior high school boys. That's literally what they're looking like now. Yeah, that
All
is
right.
literally what they're.
Don't bother putting on makeup.
Hey,
Look
Megan.
look haggard as hell.
Well, this degenerate was talking about the asexual female that covers herself up to not be sexualized, which now, fast forward to 2021, now she feels the need not to cover herself up, and that should avert my gaze, because
Right.
Weren't
it's
they all
my
about
gaze,
freeing the nip back
right?
then?
It was, man. It's like unleash
I
the
still
nip.
don't
Like, what
look.
happened?
Somebody
Like,
had to explain that to me, and I said I still don't understand why that's even a thing.
oh no, we need to.
A coworker told me that it should be allowed that women should
Hey, the
wear
nip
their
is
nipples
oppressed,
out
man.
out hanging out.
2021, the nip is oppressed, and I should
I'm
not look
like
at the nip. I'm
I'm
sorry.
just sitting here listening to her. She's explaining her points, and my mouth
So
goes.
what do I look? What do I
My
look at?
no
Do I look at her
my
feet?
noise
Like, I
hole
don't
literally
understand.
goes. I still don't think why it's necessary.
Like I
I
can't
still don't
look.
think why it's
I can't look
necessary.
at hobbit feet. Like it
Cause
doesn't work.
I'm like, so you want to walk out like Native women, or at least how Native women are depicted in historical movies,
Oh
I
like
yeah,
just
Tarzan,
yeah.
you
But
know, like Quest for Fire,
for reals, for reals,
which I also got which I also got the booty for, so I'm gonna be watching that tonight, maybe or tomorrow night.
bro.
oh
You gotta watch Tomorrow War. You gotta watch it. You gotta
Yeah,
watch
it's
it.
the same thing,
I've
but
been getting around to getting to that too. I'm gonna try to see if I can get to that tomorrow. I
Oh
don't have
yeah, yeah. Like
any.
Amazon wants you to watch it. So I mean, if they offer you a free 30 day, like take it. Make sure, and this is for everyone in the stream. If Amazon is like, "Hey, we want you back," it's a promo to literally to get you to watch this thing. You should watch it. So, uh, it's gonna take you to a screen where you just kind of hit, and it authorizes whatever, doesn't charge you or whatnot. But it's already defaulted to the 12.99 monthly plan. Make sure you go in there and you change that to the 8.99. So if you forget, you save yourself $4 and you get 30 days more, worth of content. But yeah, that was the one exception, and I forgot to mention to you, Leia, that Chris Pratt also has an executive producer tag on that film. But the big difference is that movie is successful right now, and there was an article that I had sent Wolf earlier, where they're literally trying to compare Black Widow to pre-pandemic blockbuster numbers. So they're not even trying to compare it uh, streaming views, because that is now
is
that's
that the
now
YouTube vid or
no,
no?
no, 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 that actually, like I did a little bit of show prep.
I got. I'm gonna reshare it.
Yeah, I did a little bit of show prep prior to us getting together, because I wanted to kind of have a little bit more of a grasp on where we are with this monolith
Show
of
prep.
a
I started
franchise.
this stream off by singing "Ready or Not" by the Delphonics.
Ready on that? Oh wait,
Here
wait,
I
wait.
come.
Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
can't hide. Gonna find you and make you want me. Ready or
That's right.
not. I'm
So
gonna find you and
I,
take it slowly.
all right, so you know how they put this dude on a freaking pedestal? Oh, Kevin Feige this. Oh, Kevin Feige
Yes.
that.
Hmm.
So I did a little bit of research, and I the YouTube link I actually sent you guys was the show prep I did, um, and that's coming from Rotten Tomatoes of all places, right? They did an interview with freaking Fat Feige, and that's a part one of Phase Four, or better known as Phase Bore, because it's very boring. So you listen to this dude talk. I, dude, they sit him down for 20 minutes. This dude does not know what he's talking about. Like, he's definitely so full of himself. So it leads me to believe that this dude was not necessarily the architect of all this. Like he just happened to be the one that was fronting the money. So leads me to believe it was more like
Strung in my pain with his finger,
one time,
singing my life with his words,
two times.
killing me softly with his song. Go ahead, Leia.
Killing me softly with his song.
Oh, you didn't even try.
Ah,
I was trying to remember the lyrics and the group that was by
Fuji's,
the
Fuji's.
yes,
Fugees,
Fuji's.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember the
so you
song.
hear this dude talk, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we're doing this, blah blah blah," and I'm thinking to myself, it sounds to me like you had other dudes putting all this stuff together, and you're just taking all the credit because you literally listen to him talk, and he talks like Kennedy, like he has no idea what's going on within this whole tent pole of the MCU. So I'm thinking to myself, wow, this dude is very full of himself. So I'm now of the belief that it was more people like Favreau and stuff like that kind of got moved around and got put in Lucasfilm and all these other people that kind of put this together initially during the Paramount run, and then he just happened to be there. He's like, yeah, that sounds great, let's do it. Yeah, that sounds great, let's do it. This dude does not know how to craft a universe, or we would not be having this problem. So
You talking about Feige, right?
yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
that's like the perfect interview. Like this dude
Yes.
is like so disconnected from reality. Like he's so busy smelling his own farts. It's to me,
Yeah.
it's laughable how so many people put so much of a crown on this dude, and to hear him talk about Phase Four, I'm like, do you not know what just happened in the last few films? So yeah, so it's like, wow, it's like,
I
man, this
think he
dude.
does.
No,
He's
he's
willfully
no,
ignoring
if
them.
no, if you literally watch him, like you look at his eyes, the dude is like blank, dude. He's like I don't know what planet he's on right now, but he's definitely not there. Like, I mean, I don't know how he got away with it for 10 years. Like, he's like Harvey Weinstein level myopic. Like, he has no idea what's going on. So so
I
yeah,
still think he
so
willfully ignores them.
oh, it has nothing to do with ignoring. It's coming down to there were people crafting these stories together, and he was just literally having the elevator pitch to he was being pitched at, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. So it's almost like I think what it was is it was more of what George Lucas had going on with the prequels, but in reverse. Because you remember with the prequels, he had this whole grand vision and no one was literally putting his feet to the fire, so we got what we got in the prequels, right?
Hmm.
And
Right.
granted, they are what they are, but it was because no one challenged him on anything. So in this particular situation, I think they were all doing really good elevator pitches, and he was just doing this whole you know number 45. Oh yeah, that sounds good, all right, let's make it. I don't think he had any idea, but he talks. You used to hear him talk how he knew about comics, but it's like, well, if he knew about comics, he would definitely know what's going. He would definitely know what's going on. Obviously, he doesn't. It sounds like
Yes.
to me, it sounds like to me like maybe he owned 5 comics in his lifetime, and then during interviews, oh yeah, I used to have all these, and oh Spider Man, blah blah blah. But you hear us talk, me, you, Wolf, and Schooner. It's like we know all our storylines in and out.
Yeah.
You
You
would hear
guys.
something. You would hear something like that coming out of his mouth. Never once. And I can't believe it took me this long to put all that together. But then again, I don't necessarily like watch all that stuff. But when we talk about this stuff, I do a little bit preparation, so I at least have a foundation that's solid. But yeah.
I,
So anyway, out of that interview,
he's
um, and I know you won't be surprised, Leia, but most people will be surprised because if you remember, all these films were being crafted together to make a bigger project, right? Which would lead into Avengers, and then lead into Age of Ultron, and then lead into Civil War, which was like a mini Avengers film, and then
hmm
Infinity War, then Endgame. They're all about standalone films now. So they don't want to even deal with their own canon anymore. They just want to do a standalone film like Black Widow.
Hmm.
Yeah, give it some half baked story, shoehorn it in, and that's it. Like it won't matter if it contradicts the story or if it's wrong or if they gender. Oh, did I tell you they did a gender bend on Taskmaster?
Oh yes, I wasn't surprised at that either. I said somebody in this film is going to get gender bend. It's just a matter of
Right.
who. I said, now let me think. It has to be a popular
I
character.
briefly
It has to.
defended Ghost on that gender band,
Yeah.
and why she was done better than Taskmistress, as we like to dub this
Yeah.
character.
Mm-hmm.
And my argument is that's a Sony film. That's a
Yeah.
Sony film. That is nothing Marvel. Like the only thing that's Marvel about it is the fact that Sony owns the licensing to those characters. So I mean, they can say, "Oh yeah, you can make her woke." Sony can go, no, thank you.
Hmm.
We'll take that
Exactly.
into account. Well, how about you make Flash a female? No. How about let's make him
Mm-mm.
into a Patel? That will cave on. So
Yeah, that's yeah, I was wondering about that. I was just gonna say briefly, and then I'll let you go on that. Back to Feige, that maybe well, some YouTubers have commented that his true colors are showing, that he deceived everyone, that he never really is the geek fanboy
He's
he
become
claims.
PJ
right,
Barnum,
Yeah,
right.
that
PT
he,
Barnum.
yeah,
He's the PT Barnum.
exactly, that he, I think Favreau is more of the geek guy than Feige.
Dude
Yeah,
should
yeah,
have
Some
been the
people
producer.
say,
yeah. He
yeah,
was the money
yeah.
dude. He was the money dude. Oh yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds great.
Let's
So
fire him.
Yeah, hmm.
let's
He's
steal the script. Let's fire him and steal the script.
right. Let's fire him because, well, he knows what he's doing, and I can't have that. So let's fire him. Put me in charge, and everything will go better. But Feige has turned out to be just nothing but a phony. He's not the geek nerd he
Yeah,
claimed himself to be
yeah,
when the
yeah.
MCU was getting started. That he was so into these characters and so representing these characters, so love these characters. We're seeing now that that was all a
Oh,
lie.
well, Wolf nailed it. Like I never would have coined it that way. But yeah, he was the PT Barnum of the whole thing. He literally,
Right,
he was the
right.
circus master of the whole thing.
Exactly. And then, like I said, I think the true are, and even the guy Perlmutter before Iger came in, I personally think, and everybody, well, everybody says this, that the MCU first two phases were better than phase three.
Oh
When
yeah,
phase three is when the criticism against the MCU started to happen. I
yeah.
mean, I still think Infinity War is a masterpiece. I still will
Oh yeah.
defend that film,
Hmm.
but everything after that is when the MCU seems, it's like they hit their peak with Infinity War, but everything after that, every single project started to fall to pieces, and you
Yeah,
started to see the cracks starting. There was a little bit of the cracks in Civil War. I felt by
yeah,
the time around Civil War, the little bit of the cracks were starting to show a little bit,
yeah,
in my opinion,
yeah,
but not as great as when we got to season three. I mean, season to phase three is when you really could see it falling apart. Even Perlmutter, the guy they kicked out because they claimed he was woke and he
mhm,
supported the Orange Man, he would be bad for business. But I think that guy had a better sense of how to handle the MCU than what Iger and Feige are doing.
yeah,
And everyone says when the Marvel films were under Paramount, they seemed to be more better and more about the heroic stories that they're supposed to be. Even the movie posters was cooler. Now the movie posters are now everybody back turned,
Guys, I have
looking
an
one way.
important announcement.
they all look like Thor Ragnarok because I mean they got to
Guys, I have
keep
an important announcement.
your woman.
No,
Oh no.
that'd be quite the development though. But no,
I was gonna say
John
you're going to.
John Leguizamo is now dead to me.
Why? What happened?
This motherfucker is worshiping at the altar of CRT. He has called
Oh
himself
yeah,
Latinx.
you little
He's
tinks.
he's
Oh,
called himself
Like was almost been
counterculture,
weird like that for a while
outgoing
though.
introvert. That's an oxymoron. Underachieving overachiever, another oxymoron. Trying to lead this blue pebble a better place than when I entered. Oh goodness, you're dead to
Donald
me now.
Obama.
Yep.
He's been on that train for a while. But here's the thing: his best movie was probably it wasn't Spawn. Everyone is gonna give him Spawn. I'm gonna say his best film was Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything, Julie Newmar, if you will. Uh, and that was a gender bending film. Uh, because like I mean, the first movie I ever remember him in was The Pest, and I couldn't stand that film. But all my friends freaking loved The Pest. I was like, it's a dumb movie. You don't
Yeah,
get it. I'm like, I don't.
I didn't like him in a lot of his solo stuff, but when he co-starred in a film, he was pretty funny. But
Yeah.
when like he
I
did
liked
his
him in
solo stuff,
Chef.
Yep.
I really
yeah.
loved him in Chef
Yeah, Flower. Yeah, the one
with
that
John Favreau of all people.
the one.
Is Favreau Spanish? I like to think it is because he did kind of look like a Mexican in that one too. You know,
Nice.
Favreau did look kind of like a Mexican. It says Jefe. You know,
Well, maybe he is. I'm not sure. He
Well,
doesn't. Favreau doesn't sound like.
makes a good point about in terms of pop culture familiarity. Like I will definitely back him up on that one because um, even Rosario Dawson was like the one of the first actresses to come out and say I want to play Ahsoka Tano. So I mean she knows her stuff. Like I mean I know her stuff all the way back from Rent and from Planet Terror and all that. All that Tarantino stuff. Yeah, yeah, Flower. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
does anybody care
Wow.
about Sid the soft fuck? No, we don't care about your ass.
I'm a Latinx.
We
Like
don't
like
care about you. We
like a
never did. The funniest one of the bunch was freaking Manford because he was a funny ass matter of fact kind of a guy. And my best line of freaking Manford in Ice Age was a scene where he forced Sid to check for poop.
Mm-mm.
He's like, okay, you check for poop. Why I always got to be why do I have to be the poop checker? Because Return don't. Ew, I messed that line up. Let me try that again. Because Return the Rep was your idea. Because you're small and insignificant. Because I'll pummel you if you don't. I was like, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty much right there with you, Manford. I'm in your shoes right now. Because I deck him too
Yeah,
if he don't.
like we have no Star Wars or Superman or Indiana Jones coming up that'll literally like make the MCU like actually take a sharp turn. Like Indiana Jones, or is it Indiana Jones 5 is already a hot mess. Freaking poor Harrison got injured all.
Yeah, for Harrison.
I'm
I
like,
don't understand why
I
that
would be
movie's being
mad.
made.
I would be mad if that was my grandpa and they got him injured because they're having him do insane stunts. I would be very pissed.
I would, Trooper. I wouldn't blame you either. I don't blame you. I would be the same way. I would be the same way. When he hurt his arm, I wanted to say to these people, this is not ageism, because there's people on Twitter like, well, you just saying that because he's 84 years old.
Like,
This man that's right. He's 84.
no, his
This
Mhm.
man should not be doing, this man should be retired
yeah.
from doing stunt work, or at least semi-retirement from
He,
acting.
Should have been
he should
retired.
he should be my wingman in my double cycle. Like the whole
Yeah,
recovery thing. It's like
yeah, that's
going
what he
out
should.
dead, you're gonna get us killed. That kind of stuff. So
That's what he should be. My treatment. I'll say this really fast. I want to stay. But if they, first of all, I feel there should be no Indiana Jones 5. The Last
yeah,
Crusade was the perfect ending for Indiana Jones.
it was.
Absolutely perfect.
It was.
Absolutely perfect. I thought it was everything about the Last
I agree
Crusade
with you. And your
was.
voice, Chris Evans.
What is it about Chris? What did you say? You said,
What'd you say about my man? So
"Oh, stop! No, you're okay. You're on a roll."
right.
I'm surprised that, I shouldn't say this. Wolfton Media never found that little scene from him from the Red Sea Diving Resort. I swear to God, I thought you was going to post it in there. You know what I'm talking about, right,
Well, don't
Wolf?
get him started.
I've been I've been I've been working
He will.
earlier this afternoon, and I'm just in and out here and there.
Oh, you know what?
I mean,
You're
my energy comes in because I'm on that energy drink and I'm also on that water. So I'm just here at the chill stream. This is mostly trooper stream at this point.
well. I was gonna say, you know what? You got some good input because this whole Black Widow article really is like trying to compare this film to pre-pandemic films as opposed to using streaming numbers, which are now a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the audience participation right now? Like, are they coming out in droves back to the theaters, or are they like, now I'll just catch it on the internet? Like, what's been the big consensus?
Yeah, me
Like,
too. Yeah.
are the theaters empty?
I still think I would still maintain that that Mutt should have been recasted and renamed if they really wanted to give him a son, a illegitimate son.
But, well,
You
see,
gave him look. I'm still real on the fact that you gave him an illegitimate son and named him Mutt. Marry him. Marry him. Do you are you still carrying a grudge against him about that one time in college? Are you still carrying that grudge? You named his illegitimate son Mutt.
well, they shouldn't have even given him a daughter. Like, they should have given him another illegitimate son. Running gag. you know,
hmm From
you know,
from the last chick, like Temple of Doom.
yeah, yeah. Like we know, Indy just can't keep his Jones out of anything. So it's
hmm
make it a running
hmm
gag. Like, how many sons does he have? And
I,
then now
that should be the biggest opening question right there.
and then you have two sons of Jones. And it's like suddenly you got another film, you got another franchise. It's like now you've got two half brothers that got to freaking try to find this uh treasure or whatnot, and they can't stand each other. And now you have a Spider-Man Deadpool dynamic going on. That would be perfect viewing. People would love that. People would eat that up. Like, friggin' Spider-Man and Deadpool cannot be in the same room. They just cannot. They are like oil and water. But like when they
right.
hmm
finally get around to it, they freaking always save the day. Like, they suck it up and they deal with it. So,
Like Blade and Sling Blade.
yep, yep.
Yeah, but
So
what to say about Harrison Ford? Yeah, I don't see. Like I said, the Last Crusade was the perfect. Absolutely, that film is perfect. It was
yeah,
the perfect way for Harrison Ford to go out
so
as
good.
Indiana Jones. I don't understand why there is a need for a five. I absolutely do not see a need for this
What do you
whatsoever,
mean?
except Kathleen Kennedy is on her train of destroying everything George Lucas created.
Well, I mean, Schooner introduced me to Film Courage, that account on YouTube, and there's
I
plenty of content
subscribe
there.
to them already.
Yeah, and there's a video. I think it's like why so many bad sequels or something like that.
Yeah.
I saw that video. I think I watched that video the other day. I think it was Saturday night.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement with the. I get you own all these properties, right? Just going
Mm-hmm.
a little bit outside of that video, you own all these properties, so yeah, they all have value. Um, So with that, you have to take into account anything that you do with that franchise will either add more value or take more value away from it. The problem that I'm seeing is that all these people that are coming into all these franchises, because Disney's just sucking everything up, because I mean that's what Disney does. I mean, it's acquiring value, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're so massive that even if these franchises take personal hits, it doesn't really affect their bottom dollar. They just move on to something else. So they're literally ruining franchise after franchise after franchise. At one point, you get to the end of the line and there's nothing else to ruin. So you go right back to the beginning of the line and you ruin it even further. So I don't understand why they can't come up with their own content. Because, okay, well, they do. They do. Uh, Wolf mentioned Raya, the Last Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible content. Nobody wants to see that. And that's kids content. I mean, used to be that even if it was a Disney animated kids film, you wanted to go see it.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness. Twitter,
What now?
you never fail. Dang it. Why would they fuck up her face?
Are you seeing the Korilenko reveal?
Yes. Yes.
Send it
My
to
question
Leia.
look,
Send it to
look, my question is why do you go any further than that? She still looks cute to some extent.
Do you see how
She's
they made
supposed
her
to look
kind of look like a non-binary beat up dude?
yes. But still, you couldn't go that further. You couldn't get you
Flower, we're talking about Taskmistress. He's just now finding out. Well, he knows it's Olga Kurilenko that's the bad dude, right? Or
Yes.
bad chick dude, bad chick.
Bad, yes, guy, no.
But the thing about
To quote
Olga
Batman,
Kurilenko is Olga Kurilenko was like, for me anyway, being a little trooper, that was like hot for teacher, if you will. Like when I first saw Kurilenko for the first time on screen
she
as
got
Bond.
she got them soulless eyes, like most of these SJWs tend to have.
Yeah. So I mean,
Was she a Bond girl?
Yeah, she was a
yeah.
Bond girl. Quantum
Oh
Okay.
Solace.
my
Last I
god,
Oh,
yes,
checked,
that's
yes.
her. Oh,
I gotta
she was
find. I
also
gotta find
in
that picture.
Oblivion with Tom Cruise.
yeah.
Yep, yep.
She's been in a lot of things, actually. She's
Yeah,
been in a
and they
very lot of
managed to make
things.
her look so unattractive. That's the crazy part.
But Trooper, you know why they did that? And they're not allowed to make the women look attractive. You understand? She's not supposed to look good. She's supposed to be toned
Yeah.
down. This is supposed to be well, first of all, I thought her face was more messed up than that because she was supposed to be blowed up by Black Widow, but she
Right.
survived it. But that don't look like good makeup.
Mm.
She survived through
Yeah,
indie movies. She survived through indie movies. I've seen it probably a few. I think I seen her like been in a few indie movies. Let me look at her IMDb real quick.
so the makeup sucks big time
There you
in
go.
this. She doesn't look
That could
like
be
a
my Taskmistress right there. I just sent it to you guys. You guys can link it in chat. I'm cool with it too. You don't have to, but that would be my Taskmistress. Put me to task. Make me do.
Mm-hmm.
Make me
Mm-hmm.
Jello out of
Mm-hmm.
that
Okay,
dog
step
food.
on me.
I will do. Thank you. Exactly.
Okay, step on me.
It's the
Right.
Trooper. You understand? It's the Disney model now. They have to tone down. They can't be. They can't be attractive. You cannot go into their being finding those women attractive. They must be made ugly in order for the women in the audience to feel good about themselves. That is the whole
Yep.
purpose. Because they even say ScarJo is toned down in this picture.
Oh yeah.
She's toned down. She hardly spends any time in her famous
She's got that girl
She's
hair.
still
Yeah.
getting movies. She
yeah.
she just she just completed Empires of the Deep. She's in post production in Fox Hunt, White Elephant filming, post pre production Jane Millen. Bear season pre production as well. Rumored though, it's rumored. Before Black Widow, she was in Les Traducteurs, The Courier. She was in the recent Courier. Uh, The Room, not that room, I suppose.
Let's see if I can find another one. Let's see. Let's see. I came. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Boom. All right.
Child of flower. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
right.
You're right there. Yeah, you're right.
All right. So there's another one. There's
I'm
another
gonna
one.
leave that right there for now.
Now that, my friend, that's a widow right there. That's a widow. So. But yeah, so the idea being is that like a Black Widow more or
Mm-hmm.
less is gonna be like
Mm-hmm.
this like Eastern
Mm-hmm.
European like looking female. Because I
Mhm.
mean that's what a widow is, right? Well,
Right.
they went ahead and they made this an all-inclusive, all colors of Benetton. I got my little Asian widow, my little black widow, and my somewhat manly looking widow. Like
She was in
they
Momentum,
literally turned this like red room of widows to
Vampire
be like,
Academy.
yeah, like these widows were not all sexy. They were I would know. Like Leia said, you
Centurion,
can't have sexy widows. You can't have sexy widows. So
Max Payne,
yep,
Hitman.
yep.
Oh my goodness, she was in both of those train wrecks. Max
So
Payne and Hitman.
yeah. Like I have the Max Payne film with Wahlberg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Timothy Oliphant as Agent 47 and Hitman. Wow.
and vision disturbances.
But
And
yeah,
although
that's
these symptoms may
exactly
pass
what
quickly,
I'm
I'll
getting at.
wait.
the caused by a brief interruption of blood flow to parts
I'll
of the
wait.
brain and is known as a
Oh,
transient
interruption
ischemic
of blood
attack
flow.
or a mini stroke.
Oh,
This must
no,
be a
that was
tutorial on Leia's side. I'm sure Captain's is catching up on his phone.
no, it wasn't.
Yeah, I was like I can't hear myself because that thing is loud. I'll wait.
I'll
It's,
sound it was for
it
you.
sounds intriguing. It sounds
Well, I don't know
intriguing.
I don't know what y'all do when y'all place.
I was gonna
Super
I was gonna
sub, you
say
stop. You
All right.
I was
stop.
gonna say how I'm like I was gonna say how the heck she looked in on both of those movies. I'm surprised she didn't show up in Assassin's Creed. That
Look,
went to
I'm not gonna
Marion
tell y'all what to
Cotillard.
do. I ain't gonna tell y'all what to do. Y'all are two consenting adults. If y'all want to play hide the vibranium, y'all can do all that.
Oh wow.
I'm cool, you know.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
not even. I don't even know
Knocking
what
him
you're
out
talking
the-
about.
knocking-
I'm talking over him. Talking to myself.
I'm like,
No,
so-
a news reporter talking about this was somebody talking about where I'm at. It's on the local news report, and they were just showing the topic, flashing the topic on there. And now y'all's imagination is. I'm glad I didn't turn it up when it talked about the other stuff. Oh, I'm glad I didn't. They mentioned some other
On
stuff. I was like,
stream.
I didn't
That's
talk
right.
about that. Mm-mm.
but
There's
yeah,
some stuff
so
about whipped cream and strawberries, but I ain't going into that. So I'm glad I didn't turn that up.
Oh wow. That must
oh
be a
goodness,
secret pet project there.
right. But yeah.
We'll
So
leave it
I
at that
mean,
then, for the sake of.
yeah. So I mean, there's really not a whole lot of movies coming around the corner. I mean, right now, that was the crazy thing too. Like, I think probably like 2 days after its release, like they announced that Tomorrow is getting a sequel. That fast, that fast, it's getting a sequel. Um,
hmm
Yeah.
yeah, they're not announcing any of these Phase 4 projects. Like they're all disjointed, they're all disconnected. Like they're all supposed to make sense, but they don't. I mean, it's almost like after WandaVision, like each production just kept getting like slightly worse than the last. Like obviously,
Yes.
Bucky was terrible because I mean they went there with Falcon and Bucky, and then Loki just turned into Doctor Who,
Yeah.
and
And
I didn't
Loki
watch
was
any of that. I just kind of kept up
mm-mm.
like just to kind of keep some footing on it. I kind of listened to some videos.
Yeah, I
Just
did too.
I did a little research just in case it came up while we were talking. Um, but I mean, all these projects just keep getting increasingly worse, which tells me all the talent left MCU already. Like this is literally what's like this is the result,
It's on
and
life
they're
support
pitching.
at this point.
Yeah, they're pitching this as the best thing ever in terms of like, oh yeah, we're going to a new phase and we're going to the Eternals and oh my gosh, we're
Yes.
cranking out
The
all these
tokens.
content that the fans want and blah blah blah. Like you gotta listen to that Feige video. Like he's
The
literally
tokens.
he's smelling his own farts. Like he has
You
no
yes.
idea what's going on.
I don't want to
Yep.
listen to him smells on farts. I just
The
know he's.
Marvel.
Like
I
I
The
just
just
know at this
Marvelettes.
point he's
go ahead.
he's a PT Barnum now,
He is.
and
He is.
Leguizamo's
You
dead to
nailed
me.
it, dude. You totally nailed it. Like 100%. You
Not that
know.
I was a big fan of Leguizamo, but still,
Yeah.
Yep.
like
Step right up and get
if,
rid.
if there was ever a chance I would have had him, had me backing him up, it's gone now. It's
Yeah.
gone now. He says people who don't co-sign to the CTR are ignorant.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
he needs to stop. I am getting sick of these self-righteous pricks Hollywood is turning into. Like they just think they are so
see
much
while
better
Trooper's
than
doing the research, I'm just basically just snipe scoping the Twitter behavior right now.
they have become these self-righteous pricks that just think they are just so much better that
Right.
we of the audience, we hear you and I, oh no, poor little uneducated cavemen us.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need,
Go make your go do your 9 to 5. We crank out the content. Take what we give you.
I'm
yes.
happy with my 9 to 5. And just enjoy yourself,
Well,
groove.
you
Let the madness and the music get to you. Hang on, Trooper. Life
okay.
ain't so bad at all. Life ain't bad after living off the wall.
Mm,
Living off the wall. 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 Mm. Look, that of all the Jackson 5 songs, that's my favorite. That is my favorite. Wait, that's Michael Jackson, right? Or is it him with the Jackson 5? I
I think
can't
it's
tell.
just him. Off the Wall is his
I
solo
think it's just
song.
him. Like,
Okay,
Yeah,
that was my
it's
yeah.
him. It's him.
Yeah,
It's
that's
his solo
that's
song.
of all soul songs besides Speed Demon, that is one right up there. That song be blowing me to a feel good moment. I think that's the reason why I love my like every job I go to or any future job that I go to, I love my job because of that song. Because I know once I enjoy my job, I leave home enjoying myself at home. When I leave that 9 to 5 on that shelf and just enjoy myself,
right.
put some
or
mad, put some music on, let the madness in the music get to me.
Oh, I agree. In fact, I said maybe tonight you make me want to pull out my Off the Wall and
Right.
pop it in there and play some good music. What is it? Well,
Yeah.
Off the Wall back in the day, it was the Friday night party song. The end of the week, the
Hmm.
work week, the school week, and it was just that song. You just
Before
popped in
before that,
and
we had living on the weekend, living on the weekend. It's Friday, and I just got
Bacon
paid
guarantee
today.
is it's anti-white behavior. Also, it's racism against the white population, more or less.
Oh,
More
dude,
the more
you know that one dude that one not so brother that wrote
is a
anti-racist
person of color
baby.
with disability, you get more.
I did mention Vision and Voice
Yeah,
earlier in this
exactly,
stream in
exactly.
the
The
middle.
more pressed you are, the better.
Yeah, I mentioned Vision and Voice. He put up a clip of the anti-racist baby author, right? Dude could not
Oh,
define the definition of racism
mm-mm.
at all.
I can't even look at pictures of anti-racist baby. I can't do it. Like
Mm-mm. I can't even look at the
that's
author who wrote the book
that
at times.
that stuff sings your eyebrows, dude. Like
Dude look
just
like
looking at
Pookie and Ray Ray with dreadlocks,
yeah, like
wearing a suit. Like, bro, you look like you came from the hood. Stop trying to sound like you intellectually superior. Mm-mm. To me, you
well,
like Pookie and Ray Ray.
it's what they're pumping into the schools and what they're pumping into the workplace and
They want your kids to
what
read it too.
yeah
Anti-racist baby.
what they're pumping into
They got this one book
basically
about the dad mom or
well, hopefully you will come across it. It kind of you may be sandbagged by it, but it's out there. It's been out for a while, but I mean it's now starting to get like out of hand. Like that's why you're starting to see it more in these films where it's like it's in your face now. They're not trying to imply it anymore. It's in your face now. So
Another thing, Trooper, I don't know if you noticed this point, but a video brought about Black Widow. And if you don't know it, I'll post it. The post-credit scene, as we all know that MCU films have, was very different from the one that made it to screen. The original post-credit scene was to be Natasha um, at the end of the movie when she's now changed her appearance. It looks like she does Infinity War. A plane was supposed to be set up for her and to take her. I forgot where it's to an airport. And when she got off the plane, Tony Stark was going to be waiting there for her.
yeah,
And Tony was going to be there making a surprise visit to help her because to help her.
yeah.
And while she was hidden, and she was going to be happy to see him. Well, the powers that be, Feige, the idiot director, and these are her quotes, and I'll find the video so you can hear her exact quotes.
Oh, ScarJo.
No, not Scar, no, not ScarJo, but the director of Black Widow. I
Okay.
call it incompetent. The director and Feige both agreed, and I'll find the video that has her words. She said that was cut. That scene was cut. It was shot, but it was cut because the director felt she didn't want any men in this movie helping out Black Widow. She said, we don't want her to have the boys helping. She don't need help from the guys. She's going to do all this by herself with no
That's
man
dangerous. That is
helping
dangerous
her out.
teaching.
It's
Again,
very
it,
dangerous teaching.
it,
It
They
is.
I
can
tend
run
to
that.
I tend to bring
They
that
can,
up
they can
a
run that.
lot because it really is dangerous teaching. It's really teaching anybody who's looking at this, both child and adult. really
Yeah.
telling you that you don't need help with anything, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You fall down into a crevice, break your leg. Don't matter if you have the know how to get up out that crevice with a broken leg.
Right.
You're gonna need help from
Yeah.
EMTs. Oh, I don't need no EMT to check me out. I can walk on my own. I put a splint on it. Yeah, but it's still gonna get infected, right? The bone puncture through the meat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Yes.
You know your
Yes.
bone tore through your flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Did you put
Yeah.
some antibiotics? No, but I think I can walk it off the next day. You're not gonna clean it? No, I don't think. I don't need no advice from you. You're a man.
And well, it now makes
As
sense.
Mm-hmm.
outrageous as that sounds, which I hope
No.
a scenario like that don't
Um,
come up. And I'm usually the hopeful person trying to play this, but that is basic. I'm sorry, True. I don't mean to step on your foot there. I have
mhm.
to say this real quick. But like when I see stuff like that, and when I hear people talk like that, I'm like, let's hope let's hope let's just hope you don't get into no car accident or no accident of any kind, and God forbid a man is right there to play some, not necessarily play the Samaritan, but be the Samaritan to help you in that situation.
Yeah.
And and here's why I hope happens. And here's why I hope really happens. If say a man does help you as a Samaritan out of that scenario, hopefully your worldview would change at that point because that right there, that whole level of thinking, like again, I really do hope you don't get into those type of situations at all,
Yeah.
and hope that the sisterhood will be there around to help your ass out.
Yeah.
Because they'll
Well,
be, because the truth of the matter is, it'll take two women to pull your ass out of the wreckage
Mm-hmm.
well,
versus one
three,
dude.
because one's got to get on her phone and TikTok about it.
Of course,
Yep.
that yep, definitely not gonna call 911,
Yeah. 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 Well, that's
but
what I was gonna say. It's like now you're teaching people to be prideful. You're not explaining to people that you still have to keep a level of humbleness about you. Like especially when you get into a situation like that, man. It's like when you're in an accident, you're gonna. I mean,
link that bacon
like you're gonna want the first line
or
of
send it to
help.
me if you know me through Twitter or anywhere else.
Yeah.
I would like
So
to see that so I can share that with the UN Spacey.
that's some crazy stuff. That's some crazy stuff. And it's probably why the film even feels more disjointed because we're so used to having cameos of other characters in every film
Mm-hmm.
to make it feel cohesive, and you have none of that here. It's literally
Mm-mm.
all on its own. And that's what I was getting to this freaking Feige interview. They want to do more standalones where none of these films interconnect. So they can easily be poorly written and they don't connect and none of the characters care for each other. They're all
I know
arrogant.
I'm not going to get no good stories out of that, but I do say I'm still
They
in
got to
favor
top
of the
each other.
standalones.
They can't work together. They got to literally top each other. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you saw the What If trailer, where they literally took out Star Lord and they put in T'Challa. I mean, I was like,
Yeah.
That makes no damn sense.
well, that was
That ain't no real what if either. That's not even a real what if. That's just we will take this person and put them in this scenario.
Devil Travels alone. I'm like, okay.
I'm like, wow. So let me get this
So
straight.
strong
We're
black,
still
strong
there are
black
people that are still probably grieving over T'Challa, right?
man. Yeah.
Oh yes,
I'm
they
not
are. Yes.
look. I'm not ready to hear somebody voice T'Challa yet
Right.
either. I'm
That's some
still
crazy
grieving.
talk,
Look,
dude.
as much as I mentioned that I have my own candidates of who will replace Chadwick Boseman for Black Panther, I will wait way longer to make a Black Panther sequel
Yeah.
until everybody is done grieving. But the fact that the matter is that they have somebody voicing T'Challa in that trailer, I'm like, oh my goodness, I was done. I was
That would have been a
done.
good pick for Killmonger instead. If he's not going to be a villain, make him roguish. Make him a rogue. It's like,
Hmm.
yeah, that would have been perfect, right? But
Yep.
they got to do that whole, strong black man's got to help the poor bumbling white dude with a lot of money. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
like you start looking into this stuff, and it's like right in your face. Like you can't avoid it anymore. But
Well,
yeah,
I got
got
no the what if. Oh goodness! What? Well, the show sounds like to me a good. The show is made to let woke fantasies come to life. That's pretty much it is, and this
Have
have
you
see the
noticed that
Avengers
a
and
lot of the white
zombies.
dudes are getting spun around by all these characters?
They're
You
either
got you got Doctor Strange, getting sucked into into the world. He gets pulled to the side by some, I forgot who pulls him to the side to dodge something. Um, T'Challa comes in and helps somebody, white mostly. Of course, Killmonger pulls Tony Stark away to save his life. Oh yeah, so we gotta have. So yeah, okay, the Black Savior. Okay, we got that.
hmm
Cool, Black Savior.
hmm
Right, yippee. You know,
yeah,
or even right. It was Peggy Carter that shielded Doctor Strange from a stray bullet because apparently he can't melt a bullet with his magic.
right. Yeah, yeah. Seems like his powers are no good. Peggy Carter. Yeah, the particularly straight white males are getting dumped to the side for either a character that's colored, it could be black, Latino, whatever, or a female. That's what I
yeah,
think. What if is all
yeah,
about? What
yeah.
if it's just allowing them to do woke fantasies? What it is, and
It's a
oh
complete big
god.
circle
And,
jerk.
and Cap becomes a zombie. Okay, you know what? That's just enough. I've just about had it. First, you
I'm
make him
surprised you got
old.
that far.
It
I'm
I,
surprised you got that far. I
I,
stopped when T'Challa spoke.
I wanted to. I just shook my head and said, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Why would they
T'Challa
do this to
speaking
him?
was right there where I cut it off. I was like, no,
that
this
was
is
pretty
this is not what you're gonna be.
so
I'm
cringe.
not finna
Like,
sit here and see you desecrate T'Challa like
yeah,
this.
that's disrespecting Chadwick Boseman at this point. Like,
Yes,
find
yes.
some other dude to voice him and voice him differently, and then that's how it's just gonna have to go. Like, but yeah, like
Yes, I agree with you.
yeah. I mean,
He sounds too youthful for one, so that really tickles my continuity continuity senses.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, you're not even gonna try to sound like T'Challa, are you? I never freeze. How hard is that to do?
Well, I
I
mean,
mean,
bullets
with a
work.
little practice.
But I mean, look how agile Doctor Strange and Wong were when they fought in Infinity War. They're pretty agile.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they weren't
Mm-hmm.
slouches. So, but
Yeah.
and what if what if he's a slouch? Like, okay, I get it, I get it. You know,
Just super fish out of water. That they're trying to make him like a fish out of water. Where we like this is a whole new ball game that you're playing. So we're gonna keep you hidden and safe so that you don't get hurt. Let
yeah.
us take over.
And if you look at the
Let us
comic,
take the reins.
it's all like that.
What'd you say, Trooper? Can you
Trooper.
hear? I think he cut out a little bit.
Oh, he may have cut out.
You got anything? You want to add anything, Leia?
Yeah,
Until
well,
he's
yeah, well, I almost pulled out, but I guess I shame myself. But I just I heard the rumor of
no, don't
zombie.
shame yourself. You just way stronger than me.
Well, I wasn't going to see. I have no interest in Peggy Carter with the shield, so to heck with that. So I didn't bother to look at that. But I just had to see: are they really going to do zombie Avengers? And sure enough, it came. My worst nightmare came to be passed, and I was like, okay, you know what? I've had enough of this debauchery of Cap. First in Endgame, they turned him into the Mummy. Oh, we lost him for a bit. He'll probably be back. We turned him into the Mummy or an old man, and now he's a zombie. Isn't that funny? now
Like
he's
I
a
said,
walker,
like I said,
or no, he's a
I'm
zombie.
I'm just saying. I'm just glad that you. I'm like I give you a lot of credit that you were way stronger than me because like I said, the moment T'Challa spoke, I was like, I'm done. That was a complete utter desecration.
I agree
Now
with
here
you.
now here for some motivation for us to even us out.
What? This is something that you just posted? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, cause
Mm-hmm. I hope you can see it. Hope it ain't showing you
Oh, I
something
can see
very
it. No, it
okay.
isn't. It's what Miss Marvel when Miss Marvel used to look great.
Oh, I love that. Love how she did a little tongue thing. She's playful. I like that.
Oh, okay.
I like that. I like
Yeah.
her. I like her personality. I
Well, I
really
like her
do. I love her.
costume.
She's a bodybuilder too. So yeah. That's for all
Okay.
you guys. That's for everybody. Since we're trying to be a little bit a little bit what's the word? What's the word? Happy.
Yes.
I'm trying to be
Definitely.
happy a little bit. Now for the Leia,
Oh my
give me a,
God.
give me a sec. Give me a sec. Got something for you too, because I don't want you to be left out. He may not be no Evans, but he do. He will do. He will do. Him and his pose real quick. There you go. Oh, that's a lot. I'm glad I'm not sharing that in the comics. Go ahead, check that one out.
Oh my goodness. What have you come up with? I'm looking right
I
now.
guarantee you it's not apricot.
Oh, I can't get in it. Let me see.
Oh wow. Okay, I'll have to
Uh,
find something better then.
yeah. Let me see if I can. No, it didn't go through.
It was too long, that's why.
Oh,
Uh the
okay.
uh, the longer ones don't really I think it's because uh, nope, it's the right image. Let me see. Let's try it this way. This will probably work. Because the things were so long, that's probably why it didn't go through. And try it this one right here. Not to derail everybody.
Okay, that's nice.
Did, did
That's
the
actually
link work
good.
for everybody in the comments? Let me know, because I know it worked for Leia, but I don't know if it worked for you guys.
That's not a bad cap. That isn't.
Yep.
You're right. It's not. It's not.
It's not Evans, but
Got
but
the
he but he definitely do. He definitely do.
yes, I would agree. I would definitely agree.
He sells it too.
Yes,
He sells it.
he sells it. You're right. It's not crisp, but it'll do. It'll do. He's done me proud. It's respect from the costumes to everything. I got to give this guy massive points. Massive
hmm
points. He came to me and said, "Hey, girl,
I guess I'll share the wealth too.
I would take a picture next to
Yes,
him."
the
I'm like,
red
"Oh,
link,
you."
red.
I would take a picture next to him. I would say, you got to come and stand next to me." I want a picture of that. You got to come and stand next to me. I gotta have a picture of that. I do. I would tell someone,
Oh
hold the
yeah.
camera. I gotta take this picture with Cap. I would definitely
Now
do that.
now he may not have the figure, but he definitely got the oh, Trooper got kicked out. He's back now. Now
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
may not have the
I
did.
figure.
brown out. I had a brown out.
Yeah.
It's part of that whole West Coast thing. Well, like I mean,
Yes,
hmm
yeah, it's
we're just
Now he
putting
may
out.
not have the figure, but he does have the equipment.
yep. So yeah, no, we've had rolling
Bless you.
brownouts
Thank
since the
you.
whole coop thing for a while. So, but
That's not bad. I love the costume. I do. And he's
hmm
got the hammer too. I love the costume. All right. That's a thumbs up for me. That's
uh,
because it shows respect. And I like that he's giving
yeah,
the captain
yeah.
respect. So that's why I'm giving a thumbs up. That tells me this person shows respect and cares. Take a picture with him too. I'm like, here, hold my camera. I want to take a picture with this guy. I have to. I would stand right next to him and say, oh, pose. Let me see a pic. Let me take a picture of you.
hmm hmm
Yep.
hmm I was saying we were dipping in too far into the depression, so I had to uplift our spirits.
Oh yeah, like I
Trooper that
totally
that
get
one
it.
that I'm gonna resend that link for you. So I know it's not really your taste, but you know what?
Oh,
That's
the
the best I can.
cosplay. I saw the
Oh,
cosplay on both. Yeah,
okay, okay,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. What was your take?
On this kind of stuff, I think we've talked about it on
Oh,
was
you're
it
not that impressed.
like when we talked about no, like when we talked about character designs,
Mm-hmm.
and in terms of like costuming and stuff like that, how mad props to cosplayers because you tend to have to be literally your own.
Right. You did mention that.
Yeah, you have to be your own wardrobe supervisor. You have to be you literally have to be you got to be like different hats. Like you have to learn how to do the makeup. You have to learn how to actually put the fabric together. In terms of like you're your own tailor, you're your own seamstress, you're your own wardrobe manager. You mean you're literally designing a costume from like the ground up, and it's like, okay, well, how do I achieve that? How do I learn this technique? So yeah, and that's the thing. Like when when they talk about toxic fans and stuff like that, they include cosplayers and you know back in the day when in terms of like video gaming, I mean, where you got most of your developers and stuff like that was
Hang on,
from the
Trooper.
modding community.
When you bring
So
up toxicity, we have to also mention, Leia, that we talked about toxic friendships, or at least how people how we're not allowed to have friendships anymore. We like every time we try to have friendships, we're now supposedly potential, either if we're straight friends, there's a supposed, if it's male to female, right?
Right.
Well,
yeah,
obviously they're dating. If it's male to male, well, they could harbor gay feelings for one another.
yeah.
If it's female to female, oh, she has a lesbian crush on you. You can't be friends. You can't just be friends, or at least brothers and sisters in arms.
Yeah,
You see two girls hugging each other, oh, they must be gay. No, that's a
right.
sisterly hug. God
Oh
forbid
yeah,
your
yeah,
God
yeah,
forbid your brother God forbid your brother and sister, because then they'll think, oh, there must be some incest going on between those two.
Yeah, I agree. Two
She's
guys
my
just
sister, which whom I love, but not like that.
Mm-mm.
right. Well, and
I
that's
That's
the
mean,
crazy
called
part.
family.
Yeah, you can't have
I mean,
family anymore.
I
Family is
just
right.
think that's a sick thought for anybody who you're a
you
sick
can't even be a
perverted
mother
person
anymore.
if you think that.
You gotta be a baby birthing parent now.
Yeah, yeah,
Can't,
yeah.
I'm still I'm still waiting for the term they're using for father. I'm still waiting on that. I still haven't heard what they have for the father, the term father, because in the case of the mother, baby birthing parent,
That would be, gosh, I wouldn't know what you would call that.
sperm bank, probably sperm bank.
Maybe. I mean, if you're looking to tear down a man's masculinity to its
Oh,
genderless
that,
parts,
yeah, that,
maybe. Because I mean, you got to take the whole gender out of it. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, in order to dehumanize
yeah,
someone, you have to take away their value. So I mean, that's why they're
baby
called a
giving
baby
parent.
birthing person. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. So.
Would
So
that would that
clearly
would
it's
that
saw that
suffice?
shines through the night, the steel-toed boot that stomps out evil. Rise, a man stands before you. Rise, a man.
Rise up, man.
Rise, a man.
Rise up,
Does
man.
whatever. Rise, a man.
Trooper, you missed it. I was gonna be quiet and let you guys enjoy yourselves.
Yeah.
Go
Rise
ahead,
up,
sing
man.
the song.
Rise up, man. Kai he how. Rise up, man. Rise up, man. Henshin hui she kick pow. Now I got energy, Neo. That's all for you, buddy. Says, what about the one scene in Delman Crybaby with the two chicks? See, now that's a thing. That's sisterly love between
Yeah.
Mickey and Miko, or other Mickey.
Yep.
She had a friendship rivalry with Miki, because Miki was seen as this waifish uh overachiever, if you will, sort of. That's what people kind of saw her as, despite her being half Japanese, half I think her dad's American, and yeah, half Japanese, half American. They call her the witch of the Miki. They called her the witch of the track and field,
Hmm.
because of her mixed heritage. In the case of Miko, Miko harbored a lot of repressed sexual urges. She even had a bit of a kind of a slight crush on Akira. You know what I'm saying? It,
Well,
I'm explaining this like you guys know what Devilman Crybaby is even about. But I guess you're here for me to explain it all, right? For the context.
I don't know. I've not read that character. Is it a video game character?
It's an anime character.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that character.
yeah.
I don't want to tarnish your beauty, Leia. That show will tarnish your beauty.
Oh, goodness.
No.
Oh, like Black Widow suck the life out of you? Yeah.
Nah, well,
Now you go in there thinking
let's
it's some crazy.
let's just say there are some anime I do not wish on very spiritual and very faithful and very pure people. Not even the professor.
I'll tell you what. I would have.
But anyways,
I'm on.
I'm not done explaining, motherfucker. Damn.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say.
I don't care what you have to say. I'm still explaining the damn context.
I'll watch an anime before I watch Black Widow. How about that?
Thank you, but I'm still explaining the damn context.
Well, it's two girls. They must like each other. So.
Well, there was a scene where after she become a devil man, there's two forms of demons. There's the demons, which is the full demon, and there's the devil man, which is the human, or at least a demon with a human heart, or at least a demon that merged with a human that still keeps their pure heart, because demons are heartless.
Right.
But there was a line that she says where she had this rivalry towards Miki, which she got over really quick in that show, which is funny because that show starts speed things up towards the end.
I know, right? Oh, cut me off.
This is why people come to our show, to see us be a rowdy bunch.
Yeah, I know.
We're the ones where you go to get the reinforcements, but we're a rowdy bunch. We do our job though. But yeah, she she's already a devil man. Her appetites and all of her repressed human urges, if you will, start spiking up. So she momentarily had a rivalry towards Miki. She tries to be the best runner out of their relay group. But long story short, she confessed that she also admired Miki to the point where she even says, "I love you," which doesn't really mean romantically love you. I love everything about you, which is you're great, you're friendly, you're compassionate, you're basically everything that I'm not, but I love you for that because you're not me. I don't want to be you. I want to be me, and I love you for you being you. You never changed, whereas I have. But you changed me on a level where you still continue to offer me compassion and love. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And
You got what I need. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Moral of the story. You can pin that to the feature, comic.
Exam project makes it it's like I have a split personality. Do I? Well, I am a werewolf. Fuck trooper. Fuck.
Pretty much, dude. Pretty much.
Yeah, she's a devil man. She's there's no gender thing to it. It's the moment you merge with a demon and still become a. I love you, but I am not in love with you. Yeah, that's right. You guys are distracting me with the concept. Let me get to the point. The point is, how they become devil man is basically the demon merge with them, but they conquer the demon that controls them, and they still keep their human heart, and that's what makes them devil man, as in not really a devil man, just a devil man, like devil to human. You get it now?
Devil minx.
I guess. Oddly enough, I'm just trying to make sense of it all. But that's basically what Devilman is about, kind of. It's got a little spirituality, little Christian things to it. Now, the biggest one that a lot of people try to gravitate towards was the fact that
Hmm.
uh, what was his name? Akira's quote unquote friend, because I don't really consider him a friend.
Okay.
His name starts with an R. Let me see. When in doubt, Bing. Akira,
Why
the
you?
guy, Akira's
I knew
name.
Duck
Hang
Duck
on, hang
Goose
on.
was flying. So.
Ryu. He's um. They try. There's a lot of slash, not slash. There's a lot of yaoi art of Ryu and Akira. A lot. They always ship those two a lot. Same thing with recently I just rewatched Tiger and Bunny, Barnaby Brooks and I forgot his name too. Kaz I'm gonna call him Kazuto. I forgot his name. But yeah, they ship those two well that's natural for anime buffs. That's
Mhm.
just natural. But these days, like what I'm saying is they like to treat everything as a yaoi fanfic.
They
Is what
do.
you missed, Leia.
Oh,
I brought up Jennifer's Body. Have you heard of that movie?
yes.
Have you seen that movie?
I have seen it. I didn't think it was a big deal, but I have seen it.
I brought up that movie because I think that's where some of that started. Child mentioned one of Hitchcock's movies. Went What was the Hitchcock movie that she mentioned? Trooper.
'Cause I didn't think it was
Uh,
very scary. It just
it
it
was.
was.
Gosh, it was.
Child, if you're still in the chat, bring up that movie again. The Hitchcock movie. Did you think that where it started from? But I think Juno, keeps saying Juno because Diablo Cody did the screenplay for Juno and she directed Jennifer's Body. But Jennifer's Body
Okay.
was the template as to why people are thinking this way. Like, oh, so you see two girls holding hands. Now they must be lesbians. You see two girls hugging in the picture, they must be lesbians. Or they holding hands together in a friendship way, they must be lesbians. Or
Well, then,
all the ponies in Friendship and Magic, well, they obviously have a lesbian crush on each other.
Well, I
well,
I
mean,
didn't
think it
they
also,
have a? Then they share a girl and girl kiss in Jennifer's Body?
yeah, they did, but I'm saying like it was what Jennifer's Body was trying to perpetuate, not perpetuate, try to tell a story of is toxic friendships
hmm.
and potentially that toxic friend might harbor a sort of homosexual crush on you. That's probably why they're acting so toxic towards you
Hmm.
as a
Oh,
friend.
okay, that's where that comes from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that and maybe Steven Universe might have escalated that even more.
Yes, that was in the news a lot. There was talk about that. Just some guy did a great video on that also, where
Hmm.
he kind of pitched on the similar subject about this projection of gay
Yeah, yeah,
relationships.
yeah. I think that was the one that Wolf sent to me last night, and I switched it off. I was like, man, I'm trying to relax. I don't need all
I didn't tell you to watch it, motherfucker.
that.
But
I
he
just let it. I left it right there for when you want to watch it.
I know, but I was a little bit caught up, so I was like, okay. And mind you, I'm like
I
watching.
just said
Like,
I'll leave this for y'all to watch. I didn't say watch it right now.
I was studying this analysis of Prometheus in
I don't even know why
Alien
you even
Covenant.
studied that. Prometheus been what? How long? And
Well,
you
because
still on that shit?
it has a lot of Gnostic and Luciferian imagery that
I
Hollywood
know.
likes to inject in all this stuff, and it's like it's for me, it's a good way to refresh myself as to where I'm at with a lot of these films. And then I look at this link, and I'm like, okay, let me look at it. And then it's in the middle of a video. It's just some guy is like, well, blah blah blah, gay, but because they got the gay lens, and I'm like, oh, I gotta close that. I don't need that right now. So, but he makes a good point that because these writers have a lens that they see the world view through, they automatically just write their material in that same worldview. So they're not only imposing a certain belief into their writing, they're also inferring that you'll end up consuming it because it's there. and you'll just have to
Hmm.
deal with their lens because that is how it is. That
Oh
is
man,
the
I
worldview.
was I was
And if
teed off.
two dudes are holding hands, well, then they must
I'll,
be
I'll tell you in
gay,
a
and they
bit.
got to
Continue,
take it to third
Cooper.
base and figure out where the socket goes. I'm like cancel, but yeah. No, I totally get that. I get
I
that
was teed off
analysis.
when that one quote said, "It is it is not a creator should not. It's not a creator's job to tell us what is not queer coded or not." I'm like, oh wow, so it's not okay for us to not take Rian Johnson's theme of failure at face value with The Last Jedi, but apparently a creator who created this movie specifically to talk about friendship is not allowed to tell you that it's not about two guys discovering their gayness. They're just friends.
Hey, Fag Bao.
Hey Victoria, yes, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. We decided we were gonna celebrate the death of Marvel and kind of, put Black Widow to rest.
It's Trooper's fault.
Yeah, yeah. It's done. Like anything they do now is gonna be on D plus. So I mean, Hawkeye would be the last Avenger to be like,
Killed.
yeah, pretty much, and that's gonna be done off screen. So really, the
I
death
ain't
of
there
the
for that.
Avengers happened with
I
Black
ain't
Widow.
there for
It's
that.
over.
I'm warning
I love
everyone.
Hawkeye. I ain't
The
there for that. I
I
love
said
Hawkeye.
Well, that's what
Hawkeye.
I'm
I said
saying.
Hawkeye should have been in Black Widow. That's the movie they should have made. Hawkeye and Black Widow on their adventure. That's who they should have let them.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the film we should have
I
got.
would dare I say I would probably have had Flint being the original Taskmaster
yep,
at
yeah.
best.
But see, they didn't
Bring
want
it
to tell
full
that
circle.
story. They wanted to tell a feminist
It
story
wouldn't
that
been
involved.
Taskmaster as his own character, but it would have been something.
They wanted a
Not
story with female, how's it
it
go?
would have
Sex.
tied everything all together, if you will.
They wanted sex trafficking and uh,
Oh, they didn't even want to go that far. You know how quickly they cop out on things like that.
well, yeah, it was all half done. Like they couldn't go anywhere with it like 100% because again, like you can't offend anyone. So it's like semi lukewarm human
Well,
trafficking.
we need children in the seats too.
Yeah, and then
I ain't
you know,
for that shit. Y'all already heard my Black Panther rewrite. Killmonger,
Exactly.
Killmonger will be evil, like straight up evil. You just have to
like
imagine all the horrible shit.
did you see the tension
I'm
between
just
T'Challa and Killmonger in that last fight? Oh, they must be gay.
he had women in cages. Think of that, what you will.
Right.
I
Oh
Is
well,
just
that
they're his
I'm just saying, in my
minority
rewrite,
slave.
he would just been straight up evil. You just have to imagine all the horrible shit he must have done.
Right.
And all I showed was him gunning down a village chief and holding his head and chopping off his head, with the sensors in.
Mm.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm like
Yeah. So I
I don't
mean,
hold back. Okay, I like if I want a villain, I want a villain.
yeah. I mean
well?
to
That's what.
find good. Go ahead, Leia. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's what's missing from the MCU. There are no villains. And when I mean villains, I mean a mean, evil monster who wants to conquer the world, destroy the Avengers, and take no prisoners. Not some victim, or they're the victim, or
Yeah.
or
No,
or, or blame.
there really hasn't been. If you think about
Mm-mm,
it, there really hasn't been. Like,
no,
what's the most memorable villain? Exactly. What Loki? And Loki's not a villain. So
no, not anymore. Loki's just a victim now. He's
yeah.
just a victim.
Crybaby now.
Like
Yeah, that,
what? Ultron? Ultron's not a villain. He's a robot. Again,
Look. I tolerate him crying to dear old daddy in the first story. I'm not supposed to be him, wetting the damn grass with his tears right now. You
well,
better man up.
Loki's trying to get busy with himself in the Loki show. So it's like I guess like
I don't know what.
I don't know how
I'm,
that all works.
they got screenshots of him crying like a little wussy man. I'm like, I'm not for that.
Yeah,
I like
it's like
I like my Loki with that glass claw glee on his face.
The
Okay,
Loki from the first Avengers movie is the Loki that I like, and I thought we were still going to get the mischievous trickster god that he
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is a guy that should be
and
causing
Ed
chaos.
has no quarrel with a boot.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the guy we should have got in Thor. And then, no, we got him in the first Thor. I
Look
liked him
to
in the
your
first
elder,
Thor.
everyone, for he'll be
Yeah.
the last thing you'll ever see.
The man that almost took down the Avengers himself, that trickster god is that guy is what we should have got in this show. This
Should have
god
Oh
saved your
yeah.
causing
armor
Oh
for
yeah.
that one.
causing chaos and loving it and
I
reveling
have
in
an
the chaos.
army. That
Mhm.
arrogance. That
Yes, that
arrogance.
arrogance, that arrogance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's what we loved. What we loved about that's what made.
Which is
I never heard of Tom Hiddleston until I saw him in this film, and what made him stand out is everything you were all just described. That's what we loved
well,
about him.
not a lot of people even knew he was in freaking Skull Island. I mean,
Yeah.
Hmm.
one of
Well,
those
I
things
did.
like you only know him
But that's
for
only after
what he's
Infinity
done.
War.
Yeah, you only know him for what he's done with Marvel. You know, it's like
True, I will admit to that. And
you know,
but he really, I wanted more of that. I
oh yeah.
wanted more of that trickster god
I would love to.
arrogance.
I thought there was going to be a Catch Me If You Can scenario without this show, but of
Yeah.
course I wasn't all for it because I know I'm not going to get what I was hoping for in this show
Yeah,
at all.
you got you got Doctor Female Loki, and then
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
got you got Loki trying to fap Doctor Female Loki, and
Enough! You are all of
it
you
was.
beneath me. I am a god, you dog creature, and I will not be bullied.
I'm like, there's no King the Conqueror. I don't know where any of this is going. Like all
I don't
these
know either.
like all these weirdo casual viewers are trying to string all these shows together and trying to come up with a narrative. I'm like, you realize a lot of these shows don't line up anymore, right? They're literally their own standalones. That's the whole point of what Feige's getting at, is that they're all going to take place within. They're all you know, if they screw up, they can't be held accountable, because if they got it wrong in this show, well, then it doesn't really apply to that show. Like, so what they're trying to say is that the new big bad is somehow going to be King the Conqueror, because somehow Loki shatters or Wanda shatters the multiverse or whatnot. I'm like, nah, they're not that creative, man. I'm like, y'all are looking for a needle in a haystack at this point.
The
Like,
reason
you got
Oh, I was going to get you, Troopy. I agree with you. I also think the reason Black Widow made so much money is, maybe you've already said this, but I think the casual viewers are the ones who went to see this film so they can get in on the Marvel action. I mean, along with the ones that are addicted to Marvel and just can't let it go. But I also think that, and I've heard this from casual viewers, oh, I'm going to go see this Marvel film because this Marvel film is hot and I know they all connect, and I'm going to go to this movie and I'm going to see what the end credit will lead into. And that leads back to the show, and I'm going to be able to sit down with all the other geeks and talk to them too, so I can get in the conversation as well and talk about the Black with the Widow, and I can tell them that the end credit will lead to this, and that will be the next film, and the next film will be to this, and I'll be in the conversations, and I'll be with the cool people. And yeah, that's what I think
Yeah,
that's what you got
exactly what
going
it is.
right now.
That's
The
exactly what it is.
Yep,
It's
the
like they can't
casual
tell you
view.
the story, but they got to wear the Black Widow hip hugger pants that they got to Target.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, I guess.
And most people, it is what told me, well, not for most people, but for what I've heard from YouTubers who saw it, say they forgot about the movie in 24 hours. So you're right, Trooper. They
Yeah,
can't
by
tell you why
they're
you
gonna
like
forget
it.
about it. Like,
Yep.
so far, the only thing I saw is that it's made 13 million, which is not, everyone is gonna look at that as a big number. That is
Yeah.
not a big number. Like,
Disney.
you gotta remember, they spent 200 million on making this film. Like, literally, they got to make their 200 million by next Saturday. And if they can't do that, it's a flop, and they're gonna market it as why men hate Black Widow.
Yeah, that's what Disney.
Something
Yep, that's
weird.
what Disney's gonna
Something
say.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know, we're already hearing, stuff about Tomorrow War, and people are still talking about Tomorrow War.
Yeah,
are they going to be talking about Black Widow next week? I don't really think so.
I
I
think
mean,
that
Doubtful.
I agree with you. I think the people that are going to see Black Widow this week will forget it by the end of the week. So I tell them, well,
oh
tell
yeah,
me about it.
yeah, you're fake geeks. The ones you're talking about.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I'm going to get on the nerd discussion and we're going to talk about stuff we don't know about, and we're going to try to
yeah,
be cool like the real geeks. But we don't
yeah,
talk to the real geeks because they're
yeah.
cooler than us or something weird like that.
Right,
But
yeah, something really silly. Hmm.
it's like, look. If you want to talk about Marvel, I'll talk about Marvel. Like, I mean, if you want to talk to me, talk to me. Like, I'll tell you about it. You don't have to try
Mm-hmm.
to
Same
be
here.
all fake geek and
Yeah. Yeah.
try to get some
I tell my
humor
mom.
games.
I tell
Like,
my
come
mom in a
on.
heartbeat. Like that's not black. That was not Black Panther in that movie.
Yep.
Well,
She'll
my
look at me
coworkers.
like.
Yep.
She'll look at me like what?
Yeah,
No.
that's the look you get. Oh,
She'll
I
be
have
like,
been.
no. She'll be like, well, you are the comic book expert. In well, tell me what like Wakanda is not a nation of tribes. Wakanda is a nation,
Yep.
entirely a nation. It's
Well,
literally a kingdom at this point, but it's not a kingdom in a system of tribes.
I'm telling you, I'm still butthurt they immortalized his feet. Like, I'm like, the dude has the answer, but you had to get his feet in the film. All right, okay, I get it. I get it. So now I will always know what Chadwick Boseman's feet look like. That was the most important part of the film. I'm like, I get it.
See,
Yeah.
that's where I have a problem with right there. I'm not interested in looking at a man's feet
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
unless
Like,
he's getting carried off by somebody stronger than him.
yeah, like they added like all these little weird tropes that don't really make sense unless you're like
He doesn't
some
even use
kind
the sneakers, the
yeah,
quote
yeah,
unquote sneakers.
because they sneak. I'm like, all right, I guess. I mean, I don't
I
see the
called
haha
them
moment.
sneakers.
I don't see the haha moment, but okay.
I don't
But
see him using it. So what was the point of showing that? See, that's why I would say she would have been a tech whiz, but not that kind of tech whiz.
Not that great. Yeah, yeah, not that creative a
And
tech
if and
whiz.
if and if, and if she would have made anything for him, it would have been something useful.
yep,
I didn't see him. I didn't see him using them going on a stealth mission, trying to collect data on where Claw's whereabouts were.
yep.
Didn't see him do that. That would have been a nice trick where he just go. I mean, he would been all up in True Lies like that. You know what I'm saying? Going in there, doom, 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 and he gets caught up. He get caught up on Nokia, and you hear dun 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 dun, no, that's not cutting the rug over there.
Yeah.
You know, as a cover. I would
Well,
have written
here's
that
the
scene.
thing.
I tell you, I would have written that scene a lot better.
I don't even know where they're gonna go with the next Black Panther film because last time I knew, freaking Letitia Wright found Christ or something, and her
Yeah, she
testimony
did.
all over YouTube, and she like
Yeah, she
left
did.
acting altogether, and I thought she wasn't gonna come
Good
back
for
for
her. Good for her. She don't need to be here.
and I thought,
That was Feige. Excuse me, Trooper, and then I'll let you get in. That was Feige pumping her up as the greatest ever. That she
yeah,
knows all. Shuri knows all, sees all, does all. That's
yeah,
exactly how he portrayed her. She's the bestest ever. She knows more than Dr. Banner. She knows more than anything in the world. She's infinite.
I'm telling you,
She can explain MC3 E equals MC squared came from Shuri. That's Kevin Feige thinking so that all we little black women sitting in
no,
the audience watching it will feel good about ourselves because
no,
we've
I'm
got
telling
good
you,
Shuri to do this.
they pitched that to. I'm telling you, they pitched that to him, and just like
You
Mugatu
guys
and
hear that?
Zoolander, just like Mugatu and
And
Zoolander,
you
he's
guys
like
hear that?
freaking Mugatu, and he's like CRT.
I hear
That's
something
so
over the
hot right now,
horizon.
huh?
My
You wanna know
TV.
you wanna know what the sound is?
Oh,
That's the sound of those damn ghetto bras talking about, so, oh, Letitia Wright thinks she better than everybody else, or she you know, she just because she went to acting school, now she found Jesus and all. Now she's better than us. She got the acting credit and everything. She was in, that Black Mirror and stuff, and now she was in Black Panther, and also she better than us.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you, you
thank
watch
you,
that
Kevin
Kevin
Feige.
Feige interview. He
Yes.
literally comes across like freaking Mugatu. Like he has no idea what's going on. He is freaking Mugatu. Like freaking
Yes.
Captain Marvel. She's so hot right now. Or freaking Shuri. Oh, she's so hot right now. Critical race theory. Oh, that's so hot right now. It's like, so all these freaking writers are getting all this stuff past you, and you're just like, yeah, green light, green light, green light. He really is P.T. Barnum. He really is. He
Yes,
really is.
I wanted
Mhm.
to. Well, he really was when he opened up that Avengers thing in Disney World. That's what he sounded like. Step right up, step right up. And by the way, The real Captain America. I want to punch his lights out when he said that. I want to just go right up there and bang right there, right there on stage. It's just lights out right there. All right, Feige, you play like that. The real Captain America, like as a poor me again. So all us little poor black people living in the hood that feel put down by the orange man with the red hats.
I'm
We need to
surprised the
be in
motherfucker.
America.
I'm just surprised the motherfucker didn't sing, "Ladies and gents, this is the moment you waited for. Whoa, 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 whoa. Been searching the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And buried your
Well,
bones, there's an
this
ache
is
that you
how I
can't
know.
ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that's real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you. Running at you, it's this moment, don't care for what comes after. So what, I'm surprised he didn't sing Greatest Show from Greatest Showman.
Yeah.
Well,
At that.
well.
That's
Here's
what
the
he
thing.
should.
This is how I know the dude has no idea what he's doing, and that it's literally all his little minions, and he just takes all the credit. So, all right. So going back to Netflix, right? They cast Sigourney Weaver as being, part of the Hand. That's pretty cool, because I mean, that's like freaking Ripley. I'm like, holy cow, right? So tell
Mm-hmm.
me why you cast uh Julie Marie Dreyfus,
Kelly,
some freaking thought from freaking Seinfeld, as Madam Hydra.
Oh, she was the worst
Tell,
casting.
tell me how that works. You cast some freaking weirdo with no talent who's been around forever. She's just as bad.
unmilf.
No,
I
and the crazy part is he starts freaking like I can't think of her name right now. Let me see if I can pull up her name.
What's her name again? Because I don't watch Seinfeld.
Julia Louise Dreyfus. Is that what you're talking about?
Julie Marie,
Type her
Julie
name
Marie
in.
Dreyfus. Here,
Julia Louise Dreyfus, who I always found annoying on Seinfeld. Then she had a show called Veep, where she was absolutely, totally, flat out annoying, no
I'll get to that
talent.
link.
Then they had the nerve to cast her as
I just want a
Lady.
visual because I think I know who
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
talking about, but I want a visual.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll get to the bio. Like, I'll send it to you in private chat.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and post the link. If you want.
Lady Hydra is probably one of the worst since Brie Larson being cast. Casting her as Lady Hydra is the one of the worst casting choice I could ever make.
Brie Larson,
An
she's so hot right
abomination.
now. Like, I freaking fight. She's so hot right now.
Yes. Well, you gotta
Oh,
speak. Well,
that cat face bitch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, her.
I figured it was her.
Yeah, and then in that
Madam, this is nah. You supposed to cast Sharon Stone for that one.
Yeah, I
As
can
old as
see
she
that.
is.
Yeah.
Sharon Stone or one of the other
Get Basic Instinct on it. Get Basic Instinct on it. I'll give you a visual of what Sharon Stone would look like as Madam Hydra. Okay.
Get some stank on that. So
from
her
hang on. I need to get away from these images. Girl.
Well, yeah, like
wow, she like a witch that lost her
link
luster.
from Rotten Tomatoes, right? He's like freaking singing freaking Catherine Hahn's praises. And
actually, I'll do you one better. Brigitte Nielsen.
That would have been hella good.
Brigitte freaking Nielsen. I seen her in Creed 2. That woman is still smoke. Look, the makeup is doing her justice right now. She can be Madam Hydra, and she a tall lady. I need Madam Hydra to be tall. That's all I need.
Brigitte, no, this is how you know Brigitte is like badass. Like, she just had a kid not too long ago, like a few, like probably within the last 5 years or so. She's in her freaking 60s and she's still popping kids out. I mean, we're talking about freaking Red Sonja over here. Like,
yeah,
I won't be tamed, unless I've been beaten in battle. And she's still popping out kids. So, like, wow.
That would have been a great Madam Hydra.
That would have been great. That would have been absolutely great.
Look. Hang on. Let me. You know what? Some of these foes are not doing her justice. I'm gonna give her. I'm gonna get her a Paul. Actually, this Creed 2 one looking good.
Yeah. Just
this Creed 2.
And I'll look at it.
I don't want nobody losing their lunch in chat.
Well, while you guys are looking, this
there
is
you go.
Oh yeah, I've seen her
Yeah,
there.
yeah. That
Yeah.
would have been
Mhm.
that would have been Madam Hydra.
Bruh, if this was a good movie, I went to see it and I saw Brigitte Nielsen. Brigitte Nielsen as Madam Hydra. I was
Yeah, that would have
That
been
would
just
have.
good.
look just like how it was when I saw her in Creed 2. When she showed up in Creed 2, I was like,
Yep.
That would have been more believable and
I would
taken
and
have
all
watched
she
that in a
seriously.
heartbeat.
look, all she did was stood there in one scene, and I was like,
Yeah, I know who that is.
why are they popping fireworks in my neck of the woods?
Her work, it's my work. Then she gets up like she's not sad. Who are you anyway? I was like, oh my god, the acting was terrible, but I love it. That's still
My
one of my favorite
husband
films.
always eats his spinach.
Yeah. So
Let me
go ahead,
palate clean
Leia.
this real quick. Go ahead, Leia.
I was just gonna say I have to kind of wrap it up.
Okay,
Where I'm
cool.
at
Yeah,
is
I think we I
getting
think we need
late.
to get hightailed too because it's 10.
Oh, you
It's
know,
near
it's
10
a
on
good
my
time
end.
too. Yeah,
It's in your end, but it's
time.
almost
Yeah.
1 a.m. on my end. So I had a very busy day,
girl.
but I wanted to stay. I wanted to
I
stay.
bet. I
Yeah.
bet.
Trooper,
Hang on.
don't
Let me give you guys
Trooper.
a good
Trooper,
$10.
are you? Yeah, no, I heard that I bet. I know what that I bet means. It's on you. You want to say
You've
it?
been hanging around me too long.
Yeah, I bet means where's the Cap comment or the Chris Evans comment that I
You
bet.
don't need to Neo Star, not for Tessa Thompson. We all see.
Yeah.
Okay, Neil, so it's okay.
See, Neo, you got to get yourself a little mic set up, and then you got a guest chair.
Here's the
one of
Metal
these days,
Hydra and Taskmaster right here. This is all you needed.
and
It's
then
all you needed.
We will
Let me look
trash
at
the hell
this.
out of Marvel. So
See if it
No, that
it
would
pops
have
up.
been perfect. That would have been absolutely perfect. And they were Russian in this film, and those characters are Russian. That's perfect.
If shit dies, shit dies.
yeah,
That's what I would have cast. If I was Wolf, if I was you,
Duff
I'm
Lundgren
like,
and
great
Brigitte
idea.
Nielsen.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I'm
Yeah.
already rewriting in my head. I haven't even seen the damn movie.
You're right. He would be Taskmaster, and she would be the perfect Madam Hydra. That would have been absolutely perfect. The audience would roar with that.
Yeah.
But
I
they
can
would
see.
love it. They would love
Look,
it.
I'm framing the scene right now in my head. She walking around him, caressing his shoulders.
Well, that would be like
Yeah.
kind of bringing him back into the franchise because last time he was in a quote Marvel film, he was Punisher. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been hella good. That would have been hella good.
Look, like I said, I'm seeing a scene right now. If I was casting those two for my Black Widow movie, and those were the villains, I can see her right now dancing around him, sort of sultry, walking around him, caressing his shoulders and his chest. I have mission for you. One of our operatives is gone rogue. I need you to
I have mission.
erase her.
Get
He'll look at her dead face. look, he'll look her dead in the face. He'll say, "It be done.
Take out Moose and Squirrel.
It be done." Anyways, guys, this ain't the regular WCR, so y'all get your asses to bed.
Yeah.
Trooper, don't you dare.
I didn't say
Okay.
See, Trooper, this is why you're the devil may care of our group.
I know. I'm still waiting for my feline drawing.
This is why we have you, right? You the Sixth Ranger. Yeah, you're still waiting on your Cathar drawing, of course. Yeah. We already discussed that, motherfucker. Damn.
Which would fit.
Give me time. I still got projects to do.
I would be the Sixth Ranger. So. So.
Anyways,
yeah, no.
You guys remember?
No. Tuesday's gonna
well,
be
yeah.
fun.
Go ahead,
Tuesday's
Troopers.
I gotta look at the schedule and make sure that
I'll do that for you.
Yeah, that we're on the same page for Tuesday. That's why I didn't want to get together on Monday and then Tuesday because we were gonna be talking for almost 8 hours straight.
July 13th.
Yeah.
July 13th will be our return of token representation.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Are we ready for that one?
Well,
Yeah.
it reminds me. Well, like when he sent me that link from just some guy, that was literally my reaction. I'm like, "Is this episode 8 of of Identity?"
Coincidence.
I
Coincidence.
don't know how many episodes we're
Thursday.
at now. So
Yeah, well, I don't even care how many episodes we're doing. Everybody
it's like
loves
there's
when
an
they do
original
extreme.
trilogy, there's like a prequel trilogy, and now there's gonna be like
Mm-hmm.
a
In between and a
yeah.
sequel, but yeah, like
Identity validation,
Thursday.
Star Wars story.
Yeah, Thursday we got Parenthood again. We're bringing back Parenthood. Talk about Parenthood one more time. See how that
Mhm.
goes. And Tuesday, you're gonna love this one. On the 20th, we're gonna be talking about child characters. Cause oh boy, they love them some child characters a lot these
Y-
days.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun because we get to talk about Ataru and Falcor and all those cool characters that we kind of grew up with or saw on DVD. You know.
Nobody brings, and also I'll bring this up when we get to that, but I think about if anybody saw the movie, I think about Claudia from Interview with the Vampire,
Mm-hmm.
Kirsten Dunst's character. And I read the books, I knew she was, but audiences were really sort of shocked by her. But I'll
Yeah.
save that when we talk about that.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
like
I'm,
to
I'm
for
gonna
you to go into
rewatch Goonies
detail
really
because I
quick
still
and get refreshed, and I'll probably
yeah
like rewatch Stand by Me and get
I'll
refreshed
bring
on
up
those
Orphan,
characters. Yeah.
which technically is not a child, but she pulls as a child.
Oh, that'll
Power
be
Pack. Power Pack. I'll have to look them up.
yeah. We could just.
Quack Pack?
I gotta figure out some links and
I
do my
feel
little.
like quacking, so I think I will. I'm gonna quack, quack, quack until I get the feel. Quack, 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 quack
I mean, we've
pack. No, I'm
covered a
kidding.
whole bunch of stuff before, so I mean,
This whole channel was just one big show, one
yeah,
radio broadcast show where we have no restrictions on censors at this point.
yeah, more or
Might
less.
as well call us the Warners. Now join the Warner Bros. And the Warner Sister
I
Dot.
mean, we can't be the Eternals. We can't be the token. We can't be the
Well, we're
token.
we're the real Eternals.
Yeah, we're the real, yeah. We're the
Oh,
real
goodness.
Eternals.
See, we were in crowd freeze for a long time. Now we defrost and we shook the cobwebs out of our ears.
Well,
And
see,
Mankind needs us. They've gone woke astray and they need to be straightened out. So we've
look,
come
look,
to
look,
fix
look.
things.
This is my prepared speech. I've been waiting for it since I've been asleep. We have watched and listened
yeah,
from the mountain. We have watched and discussed while your precious society gets overseen by some princes and princesses
and
who
then I come,
scoffs that tradition.
and then I come in like Gemma Chan and go, "Isn't it beautiful?" That trailer's a hot mess, dude. It's a hot
That's a
mess.
hot mess.
It's a
It is.
nothing burger. It tells
It's
me
like,
nothing about this superhero group other
dude,
than
like they're singing freaking Angelina Jolie's praises, or I should say, the corpse of Angelina Jolie. Like,
Yes.
the woman hasn't been in anything relevant for years. I'm like, is this gonna like launch her career again? Like, what's she gonna do now? Have like 8 more kids? Like, I don't understand it. So
I have to. I don't even know what I don't even know what I'm talking. Oh wow, that's right.
yeah,
It's
well,
like,
freaking, did you see that little quick glimpse that they want to do Howard the Duck and What If? I'm like, well,
oh my goodness.
I
They,
was I was pissed because I was like, well, there goes
Good.
that whole teaser for Guardians, which was literally a no teaser. Like,
yeah, you're right.
you're not getting Howard the Duck, you're getting a What If. I'm like, F that, dude. Like, I checked out a long time ago.
I have no interest in a what if of Howard the Ducks. I don't know why everybody's asking about Howard the Duck,
No,
but
there's already one Howard the Duck film. Freaking leave it alone. Like, it's a
yeah.
good film. Like, don't.
I'll watch that in a heartbeat, anyways.
Yeah, don't reinvent the wheel. Like,
I can stand duck titties again.
oh goodness.
Look. I don't care. That's my world. I'm okay with duck teeth. I eat them all the time. Duck breast, chicken breast, even cow breast. We werewolves don't discriminate on our diets. Trust me. Even
Yeah.
dolphins. Do
I
not
don't
trust
know, man.
dolphins.
Bollywood is weird. Like I have a Fijian friend who told me about Bollywood, and it really makes no sense. It's like a loose like Bollywood is like loosely narrative like written films where it's like boy meets girl, girl loves boy, so she runs away. I'm like I don't understand it, and then they go into like these numbers, and then they start doing the whole hand thing with the little.
Bro, I'm the R-rated Troy. Troy cannot be as hardcore as me.
Mm-mm. He's
He-
selling. Yeah.
look, Ma Pacelli had to wag her finger at me for saying something super duper crass in their last stream.
Oh, really? I don't keep up
Yeah.
with any of that stuff, dude. I told you
Look,
I gotta disconnect to keep my sanity
that
at
was the
this
that
point.
was the time that was the time when we got an unsuspected surprise and I had to
Oh
mention
yes, the porn bot.
yeah and I straight up said I don't know who we were talking about that time. I was like, look, I'm gonna say something crass if y'all allow me to. It's like, okay, cool. I said,
Yeah.
I would never even let her kiss my dick. And I hear in the background, excuse me, we don't need to hear anything about your dick. I was like, sorry, Ma Pacelli. So I'm just saying, like Troy is never gonna be as hardcore as I am.
Right. That's hilarious.
I was like, okay, Ma Pacelli, I'll behave. I'm not gonna blame on the wolf this time. That was all me.
Yep.
like even Troy played all like, oh, that was a wolf. Like, nah, that was all me. That was definitely all me. Anyways, thank you everybody, and remember, you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet.